The future is driven by youth. And here, at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western, we'll find out what's next. With a legacy of champions like Andy Ayers, Joel Parkinson, Gabriel Medina, Sally Fitzgibbons, Isabella Nichols, Macy Callahan, and Ethan Ewing. The Junior Championships are an indicator of surfing's future.
New Australian world champion, the latest, the greatest, Macy Callahan.
48 of the best under-20 surfers arrive from 7 regions around the world to determine who will be crowned World Junior Champion.
Kaoli Voss taking off switch foot, switches into the barrel. Now it's showtime for the young Tahitian.
Plus, this year's winners will receive a spot on the 2023 Challenger Series, a key boost to reaching the WSL Championship Tour. Time to find out who will be surfing's next big name. The SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western starts now.
Yeah, I'm an all-star, 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 all-star. Garments, I'm an all-star in every sport. Bases loaded, we running full court. It's a touchdown, you better press record. I'm a champion with rings, but I need more. Anyone can witness greatness in its prime. I'm not talking talent on a homie when I'm dropping dimes. It's a dub, it's a trade, now I'm going all-American. I can name 3 different players that I'm better than. I'm an all-star.
Surf fans, welcome to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. We are at Seaside Reef here in North County, San Diego, California. A beautiful day for surfing. Look at all this swell in the water. That gets us fired up because this week we will be crowning world champions. Chris Cote, Rosie Hodge, Pete Mel, welcome to Seaside. Welcome to the World Junior Championships. This is going to be an incredible week of surfing. We have the best surfers on the planet in that under 20 age group. But I tell you, you would be hard-pressed to tell the difference between these junior surfers and even surfers all the way up to the championship tour level.
Oh, the caliber of surfing that we're going to see this week is going to be through the roof. This can just blow up your profile. It's such a huge, prestigious event. I can't wait to see it go down.
So true. You know, you talk about the under 20 globally. You've got a bunch of wild cards in this one. You've got a bunch of regional surfers and names that we have not heard from before, but also some veteran, QS Warriors as Challenger Series people that we've seen before.
That's right. So we have 24 men, 24 women competing. These are surfers from all over the world. And since we haven't had World Junior competition at the championship level in the past few years, we have this group of wildcards coming through that is just stunning. So what you're going to see here is some of incredible surfing. And the wave we have on offer here is a really good wave for competitive surfing. I'm talking opportunities for big turns, big air sections. Seaside really has a lot for everyone. It is a pretty confusing wave to figure out. So you might see surfers from California with that slight advantage, as this is a spot where a lot of amateur contests come through. Every other weekend we seem to have a big contest down here. So the final word, of course, will be with Travis Logie. He was standing by right now with AJ McCord.
Standing by with Travis Logie, the first call of 2023 here on the World Surf League. We have juniors. What is it for today?
Yeah, and what a way to start it. The waves are absolutely pumping. We're going to get going with men's round 1, followed by women's round 2. Perfect conditions today. And
tell us, Cote was talking about this wave in particular with the juniors. How much fun is it going to be to see them on this wave? What are you looking for?
A little bit of everything, actually. This wave offers so much, and we've got such a broad range of talent here today. We've got 14-year-olds, we've got surfers that are already on the Challenger Series, so it's going to be so exciting to watch it play out.
Cannot wait. We'll get it started soon. Back to you guys.
Saw Travis in the parking lot yesterday, and after just watching this wave for about an hour, he said, I'm moving here. It has that effect on people. A lot of different breaks out there. The predominant wave is going to be that big left peak on the outside section. Of course, we'll leave it up to the junior surfers to decide. The call has been made. It is on, and I feel like with the past few weeks, all that swell we've had in California these surfers are going to be primed and ready to go, Rosie.
Yeah, we've had a lot of swell. I mean, we got hammered with that huge storm. And looking into the Surfline forecast, there's so much on offer. We got some west-northwest swells peaking. Tell us about it, Pete.
Yeah, well, you think about that jet stream. It's going across the Pacific and steamrolling, going hundreds of miles an hour, and that's why we're seeing so much storm activity. It really is not typical of La Nina. It's you look, it's 4 to 6 foot, and it's going to be 4 to 6 foot, 5 to 7 foot, 10 foot for the next 2 weeks. It's literally that lined up, just waves after waves. And so Logie's going to have to try and figure out what's the best days to run with less winds. You know, we've got some more weather coming in tomorrow, and then throughout the rest of the week looks good. So, I mean, fingers crossed we have great conditions for this event.
And offshore winds. I mean, yes, tomorrow it's a little bit dicey, but those offshore winds is just going to groom that lineup so nicely.
Yeah, and I love that the juniors are getting the respect that they obviously deserve. You know, we have a waiting period. You only need about 4 to 5 days total to run this event, so we're going to be able to pick those best days. And the good part about Seaside Reef is this wave can handle big surf. So, you know, you go to a lot of beach breaks around the world where a lot of these surfers compete all the time. You could be facing 6 to 8 foot closeouts. Not necessarily fun to compete, but out here, you know, all the way up to, 12 foot, 15 foot faces, this wave will hold. So these young surfers are definitely going to get their fill. And in this event, of course, the names that we have coming across the line are some household names, but also, some up-and-coming names. So how did we get this field of 24 men and 24 women? Well, they come from regions: Australia, North America, Europe, South America, Hawaii, Asia, and Africa. And we have 2 from each region. But the 10 wild cards, they're coming from all over the world as well. And remember, at the end of this week, we're crowning our World Junior Champion. So this is kind of the first event of the year, but also the last event of the season for our juniors.
Well, it sure is. And again, when you think about the different types of surfers we're going to see in here, we're going to see some regional surfers that we don't hear a lot of from before. Whereas in the wild cards are going to be some of the best junior surfers in the globe that are thrown in the mix. We've seen them on the Challenger Series. But I love the names that we haven't heard of yet, because that's what we're looking at the microscope.
Discovery,
right,
yeah.
of the new youth.
Well, you get your World Junior title, and you also get a seeding into the Challenger Series, so it really does springboard your career.
Yeah, careers will definitely be made here this week. And, when you think of the path that these surfers have taken here, it's pretty different, I think, from all the surfers involved. When you have surfers who have really only competed in their regions, for them to break out onto the international scene and go up against some surfers that they're going to be facing for the rest of their surfing career, this is a great time for these surfers to get a scouting report as to who they will be facing eventually on the qualifiers, the CS, and the championship tour if they make it. Well, Travis Logie said it's on, and it is definitely on, because the swell is here. The competitors are ready, and we are going to fire up the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western very soon. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more Dawn Patrol live from Seaside Reef, California. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. This is the Dawn Patrol. We're here at Seaside Reef in San Diego, California. We've got the best junior surfers under 20 years old around the world, all converging at this break to win a potential world title. So fitting that we have it here at Seaside Reef. This is has been a high-performance hotbed of surfing since way back. You could say the Momentum generation got their start right here. Taylor Steele's first movie ever was called Seaside and Beyond, and from there we've seen the level of surfing right out here skyrocketing for years and years. This is the home of the infamous Lot Trolls, but what that tells me is, this is a break that is, I would say, kind of low-key, globally famous, but people maybe not able to place it, and they've seen it in so many surf movies. But, Pete, I know you have competitive history here at Seaside as well.
I wonder if you're actually one of the Lot Trolls.
Maybe.
Just maybe.
Well, speaking of Lot Troll, I don't know if it's appropriate to call Alyssa Spencer a Lot Troll, even though she does spend a lot of time in this parking lot. But what she does most of the time is win. Alyssa Spencer has had the best year of her competitive career, and it really got kicked off at the Corona Saquarema Pro down in Brazil. Rosie, what a performance from the local here from Encinitas, Alyssa Spencer.
What a performance, what a win, but what a heartbreaking end to her season. I think redemption will be a World Junior title for Alyssa, just narrowly missing out on qualification for the championship tour this year, Pete.
Yeah, she did, and it's been 2 years, but she's been right there knocking at that door. And I think that there's timing. Everything happens for a reason. The learning, the growth is going to be so, she's still a junior surfer, right? She's still super young, so it's almost fitting that she hasn't. She's been able to kind of deal with that adversity, at the end of the season and learn that pressure because it is so high. It's not going to end either because she's here at her home break and she's going to want to win here, right? Yeah. Another one of those feelings that this is the pick. It's hard to look past Alyssa here.
Yeah, for sure. And then you look down the list of surfers, and it makes that pick a little bit more nerve-wracking because there's so many good surfers. Pua Makame de Soto, Nanaho Suzuki competing with Alyssa in this first heat. I think what's going to be fun to watch from Alyssa Spencer, all the knowledge and experience that she gained on the qualifying series. I think she won every QS event that was held this year on the East Coast, so she has that winning feeling, she has that experience, and now hopefully she can exercise some of the emotions that she felt at the end of the year and potentially get a win out here. Well, speaking of potentially getting a win, we know a surfer in the draw who did the best air ever done by a female surfer. That is Sierra Kerr. She's coming for the title as well. Let's learn more about pretty much a local here at Seaside Reef, Sierra Kerr.
I'm Sierra Kerr. I'm 15 years old. I'm from Coolangatta, Australia, and Carlsbad, California. I've been surfing for 10 years. Did maybe 5 pro junior comps this year, and I think I got in the final of like every single one. It's really cool to be able to get into the World Juniors because everyone is going to be really good. It's going to be a really fun competition, and it's even like in the WSL format, so yeah, we stick to try that out. If I'm not surfing like out front of my house, I'm probably surfing Seaside or lowers, but most likely Seaside, so I'm super stoked for it to be there. It's a really fun wave. It's been really cool having my dad being a pro surfer because I was like 2 weeks old or something when I went to his first ever CT, and yeah, it's just cool because I get to grow up watching. And now I'm starting to get into those types of stuff. Like I could never imagine you doing the Pipe Masters at 15. It's so cool to be doing it now, and yeah, always surfing with him and pushing each other. It's really fun.
Following in her dad's footsteps, being one of the best aerialists in the world, and now applying all of her skills to competition. Round of 24 Heat 2 is looking stacked. Sawyer Lindblad, Sierra Kerr, and Rubiana Brownell. Another perfect example of some of these heats. We're going to see household names going up against up-and-coming juniors, but anyone in capability and potential of taking the title. Well, we're going to take a quick break, but we will be back to spotlight more of the athletes that you're going to see this week, and that includes a young surfer from France, Kaoli Vast, who will be bringing his act to Seaside Reef. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
We have a international panel. That is off limits to competitors, so just take note.
But just to clarify, it's only off limits if you just paddle out and get a wave and sit there. If you connect from the reef on the right all the way through and then reform
Finish in there.
and finish, that's one thing, yeah.
All right, Dawn Patrollers, welcome back to Seaside Reef here in beautiful Encinitas, California. We are getting closer to kicking off the 2023 SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. Chris Cote, Rosie Hodge, Pete Mel. Very excited to bring you the best 20 and under surfers on the planet, all competing for 2 trophies. We're going to be crowning world champions this week, and that is so exciting. But to me, the excitement started when we saw the list of competitors. One name in particular, Cowley Voss. All right, for a long time, it was like, okay, Cowley, great tube rider. But now we've found out he's got it all. Tubes, power, airs. He can even ride barrels switch stance. Cowley Voss is really, right now, I would say, on the precipice of doing huge things and a potential favorite in this event, Rosie.
Like you mentioned, Tahiti, he's got that unlocked, but just that French connection, he's been able to do all the European Pro Juniors. He's honed his skills in beach breaks. So even though, you know, Haliva was really good, he has excellent scores every heat that he surfed, finished 5th. But yeah, that beach break surfing, I think we're going to see the smaller wave surfing we're going to see come into play this week.
Super well-rounded, right? And one of the most respectful surfers, too. I mean, we've got 2 Voss in this event. And I'd have to say a lot of credit goes to their parents, because when they come out into the water, they go and they greet everybody. They give you a big smile, big blue eyes looking at you. And, you know, the parents have done very well with them. They're very respectful, and they've got success, you know, in middle name.
No doubt. We're going to start this event with a bang. Cowley Voss, Ryan Kainalo, and Tenshi Iwami. In our research that we've done throughout the week, Ryan Kainalo, I mean, this is a guy that is heavily backed by the entirety of the Brazilian Storm. A big name coming out of Brazil, maybe not a household name yet here in North America, but you can tell just by the accolades that I've seen him receiving on social media, and then, of course, his contest history. He's only 16 years old and making a huge push already. Well, every heat is absolutely packed with talent. So the hard part was picking just a few heats to watch, but we have deliberated, made our selections. Every heat's going to be great, but especially pay attention to round of 24, Heat 3, Jet Schilling, Teddy Lee, Ireland, and Tara Watanabe. Why is this heat going to be so spectacular, Rosie?
Well, I think we're going to get glimpses of people that we've seen before, and then a couple, under the radar surfers. But Jet Schilling is someone that's been super consistent. I get to see him surfing at lowers. He's such a standout, and I'm excited to see him put his surfing into this format and, put himself up against these best juniors.
I have to say that, I like that one. Just again, Taro having great success on the QS Tour North America. They're both Californians. They both know how their equipment's going to work here. And then the Ty Lee, right, which is a name that we have yet to see compete at this level. And I'm really excited to see those new names.
Yeah, it's going to be a very stylish heat. We know that as well. And speaking of style, the women will be coming correct in Heat 2 of round of 24. Sawyer Lindblad, Sierra Kerr, and Rubiana Brownell. Kind of a similar story to the men's heat that we picked previously. Sawyer Lindblad, she's won everything you could win at the amateur and pro junior level. Sierra Kerr, she just competed at Pipeline at 15 years old. Of course, probably the best young aerialist on the planet. And Rubiana Brownell, well, she's got something to prove, right? She's going to make her name here at the World Junior Championships. Well, we've got action coming right around the corner. Plenty of heats throughout the day. We're going to fire our way through hopefully multiple rounds of surfing for men and women. Our surfers have taken to the water. We're going to take a quick break, but stay tuned. We will be right back. We're going to start this event with a hammer. Junior Championship hosted by Best Western. Awami from Japan. Good luck with waves out there. These are the best underswing surfers from the world. Really exciting. Everybody is not always so. Welcome back to Dawn Patrol here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Waves are here, competitors are in the lineup, and we can't talk about the weight of winning a World Junior Championship without showing you our past champions. This is basically your who's who. We're talking the Hall of Fame of World Junior Champions. And this is a list that, when you go back and you read some of these names for men and women, you really kind of start to feel the magnitude of what it means to win this contest. Rosie, I know you've been a big part of the World Junior Championships for a long time now. When you look at this list of names for men and women, I mean, we have world champions on here. We have legends of our sport up on screen now.
That's what it is. I mean, this really does just explode your profile. It makes you walk a little taller when you've won a World Junior Championship, and as soon as you enter into that Challenger Series, you know that you've got that accolade behind you. It's such a good draw card when you're negotiating with sponsors. But yeah, it's just really, it does highlight some of the best surfers in the world as they go on further in their career.
Yeah, and you think back even beyond 2005, this Junior Series has been around for a very long time, and it's been a very illustrious event. I mean, Kelly Slater, even in the 90s we were surfing these types of events. So it's got a long legacy style type of event. It's good to be back because we've had a hiatus for a little bit.
Yeah, who will be the next Gabriel Medina? Who will be the next Junior World Champion? Starting with you, Pete. I'm throwing it right out there bright and early. Who's going to win this contest for men and women?
Fitting. We just saw Cowley Voss. I think he's my pick for this event. I know that Jet Schilling's right in there. I have kind of two. I'm torn between the two, but I just feel like the well-roundedness of Cowley, the confidence that he's been carrying lately, just putting up big numbers. I would say Cowley's the guy on the men's side.
Rosie?
I agree with Pete on your men's pick, and then for me, I feel like it would just be such a sweet feeling for Alyssa Spencer to win this event, especially after last season, that heartbreak. I think she'll deserve this win, and I'd like to see her get it.
All right, well, a couple great picks there. AJ, who is going to take out this event?
I know I'm doing something right when I'm thinking the same way as Peter Mel and Rosie Hodge, because I am also going with Cowley on the men's side. I feel like he just built so much confidence toward the end of last season. We're going to see him carry that forward into World Juniors. And Alyssa, she called that loss at Haleiwa one of the most heartbreaking losses she's ever endured. She's taken the last few weeks to renew, refocus, and re-energize herself for this 2023 season. I think her local knowledge is going to play a big role this week, so I'm taking Alyssa on the women's side.
Okay, Cote, what about you? You can't just get off the hook. Who's your pick?
I'm going all local. Alyssa Spencer is the easy choice for me, not just because of what she's done in Jersey throughout the entire year, but from what I see her do out here every single day. And my other pick, another local, Levi Slauson. And I do love all the big names that have come through here, but if you've seen what Levi has been doing lately on social media and what he does out here on any given day, Levi Slauson, to me, I would say he's kind of the dark horse threat to take out this whole thing. But I think picking winners at this event extremely difficult, because every time I look up at the screen, I see another surfer like Sierra Kerr. I thought, oh, man, how do you not pick Sierra Kerr out here, who absolutely rips this place on any given day? And the confidence that these young surfers have brought with them. I mean, think of Sierra, all the things she's won in 2022. Well, it is no easy task, but we're all winners because we're all about to see some of the best surfing in the world right now for under 20 years old. Our first heat in the lineup, Cowley Voss, Ryan Kainalo, and Tenchi Iwami, all three surfers, France, Brazil, Japan, representing their regions. Cowley Voss, I mean, his story throughout 2022, definitely his best year of competition. I'd say his best year of his life, just from the spectacle that he showed us in Tahiti and how he really put his name on the map as a surfer to watch out for. Kainalo, kind of a similar story from Brazil. Iwami, I would say he was, I don't want to say the underdog because his competitive history, of course, is massive, but in terms of household names, Cowley Voss has to be the biggest name in this heat and also the best competitive record so far in 2022.
Yeah, he is unbelievable. You touched on it, just his success in Tahiti as a wild card, making it all the way to the finals, knocking out Kelly Slater. His run in that event just really put him on the roadmap.
Well, here you go, your first wave in competition here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. It's going to go to Iwami, surfing out of Japan. Tenchi won the Asia Pro Junior earlier in the year. He had a year with a couple of injuries, but from what we're seeing here on this first wave, he is looking loose, limber, and ready to rip. Couple big turns out the back, a nice strong finish. So to me right there, that is the textbook Seaside Reef wave. Get your big turns out the back, make the connection, finish strong. And right behind him, Ryan Kainalo, 16 years old from Ubatuba, Brazil. So Kainalo, basically, I would say a very similar wave. We didn't see what he did on the outside as we were finishing off with the Wami's wave, but right there, the lefts are going to be the standout waves of the morning for sure. You're going to see between 4 to 6 turns from the outside all the way to the inside. I feel like both of those surfers gave the judges something to think about early in the morning with 2 opening great waves.
Well, what a good feeling to start off so quickly in a heat. And I think for me, looking at Tenchi's wave, his equipment's looking so lively under his feet. I like the way that he's carrying his style through his maneuvers and his speed. So, you know, we've been talking a lot about Kauli. We've yet to see him open up his account. So this is cool to get started early, to stay warm. And here he goes.
Waves are pumping. Kali Voss is a big opening snap there for Kali Voss. He's had some big results on the year. So you got to get that big turn straight away out the back. You're going to do a little bit of connecting work through that inside section. So Kali's wave not as long as the waves from blue and white, but definitely got one big belt out the back. He did get a 9.1 ride, one of the highest scoring waves at the Haleiwa Challenger, where he ended up getting 5th place. And who could forget his 2nd place finish as a wild card, the Outer Known Tahiti Pro. And Kali, 20 years old, goofy footed. He's in that class of veteran junior surfers.
Yeah, he's amazing, and he's so humble. Chris, you talk about those scores that he was able to get in Haleiwa. He was like super surprised that he was getting 9s, and it's so funny listening to his post-heat interviews. That first maneuver there, that deep bottom turn, really set up Tenchi for that great first maneuver. This wave kind of goes that little flat on the outside section as he just winds it through a couple cutback maneuvers. But definitely for me, that deep bottom turn, top turn connection on that first section is where we're really going to see most of the score come through. Yeah, and he gets a clean finish.
You know, to me, the challenge here is going to be making the middle section of this wave look interesting, as we see now Ryan Kainalo.
Yeah, this is the part of the wave that we kind of missed on that first look. So he got 2 turns out the outside section as well. Ryan linking through this wave. Maybe a little bit smaller than Tenchi's wave, and maybe not as dynamic a maneuver out the back, but still it's a good wave to open up on and just figure out what the judges are looking for and figure out the criteria as well as the lineup.
Yeah, I think thankfully for a lot of our traveling competitors, the majority of the Seaside local kids, and I'll tell you, there's about 30, 40 amazing young surfers out here, but this being the World Junior Championships, you know, only 2 surfers from various regions around the world, so a lot of the local junior threats weren't able to qualify, and they're probably watching out there, you know, right now, they're lot trolling, looking out in the lineup going, oh bro, you missed that spot, you missed that section, what are you doing right there? So this is a pretty vexing wave for surfers that haven't surfed it a lot. You know, peek out the back, and like we said, you've got to get busy early. You know, with Tenchi getting that quick second follow-up waves, this is it looked like a mid-range set, and you know, I'm seeing a lot of really cool influences in Tenchi's surfing. I see a hints of bead Durbage, you know, in his bottom turn. His fundamentals obviously are perfect. You know, his opening wave, he really showed his clean, silky, smooth style, and I think that's probably the difference between what we're seeing in the World Junior level now as to what we saw maybe 5 or 10 years ago. I mean, these surfers now, tons of power, solid fundamentals, and a lot of veteran knowledge, including this surfer on screen, Jet Schilling, who I know you surf a lot with, Rosie. Is Jet ready to be a World Junior champion?
Oh my gosh, he just looks super confident at the moment. He's been training hard, he's been surfing a bunch, so it's going to be fun to see him. Kauli straight off the back of that 6.67. Let's see how he can back it up.
Big wrapping turn there, so the tide is pushing right now. It's going to be coming up pretty high mid-morning here. Nicely placed snap. And here's where he's going to have to make the connection work. Our most famous local, Rob Machado, who would be out here right now if there wasn't an event happening. He has a knack of making the connection from the outside all the way to the inside look so easy and so smooth. So these surfers are going to have to tap into some Machado-esque knowledge if they want to maximize the potential of these waves. As we see Kainalo now So far, I'm so impressed just with the power and the style that all these surfers in the lineup right now are showing us. You know, you think of junior surfers and, you know, you could think of like, okay, nerves, maybe they'll still learning, make a couple mistakes, but we haven't really seen that. I don't think we're going to see that all week long. These junior surfers are ready for what's in front of them. 23 minutes on the clock as we see Kainalo making his way back out. Scorers are dropping in. A lot of mid-rangers coming through there. The biggest numbers so far, Kali Voss, that's 6.67. Tenshi Iwami's first wave is a 5.83. We'll see what Ryan Kainalo could get himself on this second wave. As his first score came through, a 4.83. There was a lot of waiting on this wave, but patience can pay off for you because there is a pretty solid section that appears every once in a while on that inside.
Yeah, and Ryan surfed this wave really well. I feel like this was even an improvement from, you know, just in the caliber of his turns from his first wave, and just seeing the way that he's kind of starting to figure out the lineup. And then Kauli really looking to try and find a bit more of a critical section. I think we're going to see a lot of roundhouse cutbacks this week as we go through that kind of section right there. And it is so important to get that really crisp outside maneuver, but then also mixing up, you know, the rail turns. I think that variety is going to really, the judges are going to think about that emphasis.
Yeah, and I think being creative through that mid portion of the wave is going to come into a critical role as we get through competition. The judges, of course, they appreciate a nice, powerful roundhouse cutback, but when you've seen 50 of them on the span of a couple days, you might want to think about switching things up. I think fortunately for Kali Vast on that wave, he was offered a pretty unique section. It was almost like a crumbly closeout, but I think he placed that layback snap perfectly. The judges agreed there. That score is going to come through just under the mid-range. But here he is again. Kali utilizing the consistency of this swell. This is kind of a lingering swell from the past few days where you would have seen this wave on Friday about 4 times as big and out of control. So luckily it's dropped just a little bit, but still overhead. And a lot of opportunities out there as Kali makes his way all the way to that inside section. Still with 21 minutes to go. Rosie, we're looking at the same, pretty much the same exact format. I mean, copy-paste from a championship tour event. Is that a way of giving these surfers kind of an edge moving forward through their career, and also, you know, getting them familiarized with the CT system?
Oh, it's such an advantage to have this format, to surf in it, to really become muscle memory. So when you do make it onto the Challenger Series, when you do make it onto the Championship Tour, you know all about the format and how to play the game. Kauli's done so well on this wave. I like the flow in this wave, Chris. You know, that first turn maybe got a little sticky on the rail, but the way he was able to link up and find something critical there was really nice. And then finding that flow through the midsection. This wave goes completely flat. He has to kind of manufacture the speed to get to this inside section. Kind of hits it off the top there. But you can see this kid kind of start to surf into momentum in this heat.
So there is a right that comes off the left when the tide's like this. And for the most part, it's a pretty mushy wave. The good part about the right off the peak these surfers are sitting is that sometimes on the inside you can get a huge ramp, and I think when surfers who are a little bit more familiar with this wave come up, guys like Levi Slauson, you know, they're gonna potentially go to the right, but I think right now for the morning, I think these first couple of big scores, everything is gonna happen on this left. You see Kali Voss come through with his backup wave. That's gonna be a 4.93 for Tenshi Iwami, just now sitting on that 5.83. So Kainalo, coming from Ubatuba, Brazil. There's a couple good surfers out of Ubatuba, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's a hotbed of talent coming out of Brazil. It's yeah, definitely Ryan. Watching him at Haleiwa, then that last Challenger event, he really came on my radar there. He had some big heat wins, some taking out some big names. So it's super fun to watch all of these juniors and see how their careers progress.
See Jackson Bunch right there, and there's the Beeve. Coaches, young surfers out here studying the lineup. Jackson Bunch, I mean, that's a name we've been hearing for, what, 10 years now. He came on the scene as about a 8-year-old doing backflips, and it's really cool to kind of see, you know, I think a lot of the times, just like you see on the qualifying series, the Challenger Series, you know, these young surfers come up, they win everything you can win in the amateur ranks, and then that 14, 15, 16-year-old range, I mean, that's when you're starting to compete against guys like Cowley Bass, 18, 19, 20-year-olds. So there is a kind of a sophomore slump that you can see even in the amateur ranks. You know, Jackson Bunch, who was touted as one of the best grommet surfers in the world. Great to see him back. You know, he's filled out a little bit, and he's definitely put up some big numbers and some big results for him. So we will see him in the second heat coming out of the Big Island. Jackson Bunch. Excuse me, coming out of Maui. You don't want to get those islands confused.
No.
You don't want to do that. Keanu Singh is down here. So it's nice to see these surfers, you know, not only getting prepared, getting here early, checking things out, but also, you know, bringing some backup. It's always good to bring a high-level coach or, you know, challenge competitive surfer with you to just help you get through this event, which every heat is going to be extremely tough.
I wonder if anyone's kind of tapping into some Rob Machado knowledge, just kind of sending out a sneaky text here and there and getting some insight from him. And it would be so good to have that local knowledge and someone that knows the lineup kind of in your corner. We've been seeing that on the CT, a lot of the surfers leaning on, you know, really legend locals.
We got 17 minutes to go. You know, like I said earlier, so Taylor Steele got his start right here at Seaside Reef, his first movie called Seaside and Beyond. And from here, took over the world. And it was pretty cool. For a while, all the Momentum Generation guys, when they would come into town, they would come straight to Seaside. I remember early footage of Martin Potter out here just ripping this place up. You would see Slater, you know, Ross Williams, Taylor Knox, the whole crew on any given day down here. And then, you know, you go back a little bit even further, and Seaside Reef has been the spot in Encinitas where the best surfing happens. You know, the best surfers pretty much start here all the way back to the 70s and 80s. You see Cali right there, up and out. 16:23 on the clock so far. Loving the consistency of this swell. Iwami, his last two waves right now have been kind of closed out. And I have not seen anybody even look at the right, which is probably pretty smart when you're seeing the biggest scores so far coming through on this left. Again, I would just say focus on the middle part of that wave. The outside big snap, you know, that's something you have to do if you want to get a big score. One big snap immediately on the outside, but the interesting part is going to be that mid portion and making it look exciting. You know, it's not like the Huntington Beach hop, right? You're not really fighting to make the connection. You have to make the inside section work for you. And what do you do on a kind of a mushier part of a wave where the face is maybe kind of flat? Is there anything besides a cut back that you can do to add points to your score?
Well, it's all about keeping that flow and keeping that momentum up. But like you said, Chris, it's so important to do that dynamic maneuver out the back, to do something flashy, and then it kind of makes that little midsection a little bit more bearable when you're like, okay, I know I've done that big turn on the outside. I can kind of weave my way through this, maintain my speed, and really kind of identify the section that I want to hit. Because what I'm noticing, you know, can stand up on that little mushy section right there, but to get across, to get over to that other little wedge on the other side, you really have to kind of work that leg strength and find a bit of connection on the inside.
I mean, I think one thing that makes Rob Machado such a masterful surfer, coming from here, he had to learn how to get over these kind of long ribs. So you'll see these surfers in that flat section. A lot of times it's not just kind of like a mushy flat section. There's actually a rib coming up the face. Rob had the ability, or developed the ability, to be able to kind of use that rib as almost like a speed pump.
Yeah.
So if these surfers can tap into that a little bit, it's not a given that there's going to be a ramp or a good end section on the inside, you know, part of this wave. So if you put 45 seconds to a minute in riding a wave all the way to the beach and there's nothing for you on the inside, yeah, that's going to be considered a waste of time. But I think you have to try. I don't think we're going to see big scores without a big finish. You know, you look at the scores, 6, 6, 7. You know, Kali got a good solid ender on that one. And Tenchi's first wave, that 5.83, he had a pretty decent finish as well. So while that's not the bulk of the score, I would say that leaving that last impression in the judge's mind is going to be pretty paramount today.
You're kind of bookending it, right? You're going out there, you got that one hit on the outside, maybe two, and then making sure you make it through that inside section, slingshot yourself on the ribs of the face of the wave, and find something fun on the inside that kind of highlights that wave.
So 13:26 to go. Another local ripper, Blair Marlin right there. Now working behind the scenes with a lot of these surfers, developing new talent as we see Kainalo. So another fun kind of research report that we can see right now is the goofy versus regular conversation, which has really kind of gotten less and less exciting because everybody's so good now. There's not really, many waves around the world that are really kind of a goofy or regular favorite wave. I think Kainalo, what he just did, even just the glimpse that we saw in his backhand, historically going backside on a mushier wave, it's going to be a lot harder, but these surfers are so good now that they can make every type of wave look good.
Yeah, and I think on your backhand on this wave too, it also offers you that opportunity to really draw out that bottom turn and identify that lip line and square your shoulders up to it. So it's fun to watch the different shades of surfing that you see on the front side and the back side. Going left out here.
Well, Kainalo has won 2 Pro Junior events this year, one in Bolito, one in Punta Roca, so that tells me he's been around the world and back a few times. He's riding Paisel boards out of Brazil. He's got 12 minutes to go here. We've got 4 waves each by our surfers in the lineup. You see that little offshore breeze there. I mean, it is beautiful out here this morning. It's chilly.
It's cold.
Definitely chilly.
It's not warm, but it is so fun to see, someone who's a teenager like Ryan. He comes from Ubatuba, Brazil, but he's kind of become already like a citizen of the world, the way that he's traveling and the experiences that he's having at different events. And that's going to really hone his abilities when he goes out and really chases his dream of becoming a professional surfer full time.
As it stands now, Calivast, the 6.67 and a 4.93 is in the lead. Kainalo and Iwami are right there. Both surfers, well, Ryan would need a 6.54. Tenchi would need a 5.78, so Tenchi does have priority. Priority out here at Seaside. I would say that's another advantage that you're going to have, just due to the fact that this wave can be pretty fickle in terms of how many sets come through. The cadence of it, 1 set wave or 4 set wave. It's kind of hard to judge. So sitting out the back with priority, you're going to have a good lay of the land. There is a boil that will pop up out there, especially when the tide drops a little bit. That makes things a little bit easier to decipher in terms of the takeoff zone. But like every break around the world, there's a few lineups. We've got some bathrooms and hills in the background that some of the locals can line up with. But it is a pretty shifty peak depending on the swell direction. So even the locals can have a little bit of a tough time to just exactly decipher the takeoff zone. But I think everyone so far in this heat has maximized the swell potential today.
But even just listening to you and your insight of having this as a local break and talking about how it handles different size swells, where there may be 4 different lineups and takeoff zones, as we see the swells kind of shift. I think today that swell's even going to build. So things are going to change a little bit, Chris, aren't they? Like here and there, we're going to really have to keep an eye on the lineup with the tide going up and down and the swell kind of improving. So you've got to keep a keen eye on the lineup, I feel like. I think time out in the water is obviously key, but if you're not local and you're just flying in, you're going to be wanting to sit on this beach and watch it and see how it behaves throughout the day.
Yeah, definitely tide affected. And I think the last couple of weeks we've seen really high highs and low lows. So when this thing drops out a little bit, you're going to see it pretty bowly on the outside. But see right here, I mean, even though that was a mistake from Iwami, you saw how the wave built up. It does have a lowers-like quality to it where, if you can get up quick, you have a great opportunity out the back. But for Iwami right there, it looked like that wave may have started to slow down a little bit. We are seeing a little bit of bump coming up with so much swell over the past few days. I mean, the ocean is definitely, has its wobbles right now. But with 8:48 to go, looking at surfers back out into the lineup. So like we have said, you know, with the broadcast, with the, of course, with the A+ commentary crew, we're giving these juniors everything they deserve. And AJ McCord knows full well as well, the judging is the same panel that you would see on a championship tour event. AJ McCord, our judges, are here, and so far they have been on point as always.
Right behind me, they are doing their best they can with this first heat in the water as we speak. And I got a chance to touch base with the head judge, find out the criteria for this wave as the best of the World Juniors take it on. Do you guys know this is a predominantly left wave? So what the judges are looking for is they want to see these surfers really attack the outside section of this wave, carry that power through the middle section. They also told me that the high performance moves, right, those moves above the lip, those are going to be highly rewarded. Major combinations that get executed with the speed, the power, the flow in the most critical sections also going to be rewarded. They want to see some progressive stuff as well, you guys. So it seems like you guys can translate that better than I can, but to me that sounds like attack this wave at every single section and push the limits here at World Juniors.
Totally agreed, AJ. Yeah, I doubt we're going to see many barrels throughout the week. I mean, it could be pumping later on this week, so I could be eating those words. But, you know, Rosie, just like we see waves like Huntington Beach, lower trestles, kind of your classic California breaks, this is an air wave. And if you've watched any of the videos that have come out of this place, there's a recent one called The Lockdown that shows the potential of this wave. There's a Kainalo right there, just maybe putting a little bit too much on it. You know, this is one of those waves where you're going to get that mix of power and performance. Big turns, big carves out the back, but then that inside section, it is a rampy zone. And I think we're going to see some big airs throughout this event. And, you know, for me, if anybody's going to do the best airs we've seen in competition yet, it's the juniors.
Definitely. I mean, they've got springy ligaments still. Their knees and ankles are intact, so they're limber and they're ready for it. And that's what's exciting about maximizing the sections. And the judges really, you know, they send out the message of what they want to see throughout the day, and they make it clear. They want to see those big hits on the outside. They want to see you maintain that speed and do something dynamic on the inside section. And I'm excited to see more of that progression as this kind of competition unfolds throughout the day.
So for surfers on the junior level, you know, I would say 80% of the surfers we have in this field for men and women have competed on the qualifying series, a lot of them on the Challenger series as well. But do you think the majority of this field is fully comfortable and aware of the current WSL priority system?
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, how many reps have all these surfers had in this priority kind of three-man priority, and how well do they know how to utilize it to their advantage? So it's going to be fun to see, you know, the surfers that have a lot of experience, and then those other surfers that are going to kind of figure it out as they go.
Well, we got 5.5 left. Little breeze coming through on the day. We're going to be, of course, watching the winds throughout this week. In the past few days, you know, we've seen everything from howling onshore storm surf to beautiful giant glassy waves. And so far on the day, it's been looking nice and fun as you see Kainalo getting the note, get up early, do something big on the outside, and then try to maximize its inside potential. So great section to work with for Ryan Kainalo. You know, just placing those backside hooks, setting things up, not wasting space or time, but also, you know, not trying to force it. I think the last turn, maybe his patience wore thin just a little bit, tried to force that final turn, but you just saw those 3 or 4 setups through the inside. I mean, I like the looks of those turns. I'd say they were a little bit beyond setup turns because he was throwing a ton of spray, but nicely done for Kainalo.
You know, and in the scheme of things, Ryan looking for that 6.54 on this wave, really trying to dig deep and find more critical sections. It kind of went a little bit fat on him on that outside section. But like you said, even the turns in between were really pretty spicy and on rails. So this wave really offered that little cupping section through the mid there. And then coming through on the inside there, like you said, he got a little bit impatient waiting for that lip line. You know, everyone in this heat is surfing for that first place position to advance into that next round. Second and third, they go into that elimination round. So, you know, if you want to skip around, you want to end up in first place in this heat. So everyone's surfing for first at the moment.
I like that they're surfing the CT format as well. This is what they would be surfing on the championship tour. So it's kind of cool to see these junior surfers getting a taste of that. On the qualifier series, you're going to start with 4 surfers in your heat, and it's kind of that classic format. But here we're going championship tour style. Top surfer will skip around second and third. They're going to have to fight it out in the second round as we take a look back at what happened in this heat so far, starting with Tenchi Iwami.
Yeah, Tenchi just starting off with such good intentions in this heat. Thought he was going to really warm up into something special. Kauli with the best wave of the heat so far. That's 6.67 in his scoreline. Just solid base surfing from him.
I feel like he answers questions with every event that he surfs. Starting with, I would say, the event that put him on the map, the outer known Tahiti Pro in early 2022, where he basically became a global superstar, and now he's becoming a competitive superstar as well, controlling this heat so far. But Ryan Kainalo right there in second place has done some good work. He just really hasn't had that one giant moment, which I know all 3 of these surfers are capable of showing us. But so far, so good for all 3 of these surfers. Tenchi Iwami, he's still sitting on a .80 as his backup, so he is right now in the battle to find something to try to match what Callie and Ryan both have for their backup scores. But he only needs a 5.78, and we know that number is out there. It's just a matter of getting yourself in the right position, and unfortunately for Tenchi, he's got to wait because Kauli Vast has first priority out here.
Yeah, Kauli's going to try and control these last 2 minutes. And Tenchi, I mean, with that 5.83 that he got on his opening ride, the potential is right there. Can he get on this wave, Chris?
Will it be a 5.78?
Oh.
It will not. So that's the 4th unforced error that Tenchi Iwami has suffered on his past 4 waves. There is some bump coming up the face, so it's by no means perfect out here right now. I feel like the bigger the better.
Yeah.
The bigger sets have been the cleanest so far. So it's easy, Rosie. Just go out there and get the biggest, best wave of the heat. You're going to get the big score.
And that's what Kauli's done so well. But, when you look at Tenchi, those last 4 waves, they've been similar-looking waves. So every time that he's taken off, he's done that similar kind of bog on the rail. It has looked like it's going to have that stand-up section, and then it kind of dies out as it hits that deeper water. So definitely looking for a bit more size to get a bit more scoring potential.
Yeah, it's funny what a foot or 2 will do out here. The waves that Tenchi just got, as you said, they're right in that same similar range, where if you look at the high-scoring waves from Kauli and Ryan and Tenchi, his first wave, I mean, those were some of the bigger waves we saw come through of the morning. And speaking of those medium-sized waves, here's one for Ryan Kainalo. And it just didn't quite hit the reef right on the outside section, but he's going to see what this one has to offer through to this inside. So kind of just setting things up. And now building speed, looking for the ramp, and he gets it. So a quick back 3 for Kainalo. And he had to wait for that section to come up. But I liked what he did with it. I liked how he was kind of stalling in the whitewater, just trying to maintain his speed, as now we see Tenchi out the back. And this wave even flatter than that previous wave from Kainalo. He did catch it in time, and it looks like he could potentially be fading right. So this wave, Seaside does have 3 predominant breaks. Now he's coming to a section called Palisades. He goes to the air, comes down. But that heat belonged to Kauli Vast from the very beginning. So I would say that was kind of a nice and steady heat. There was none of those moments that really blew you out of your seat yet. And I put a lot of emphasis on yet, because there will be those moments throughout the week. But that heat, nicely served. 6.67 for the high mark for Kauli Vast. What does that tell you the judges are looking for?
Those big turns on the outside, Chris. It's all about making that outside connection if you want to be rewarded.
So as we surf through the championship tour format, we can call it. We call it the World Junior Championship format as well now, because your top surfer will skip around. Second and third place surfers, they're going into that second round. It's non-elimination surfing. Day 1 here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Coming up next, Brody Sale, Jackson Bunch, and Saxon Reaver. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action.
The SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western are brought to you by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai every day, and by Best Western Hotels and Resorts.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. Here is Heat 2, Brody Sale, Jackson Bunch, Saxon Reber, two Hawaiians going up against an Australian. Brody Sale, Jackson Bunch, we've heard those names a lot in the past 5 or 6 years. Both surfers with stellar amateur careers. Saxon Reber, he has been on a global tear throughout 2022. So far, this year, he's surfed 10 QS events and 9 Pro Junior events.
Oh my goodness, the guy is busy.
Frequent flyer miles all day.
He's sitting up front for sure, right? Surely.
Hopefully, with all that traveling. Starting with your surfer in blue, Jackson Bunch, Paia Maui. Jackson Bunch, he surfed in the Challenger Series at Haleiwa. He is your 2019 ISA World Junior Champion. He's won the Papara Pro Junior this year. He got second place at the Sunset Pro Junior. Guess who beat him at Sunset?
Brody?
Brody Sale beat him at Sunset, got the win there. So storylines coming into this, I would say Brody and Jackson have been competing against each other for many, many years. This may be their first time surfing against Saxon Reber. Brody Sale from the Big Island. He's actually surfed 3 Challenger Series events. He got a 9th place finish in Sydney. He did win the Sunset Pro Junior. Comes from Kailua Kona on the Big Island. And he's got some pretty solid mentors. Shane Dorian, Kelly Slater. He did get put on the Slater Designs team. And he will have a starring section in the new Allen Hazardous Waste film created by Chloe Andino's production company. So Brody Sale, I mean, he is a superstar on the rise. Saxon Reber from Australia. Like we mentioned, I mean, he's probably surfed more heats than anyone in this field. With 10 QSs and 9 Pro Juniors on the year. He did get a 5th place finish in a QS event. Riding Chili surfboards, and he is here to put his name on the map here in America as a surfer to watch. Saxon Reber, and now it's all about who gets the first of this. It's a great example, kind of just your standard seaside wave. It's a little bit of a roll of the dice on some of these, the first set, because you never really know if it's going to hit the reef, right? That wave you saw right there, kind of crumbly, and then that section came too quick, so you wouldn't have had speed going into it. I think so far, you know, with Kalle Vost and Ryan Kainalo and Tenchi in that first heat, getting those first couple of bigger set waves kind of really showed the potential that we have out there today.
Yeah, utilizing that priority. I think when you have it, just sticking to your guns, sitting out the back, and being aware of that kind of boil section to indicate when that better, bigger set wave is going to stand up in front of you. Yeah, it's fun to see how these guys kind of utilize their priority. Let's go.
Now, Brody Sale, perfect placement there. You see him away from the pack, speeding down the line, gets up into the lip, and the offshore wind just blows him right off his board. You saw that kind of a little bit wider on the takeoff, as now we see Jackson Bunch, the goofy footer, in this heat. Turn to start there. Kind of some froth coming up on this wave. It makes it a little tricky for him to stay on rail. Pretty bumpy on the face. So the first wave that kind of ran away from Brody right there looked like the cleanest, as we saw Jackson wave. Just kind of bumpy, so nothing of note yet, but still, of course, plenty of time on the clock. As we surfer in white, Saxon Reber with priority out the back. That's got to feel good when you're sitting with priority and you have all the time in the world to really kind of decipher this wave and try to activate with something big on your first ride.
Yeah, and also knowing that both of the surfers that have kind of handed over that priority, they don't have something of substance just yet. So I'm going to sit out there, control the lineup, and just know that you can really pick up the litter. You're not too far behind the pack after the other two surfers have had a wave.
Well, with 2018 to go, a couple of quick scores coming through that nothing world-changing just yet, but plenty of time to go. We will see more big numbers. And speaking of big numbers, Kali Vass coming through with an 11.60 total. First win of the first heat of the day. Kali Vass proving everybody right who picked him as a threat in this event. He is standing by now with AJ McCord.
Kali, starting off 2023 very strong. You got out here about a week ago. You said you got a chance to surf this when it was really big a few days ago. How did that experience help you in your first heat?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. It's been a week I'm here, and yeah, I had the chance to surf the big swell. I was kind of scared because I was alone here, and I got one wave. And no, yeah, it's a good wave. It's a hard wave to surf because there's like the reef and yeah, it's like moving a lot. So yeah, no, but I'm stoked with the win of this first heat.
Now you are here with your sister as well. She did join you. Her coach is here. She's getting ready for her heat a little bit later on. You guys have surfed competitions before, but what's it going to be like for you to support her now that your work is done for the day?
Yeah, it's always fun, and I'm super proud of her every time. So yeah, to be in the same competition, it's something special to have my sister on my side, and she knows she has me on her side too. So yeah, we're working together. We help us together. So yeah, it's always nice, and yeah, I want her to win her heat soon. So yeah, I'm gonna be here for the backup and stuff.
The last time you guys surfed together, you won the event together, right? So maybe a little bit of good luck coming into this one.
Yeah, I hope. I mean, let's get the momentum going. And yeah, the last one, it was in Europe, and it was my last junior. I mean, this one is my last junior of my career, but the one before, yeah, we won together. So we were like, it was something special.
We'll look forward to seeing you later in the competition. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so Kali Vass right there, applying a little bit of low-key pressure to himself. His last junior event ever. Well, you know what you got to do in your last junior event, right?
Oh, well, you got to, yeah. Well, you know what, Tahitians have had a lot of success at the World Junior Champs. You think about Vahine Ferrero winning a World Junior title. So, yeah, no doubt that we're going to see the Vass family do really well in this event.
So 20:56 on the clock, your first winner of the day, Kali Vass. We're representing France by way of Tahiti. We saw a quick look there from Brody Sale. Now out the back, this is Jackson Bunch getting this wave with priority. Quick snap to take off. Nicely using that kind of outside ledge. And I love where he placed that second turn. I mean, there was nothing beyond that. So that was really perfect placement by Jackson Bunch. Didn't make the inside section, which will pretty much, I would say, cut his score in half in terms of potential. Saxon Reber got a wave all the way through, came through at a 3.33. Curious to see Brody Sale's score. His wave was not easy to surf, but Brody has a way of kind of making tough waves look easy. I think for Brody, growing up on the Big Island, you surf a lot of kind of strange boiling reef, you know, kind of, I don't want to say novelty waves, but let's just say challenging waves to surf. So I think he's going to be feeling at home out here. But again, while this wave has a lot of familiarity to it, there is a lot of mystery out in this lineup for some of these first timers. I mean, Callie Vost, who's been around the world and back surfing every type of wave, said it best right there. It is a little confusing out there. So we see your surfer in white. This is Saxon Reber out of Australia. Kind of a nice flowy turn right there. So it's pretty cool to see the mix-up of styles as well. At this junior level, I'd say this is kind of where your style is, I won't say fully developed, but you kind of know what this person's going to surf like for the rest of their life. So it is fun to see a lot of different unique styles. I'm seeing some kind of almost Craig Anderson vibes there, maybe a little bit more aggression, but these guys, fully developed surfers, under 20 years old. Here's Brody Sale's last wave.
Yeah, Brody, like you said, this is a really tricky wave to surf, and Brody kind of had a good read on it, tried to position himself on those kind of better stand-up sections. But it definitely had that kind of lump up the face that he had to kind of really negotiate through every maneuver there. Stayed on his feet for the finish, but he never really got to sink his teeth in. I was really impressed with this transition from Jackson Bunch. I think that these two maneuvers on the outside, to me, have been the standout so far. Like you said, he didn't get that inside connection, but the two quick maneuvers out the back, the combination of them really seemed pretty interesting to me.
Yeah, that score is going to come through above that mid-range mark. So Brody Sale, who looked like he was kind of just trying to work things out in his opening wave, getting a little bit looser there. When I look at Brody, if you squint, he's somewhere between Jordy Smith and John style-wise.
That is such a good call. That is really an interesting read on his style.
17:50 to go. The score comes through for Jackson Bunch, a 5.5, so just above that mid-range. So that is a perfect kind of illustration, right? If he had done those three turns out the back, got a connection, and finished with a big move on the inside, I mean, he would be looking at potentially 7 or an 8 if the inside move was really spectacular. But I think that's a great job by our judges to kind of show the emphasis on completing your wave. So right there with over kind of half of a perfect score achieved just on the outside section. If Jackson Bunch gets that connector to the inside, we could be looking at another big number. This was Brody Sale's last wave, a 4.67 back to the 4.17.
Yeah, Brody definitely has shades of that kind of Jordy as he's waiting on the bottom to hit the lip. And it's interesting because when you look at his profile on the WSL, Brody's picture, he looks like a little kid. And you look at him now and he's kind of growing into himself. He's got a lot of muscle that he's put on over the last few years. So, you think about how many changes you have to make as you kind of going through all those changes, your equipment and just the way that your body is changing. Brody's doing so well. That added power is really looking good on him.
Jackson Bunch now. Got a good section to work with on the outside here. And you see this wave starting to develop nicely for Jackson. He's going to stick with it. Board looks like it's glowing out in the early morning lineup. So mixing his turns up there, throwing a layback through on that mid portion, not wasting anything on that wave. And there's a fine line, right, between trying too hard. The new terminology that I've heard my kids say is sweat. Don't be a sweat. Don't try too hard. The judges will know if you're being sweaty out in the lineup. So kind of riding on that red line of putting enough effort, obviously, in, but not making it look forced. These surfers have done that nicely so far. Big swooping turn for Saxon Reber. Another solid snap. So sometimes the mid portion of this wave can surprise you with a nice steep section, and I think for Reber, he's got the most of it on that inside, blowing the tail out. So right there was a great example of a surfer who built momentum through the wave, and throughout that entirety of it, he kind of wrote that story. It was starting to crescendo, and he had the big finish. To me, that's going to be a great score for Saxon Reber, and nice looking surfing, really clean style.
Well, those last two waves from, I feel like Jackson and Saxon, two of the better waves that we've seen shape-wise through the day, as they just kind of hit and hug that reef a little bit better in my mind. And good surfing from Saxon, the way that he blew the tail out a couple of times. I like the way that he kind of, it's unassuming too. You're kind of watching him, you're like, what's he going to do? He's got a good flow. He comes through this inside section and he winds through this kind of cutback maneuver, but this is where he gets a little bit more aggro. Chris throws that tail out, does the whip through in that first third of the wave. And then again, another few maneuvers with that same kind of intent as he drifts those fins, but definitely on this inside section, that last little hook was great emphasis on that ride. But this wave from Jackson, really intrigued with what the score is going to be, because this first maneuver was so beautiful in my mind, just smooth and flowy. You know, as you see, there's lumps and bumps to contend with, but this guy just looks like he reads it so well for where he's going to place his maneuvers and what he wants to do. Like you said, that layback maneuver just kind of showing us a bit more variety, not too monotonous on that kind of rail cutback turn.
Scores come through for Saxon Reber. It's a 6.5, our high mark of the day. And that was one of those waves that, you know, as a surfer gets you so fired up, because you know, you feel like, okay, well, I've already done 3 or 4 turns. I've done the work, but then there's these bonus sections. And I feel like the bonus sections on the inside really made up the majority of that score. So the judges said early they want to see your tail flying out the back. They want to see airs. They want to see big performance, high-performance surfing. And Saxon kind of gave them everything that they wanted to see. So I like the wind-up on the outside and the story of that wave as kind of a freight trainer. And he really maximized everything through the secondary part of the wave, as now we see Jackson again free falling out of the lip. So far, Jackson has really done an amazing job of mixing up his turns. And again, I mean, could you have placed that turn any better?
Yeah, that like lip line that he's getting up into. I mean, you think about where he's probably been surfing in Maui. You touched on it with Brody about having novelty waves, but same thing as an advantage for Jackson is having waves that are tricky, and you have to really know the intricacies of it. I think that really is putting the rhythm of his surfing to good use here at Seaside, and he's reading the waves so nicely.
I think a lot of the competitors are going to come away from this break loving it or hating it.
Yeah.
It has that effect on people, because you know, you're watching it from the beach, you're going, okay, well, I see it, I know exactly what to do, but once you get out in the lineup, it's a different story, unless you're Jackson Bunch, who's doing everything right.
Well, just that lip line, the way that he's able to gather that speed and go into that next maneuver and then fit those 3 moves in quick succession. Yeah, and that surfboard, there's something about that color, that luminous yellow on kind of a dreary day that kind of really draws your attention to what he's doing.
You can't not watch him.
Yeah.
12:20 to go. And as we see Jackson Bunch currently in the lead, well, he's now further into the lead. His secondary score comes through, a 7-point ride, so another high mark of the day. We just saw earlier with Saxon getting that 6.5. That was the highest single wave score so far, but that score has been eclipsed by Jackson Bunch. So Jackson didn't get the inside connection, Rosie, but what did he do to deem the judges throwing out the highest single wave score so far of the morning?
It was those 3 maneuvers in quick succession on one of the bigger waves on the day and out on the outside. And the way that he was able to mix up those maneuvers, I think, really drew attention to the technique and the form that he's bringing out here.
You know, this wave is a great wave for cutbacks. Cutbacks don't necessarily get those big scores, do they?
No, I mean, when you're going out on that fat open face and having to wind back into the white water, that's just a setup maneuver when you're looking for something more critical.
Oh, it looks like the San Clemente Cyclone has showed up. We're about 30 minutes south of Lower Trestles here. Cade Madsen, Jet back there.
Cole Hauschman.
Big Dog right in the front. You know, half of these surfers are here for half of them are here for support. Half of them are here to win the trophy.
And you know, when it's in your backyard, coming and watching this event when you're an aspiring professional surfer, knowing these names and knowing these juniors as they're coming up and creating the support system too. I mean, for San Clemente, we've got so many good surfers coming up and making sure that these guys support each other when they're on the road. They feel like family, and it's right there. You see what the Brazilian Storm has been able to do. The Brazilian contingent is so supportive of each other, and it's really lifted everyone's surfing and everyone's competitive attitude.
Yeah, and speaking of those bonuses that these pro juniors enjoy. They're all enjoying those Sambazon acai bowls, and that's a perk. Being a top-ranked junior pro, we saw Cole enjoying his, getting himself set up for the day. Thank you to Sambazon for supporting junior surfing at the highest level. And out the back, here we go, Brody Sale. Big, beautiful turn to start there. An interesting second turn, kind of just trying to place it up into the lip. Nice, clean style. Hunting a section, finds it, goes vertical. Big finish there for Brody Sale. And he's out, so I like the tempo of that wave. Nice and patient throughout. Good start, big finish. Could put that right up there with Jackson's wave. Jackson's wave had a little bit more of a critical look to it, the end section especially, but you know, for Brody Sale, who surfs with Jackson Dorian, Shane Dorian, I mean Kelly Slater, the list of names that Brody kind of soaks in influence-wise is among the best of the best, so it's only fitting that he's out here competing for a world title. And I would say there's no names that would be surprising to see at the podium at the end of this thing, but you know, Brody Sale, he is easily up there with the best of the best. I mean, you've seen what this kid can do on the North Shore as well. Haleiwa, Pipeline, Sunset. He is kind of well on his way to being a top-level professional surfer.
And he's so patient in his turns and the way that he's really placing every maneuver. There's a lot of power in that last move to whip his board up like that. Really fun look at his surfing.
So just under that 7-point mark set by Jackson Bunch, but it's still a solid chunk of score at 6.33 for Brody Sale. Brody Sale has competed on every level in 2022, 3 Challenger Series events. Again, he got a 9th place in Sydney. He did win the Sunset Pro Junior. And he's got a film coming out that we'll talk about soon. So with 8 minutes to go, AJ McCord has been doing some research regarding Brody Sale.
Well, Cote, I just wanted to dive a little bit deeper into what you were talking about, the influence that Brody Sale has pouring into his surfing. He's mentored by Shane Dorian. He's taken a few trips to the wave pool with Shane's son Jackson, and he says that that's really, really good experience. They'd love to be on the QS and eventually the CS, CT together. And he said that growing up in Kona makes him really comfortable in heavy waves from an early age. He said it was a perfect place for a Grom like him to grow up, learn how to get that confidence without the high consequence, and certainly we've seen that in his surfing.
Yeah, and if Shane Dorian's calling you to go surfing, you're probably going somewhere scary. So luckily, I don't know if Shane has my number, but hopefully he won't be calling me anytime soon, because the waves that I see Shane surfing with Brody and his son Jackson are definitely a way to help better your surfing in waves of consequence. So Brody Sale is now in 2nd place. In 3rd priority, Saxon Reber's out the back with that top priority spot. Saxon's 6.5, second highest single wave score of this heat so far. He needs a 6.01 in order to get to that 1st place spot. So with 3 surfers in the water, your 1st place surfer gets to skip the 2nd round, which is huge. 2nd and 3rd will be competing in the 2nd round here, so it's just like a championship tour vet. Jet Schilling, again, another surfer. This is going to be kind of a broken record theme. Jet Schilling having the best year of his competitive career. That huge result down in Brazil for Jet Schilling. I mean, that's got to be looming large with his confidence level right now. And he's just a few minutes up the road, so I know he's surfed Seaside a ton. So he'll be ready to find his spot in this lineup.
Yeah, I'm sure he's been camping down here at Seaside, just putting in the time, putting in the effort to make sure that he's as prepared as possible for this event. Beating Gabriel Medina and Sakurema in the way that he did at that
That's a pretty big deal.
That was a huge statement from this junior, and just watching him, like growing up, seeing him surf lowers, the way that he's kind of grown into himself, the talent that he possesses, and just his attitude. Always friendly, always says hi, super respectful, but a tenacious competitor.
Under 6 minutes. Wave looks like it's popping up on the reef. It's going to go to Saxon Reber. Beautiful swooping top turn there. Cool, unique style. Really kind of uses his arm and his upper body to get through those big turns. Tall, lanky surfer. right there. That section kind of going out to sea a little bit, so it really didn't give him that impactful finish that he wanted. Doubt that's going to be the 6.01.
He's had really good wave selection, though. The last 2 waves that we've seen of Saxon have had great shape and great opportunity on them.
Well, all the surfers in this competition today have to be feeling pretty lucky, because a lot of times out here at Seaside, you have a 1-wave set come through, and then you won't see another set for 20 minutes. Sitting way out the back in a crowd, that's cool, that's one thing, but when you're way out the back with maybe one other surfer or no other surfers in the lineup, can get a little spooky because you're pretty far out there. This is one of the breaks here in Encinitas that is one of the further breaks out to sea, and you're kind of on we're on a little bit of a natural kind of point here, so you're going to be seeing all the way down to La Jolla and almost all the way up to the Oceanside Pier from that perspective out in the lineup, and you're going to feel like you're kind of well out to sea.
Yeah, it is that kind of that reef that goes out really does expose you to all of that elements, but that's what really brings that swell in and draws in all this energy. But I've surfed this wave a handful of times, and you are just part of the soup, the people soup out there. Like, it is super crowded, so to have 3 surfers out here is just such a dream.
Well, let's take a look back. Round of 24, Heat 2 has had some fireworks. A lot of them coming from this kid right here, Jackson Bunch, with a 7 and a 5.5.
Yeah, Jackson Bunch has been lighting up this lineup at the moment, and as well as Brody Sale. I mean, all of these surfers are just showing us their intent in this contest. Brody Sale, beautiful, patient when he's able to throw the hammer down. I love this end section maneuver here from Brody.
Riding those Slater designed boards. This was the best wave of this heat so far. This was that 7 from Jackson.
A 3-turn combo gains him that big number, the 7, the highest that we've seen of the event so far.
So we're in that 3 minutes and 15 mark. Jackson Bunch out the back with the lead and priority. Brody Sale was second priority. Saxon trying to make his way back out into the takeoff zone. One good thing about the conditions we have today, easy paddle out. You know, there's no reason why you should have wet hair when you make your way all the way back to the outside. Nice channels on both sides of this peak. So that just means more waves surfed. That's what we want to see.
And how big was Seaside last week with that big?
It was right on the edge of out of control. I would say, I mean, around here, Swami's is kind of the only game in town that's a really, a famous right-hand point break, just a few hundred yards up the beach. You're looking at, I'd say, 12 to 15 foot faces on that big swell. So out here, I would say it's similar, 12, 15 foot on the face. A little bit more unruly, a little bit more out of control, but definitely still rideable. There are only a handful of waves around here that can kind of handle those super swells. The day before, amazing. It does max out like most places, but it can handle waves, I would say, up to the 10 to 12 foot mark, California size. Yeah. Minute 54 to go, and a byproduct of those giant swells, as I'm sure you saw up in San Clemente, and then I know that our friends in Santa Cruz had to deal with in Capitola. A lot of sand coming up in the parking lots. No different here. You see cleanup efforts still in effect, but the great news is our California State Parks cleaned everything up in time to set this event up. And SAMBAZON, I mean, they would be here in the snow. SAMBAZON does not take a break from an event regardless of conditions. So SAMBAZON will be here all week long, not just for competitors. If you've never had an acai bowl, get down here. Try one.
Yes.
We're going to see beautiful sunny conditions throughout the later part of this week. Today, it's business. It's just gray. It's get out there. Get your points. This is serious surfing. A minute to go. Saxon Reber looking for a 6:01. Nothing on the outside so far. Taking the high line, fading, trying to find that section to get involved with. Nothing critical there. Kind of swooping, slow turns. I think he knew that nothing was going to materialize there. Maybe has enough time to get back outside and catch a wave with 40 seconds left, as now we see Jackson Bunch in control of this lineup. Beautiful late drop, gets around that section, a perfectly placed carving snap for Jackson Bunch. And he's got some face to work with here. That was a fun-looking section. I mean, as a goofy footer, you see a wave like that, and all you can think of is just digging your heels and pushing as hard as you can on that rail. Jackson could have something to finish with here on the inside. The damage was done out the back. I mean, he had a really nice two-turn combination, mixing up his maneuvers. You know, he's got a free ride all the way to the sand with a big finish. Jackson Bunch leaving no time on the clock. A solid way to end his heat. Round of 24, Heat 2 unofficially goes to Jackson Bunch. Brody Sale in second. Saxon Reber in third for now. So we've seen Jackson a lot in the past. We've seen Brody. But Rosie, give me your first look at Saxon Reber. What do you think of this young surfer out of Australia?
Yeah, I'm excited to see him kind of clean up a couple of things going into the elimination round. I think the kid's got huge potential, and I'm excited to see more of him surfing.
See Jackson making his way back to the beach. He knows his work has just started, but he's got to be feeling good about what he did in that first heat. And he's got to be feeling good about the board selection. That Smith Manami board, bright green, really getting the judges' attention.
Well, Brody did get a wave on the outside, and he's going to be the danger person because Jackson utilizing his priority, trying to keep Brody off this kind of wave. What did Brody need? I think Jackson improved his situation, so Brody looking for a bit more of a score. Let's see this inside connection. Tries to go for the reverse. Undone.
It was close. He did get a 6.33 on that last wave, but Jackson improved just a little bit there with a 6.63. So it's going to be right now waiting for that last score from Brody. His previous wave was a 6.33, so he would need a 7.30. It was a great start, but not quite enough, a 5.5. So now it's official. Out of Maui, Jackson Bunch gets the win. The Big Island surfer Brody Sale gets second, Saxon Reber third. Jackson skips around. Brody and Saxon will be in that next round. And we've got a lot more action coming up as some of the best juniors on the planet take to the lineup here at Seaside Reef. Coming up next, we've got Jet Tide Taro. Best surfer. We'll skip around. We'll see what happens next. You're watching the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. We'll be right back.
Back at Seaside Reef for the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. I'm Kaipa along with the Hall of Famer Peter Mel. And Pete.
I love it. Good to be back in the booth with you.
Well, of course. But the waves today, I'm going to put them in the excellent range when I look at the range of California waves. And it's been a run, but it's continued to pump here.
It's pretty much optimum Seaside Reef size, wind, obviously offshore, tide's good. You know, you got a fuller tide. It likes it if there's enough swell here. It likes that fuller tide. We've already seen it with the performances this morning, and I see it continuing. It is supposed to pull up a little more south wind. We've got a storm on the way, so it'll showcase itself probably later in the afternoon.
Well, Pete, let's dig into this next heat. Heat 3 of the opening round for the men's. Jet Schilling tied Lee Ireland and Taro Watanabe. Jet Schilling from San Clemente, California, tied Lee Ireland from Durban, South Africa, and Taro Watanabe also from here in California. Again, what's at stake? First place in this round moves on into round number 3. Second and third, we'll see them in round number 2 when we get to the one-on-one matchup format.
It's exactly what the championship tour is formatted. You know, you get a lot of one-on-one competition. You know, the first heat, you get a nice little bonus if you take that win, move on an extra round. That's always good. Great for confidence. You know, you start off an event and with a heat win, it feels good.
Yeah, and, you know, really to get the momentum going. But all is not lost if you do end up not taking a win in this opening round. Still lots of opportunity for all of our junior surfers. So non-elimination round to start off today. We're going to do these 8 heats of men, and then we'll get into the women to cap off the day. 8 heats there in their opening round.
Got a high tide in the next hour or so. So it's been ultra consistent. You know, when you look at the way Pacific is lined up right now with that jet stream just hauling across the coast, if you watch this replay here of the first wave here, already came in as a 2.67 from Ireland, and this is my first time watching him compete. Goofy footer, obviously, which is good for Seaside Reef because the lefts are going to be the optimum direction to go. I mean, even throughout most of the tides, there will be some rights here and there, but ultimately I think the biggest numbers are going to come from the lefts off the reef. Yeah,
Ireland just caught up with him in the parking lot. He's got some coaching being done by an old friend of ours, Jimmy Hogan.
Oh, good.
Is in his corner, so he's got some veteran advice coming into here, and also Jimmy Hogan, now living in Costa Rica, but you know, originally from California, can really give him some hints, because this is, although it is a really good wave, it's a tricky wave. We turn our attention here to Taro Watanabe. A couple of double pumps off the bottom, nice slashing turn off the top. Great pace down the line on this wave from Watanabe, and just as I said that, digs a rail and unable to finish that wave off. So nice start for Watanabe. However, he really could have used a solid finish on that wave.
Well, if you want to lift the numbers, for sure. You know, ultimately, it's been tough for the opening round to watch these judges. Now, you haven't seen huge numbers at all, and especially with some good surfing happening. But they're expecting more out of these surfers, for sure.
Well, last heat won by Maui's own Action Jackson Bunch, and Jackson is with AJ.
Kaipo Jackson now the second surfer to come meet me on the glass and say he cannot feel his toes, and so the cold water out there really having an impact, but you were able to get it done anyway. What worked so well for you in that heat?
I feel like I just kind of got the best waves out there. Really hard to get the right ones that kind of go all the way through and stay steep on that first section, but yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
You were at Haleiwa a few weeks ago. What was your priority to refocus, re-energize for this first competition of 2023?
Just a lot of surfing, kind of get ready, surf a lot of lefts. I've surfed here before, or actually when I was like, I say 9 years ago, I was so small, but yeah, it was a lot of fun coming back and surfing this wave again.
Congratulations, we'll see you in the next round.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, Jackson Bunch on to round 3, skipping that round number 2. Jackson had to do a little bit of adjusting because in weeks prior to coming to California, he's been one of the new up-and-comer standouts at Pipeline. So that's a big adjustment coming from Pipeline to Seaside Reef.
Yeah, different equipment ultimately. And it sounds like, I mean, North Shore's been pumping, right? So he's been just nonstop, probably surfing 3 to 4 sessions a day.
Ireland on his third wave here, the South African with a smooth style opening up here. The wave goes a little sleepy in this midsection. Building up some speed on the inside, lip glide there, throws the tail just a bit for some release. And he's going to call it quits there, and he will improve upon his score line. Taro Watanabe, this is heat 2, wave 2, I'm sorry, for Taro. Eases through that cutback, gets caught up in the white water, and that is going to cost him. Opening score for Watanabe at 3.5. Ireland opened up with 2.67, and Jet Schilling out in the red jersey opened up with a 4.17. So early lead for the surfer from Jet Schilling out of San Clemente, California.
Here's actually the wave from Jet off the reef here. First turn This is one of the standouts of this junior series right now. Obviously, has had some experience on the Challenger Series, good run over there at Manly, and now this is a junior. You would love to walk away from this event, a World Junior Champion, a world title at such a young age, and then going into the senior, the season going the first Challenger Series event. But there's a 4.17. Ton of turns, nothing real high impact, but definitely good rhythm, good speed that he carried through his turns. So that's why you see that one being the biggest number so far. Ultimately, he's probably not going to want to keep that in his scoreline if he wants to win this heat, as we watch the replay now of Tide Lee. So Tide Lee gets his best wave. That outside maneuver, I felt like you need to extend the rail a little bit. Jackson Bunch was a prime example of why you saw his numbers go up, because that outside portion of the reef obviously is the most impactful, getting those first turns out there, but he was really laying the rail over and holding it as long as he could through the maneuver, and that was a point of difference. And I think that Tide, if he can figure out that one, his snaps were kind of short and compact, whereas if you open him up a little bit, drive that rail through that's what's going to please the judges.
Yeah, number in for that last ride for Tide Lee, 3.83. So he is in the lead right now just by virtue of a 2-wave heat total. You can see Jet Schilling still holding the highest single score in this heat. Schilling, as you alluded to, Pete, had actually a really decent year on the Challenger Series, finishing up the year number 30th on that Challenger Series leaderboard. Remember, at the end of the year, we took the top 10 onto the championship tour. What's at stake here at the World Juniors is not just a world title, but also a ticket back in to that Challenger Series, a series that Jet's already been successful in. You talked about his run in Manly, got 3rd place at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. He also had a 17th place in Sakurema, Jet Schilling, and one of the highlights there. You're going to go
ahead,
there, right?
I'll let you're the man.
No, yeah, well, beat Gabe Medina in a high-scoring heat. It was a non-elimination round, however, so he didn't take out the 3-time world champ, but made a big statement for himself, just 19 years old.
Yeah, don't take a heat win against a world champion. It's always something you can hang your hat on, right? I mean, a confidence builder for sure. And he's young. Jet still, has a lot in him, a lot of improvements that can happen for him. So you'd expect going into these next, couple of years, he'll be one of the standouts. And a guaranteed spot into the Challenger Series before the season ends for North America. So the region he's in right now is North America, which is probably, in my eyes, one of the most challenging regions in order to qualify for the Challenger Series, because you're only taking 7 surfers.
Yeah.
And 7 surfers are guaranteed with 1 wild card. So you have to finish top 7, and there's 100 amazing surfers in North America, and it includes Canada, as we watch Jet here.
Here we go. This is going to be the backup for Jet Schilling. Nice wall. Throws the tail there, gets loose, freestyling it through, but unable to get the board back underneath his feet. I like the intent. I like the fact that he's just pushing it. Taro Watanabe now on the backhand. Paced approach by the Californian. A bit of taper on this wave, looking down the line. Has to settle for that cutback. Goes way back into that white water. This time he's able to handle that. But again, just the fact that this wave is tapering off is going to lack some of the opportunity for a high score. So a lot of snaps. Nice busy work for Taro, but I still think it's going to be wave selection that's going to have to improve for Watanabe.
Yeah, you need a high impactful section, at least one, on that wave where you can really just lay into it, go a nice vertical space. You're right, that wave was a bit more tapered. It is going to be probably his best number, just slightly. But you look at Taro and what his ability is. I mean, you look at what he was able to do at the Coldwater Classic, making the final there against Kolohe. Surfed amazing. I mean, I was able to call that event, and some of the best surfing I've seen Taro do. So, and that was just recently. That was in November. So he's on point. He's been figuring it out. He really obviously wants to do well and take home a world title and a seed into the Challenger Series. That's the goal.
Yeah, I believe Taro is also a disciple of the wave key approach in cross training for surfing. That instigated by Brad Gerlach, an old friend of ours as well, when he really focuses on body mechanics and technique, both on land, so that you can apply all those techniques and body mechanics into the water. And it looks like it's working.
No, for sure. A little mirror work. You do it there, get in there, and get that style down. It's huge because you gain speed off of body mechanics, right? You know, obviously placing where you place your board ultimately, but you can watch how he drives off the bottom. He's very compressed. You see his arms always are in sync, kind of similar style turn. Look at that. You can see that both arms back on the bottom turn that really allows him to kind of keep that flow through that cutback. This ended up being the best number of the heat, Kaipo.
Yeah, 5.17. So the judges like the flow of this wave, multiple maneuvers, and the mid-range score there at 5.17, highest single wave of the heat. And Watanabe is out in the lead at the 17-minute mark here.
He carries the speed. You know, we talk about the power, the flow. That's part of one of the elements that is in that judging criteria. And Taro carries that on every wave he surfs. So it's easy to score him because he carries such great flow. You know, he was struggling a little bit this morning. We saw, you know, that one cutback, he pushed a little too hard. This one, he did it again, but he, you know, made up for the error on the first wave. He was able to flow through it, which is solid. That's why he ended up with the 5.17.
On the paddle back out, he's got the news from our on-site commentators on his positioning, and he's far from safe. However, this heat is still a very, very tight heat, as we can see in the needs column. A 4.85 is what Tide Lee needs to take off that lead, and Jet just needing a 4.51. See Kira Pinkerton preparing. We'll see Kira later today when we get into the women's opening round. That'll be this afternoon.
Have to say that she's one of the standouts of the Junior Series as well as the Challenger Series. You know, again, we're going to see faces that we've seen on the Challenger Series as they're, you know, young surfers competing, trying to get themselves onto the championship tour, the ultimate goal obviously being that. This is one of the places that's a roadmap that allows you to get there.
Isn't it great? So when you look at the World Surf League, the roadmap is this Junior Series, and it kind of almost blends into a lot of these junior competitors are also competing in qualifying series events as well.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
Blends into the qualifying series. The qualifying series gets you on that Challenger Series. That Challenger Series is the path to the top of the heat, the championship tour. So it's a clearly defined path as we look at 2023 and the World Surf League. Tide Lee, remember, he just needs a mid-range score. This wave a bit tapered, hoping for a wall on the inside. Just has to settle for a couple of cutbacks here. And let's make it 3 for the South African. That's all he's going to get. Your thoughts on that wave?
Well, I like what there's an adjustment in regards to holding the rail. You know, that wave kind of dictated that as well. You know, he thought that those waves were going to be a little steeper. That's why he cut those turns a little tighter. But this one now, it was opened up. It was a tapered wall. Carried good flow. I'm going to like that. It's going to be one of his 2 numbers, but it's not going to crack that 4-point range. So ultimately, he needs to make another adjustment, and I think it's wave selection. You know, somehow find yourself a wave that's going to give you that steeper outside wall. He takes off here, and it flattens out pretty quickly. You know, there's the one section, gets the snap, and then here he starts to see driving the rail through those cutbacks. And if you're going to do those big roundhouse cutbacks, you got to utilize the speed, carry the speed well through them. You know, hoping that he was going to get an inside portion of this wave, and it just didn't happen. It literally tapered off, and he had to kick out.
Yeah, we were observing the waves outside of the booth, and from my observation, Pete, it's that it looks like at this higher tide, the waves coming through that look like they're walled or maybe even a closeout are kind of the ones with the potential, because the way that the bathymetry of this place, right, it'll back off. There's obviously some deep water after this opening kind of reef part at Seaside, and as we take a look out here, and you can see the lineup. It's a tricky lineup.
It is, you know, and it doubles up underneath you, especially with this fuller tide. Like, you almost get chased outside, and then the wave all of a sudden just doubles up on an inside reef. So that's what it was for me when I was competing at this event, you know, 20 years ago, 15 years ago. That was the difficulty, and it changes with the tide too, and it moves around on the reef, and sometimes the best waves are some deeper on the reef, and then there's some that go wide, and so you kind of have to be able to read those and know where to paddle on the reef to get the best position. You know, there is priority being done here as we see the tides there at 9:54. We're coming up almost to a peak high tide now, and it's 5.6-ish. You know, it's over 5 feet, solid over 5 feet, and that's pretty high tide.
Yeah, and we're lucky with all this swell energy that it's actually breaking out there at the reef, because I also remember competitions here competing in. There would be many heats where it wouldn't break out there at the seaside reef. You'd be more in the shore break area here, surfing kind of that inside sandbar on the higher tide.
And then you have the facts of those tides, those days like that you don't know if you're going to be able to go out to the reef or surf the inside, and making that decision in those transition heats.
Or the one guy that goes out and gets that one wave from the outside wins the heat because he rolled the dice, right? So
Huntington Beach had that kind of, sometimes it would be that kind of scenario. We won't see that this week. They're going to be pretty much all through. I mean, just because you look at swell, there's plenty of it.
I always ask you what the swell's doing.
Yeah, I mean, our buoys are all double digits up and down the entire coast, anywhere from 10 to 12 to 14 feet at 13 seconds, from literally outside buoy out here all the way up the coast. I mean, and it is another storm system coming down. I mean, as a matter of fact, in the next few hours, we're going to see Santa Barbara take it big time with some rain. They're going to get hammered.
Yeah. Hey, we're talking about conditions. We're talking about tide. I got my man on the beach, Mitch Salazar. What's going on down there? What's it look like, Mitch?
Hey, first of all, good morning, gentlemen, and welcome to beautiful Seaside Reef. Conditions are looking fun, obviously. 4 to 6 feet. Definitely want to say that the tide will improve later on with a lower one. But I do want to say, first time the WSL World Pro Junior Championships have ever happened in mainland North America. Huge event, especially for the local crowd, too. There hasn't been a men's champion from the United States of America ever at the World Pro Juniors. There have been from the women's side. Kira Pinkerton is a former champion. She will be in the draw, and Alyssa Spencer, the last runner-up to Amuro Suzuki in 2019. So hometown favorites will be in the water, but we also have Levi Sloss and a local boy coming up in just a few heats, gentlemen. It's a big one.
We asked this morning, this is Pete here, who the picks were. Who's your picks, on the men's side and the women's side?
I really like Cade Matson's chances out here. I think his surfing really facilitates with the backhand of not only his, being formed at lower trestles, especially here at Seaside Reef. On the women's side, I have to say Alyssa Spencer. Really, she's a local girl. She's coming off a lot of momentum, almost qualifying for the CT. So I think it's going to be the Stars and Stripes taking out this one.
How's Cade's back? Because I know that he's been fighting injuries, so it's the first time we've seen him compete here in a long time.
Yeah, almost a year, Pete. And you're absolutely right. He's got Brett Simpson here in his corner. He just signed a new contract with Hurley, his new sponsor.
Ooh, okay.
So it's going to be a big deal for him competing here at home. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We're going to have to see how his back's feeling, first of all, in the first heat that he competes here at this event. But based off of the free surfs, it looks quite good.
Right on.
Yeah. Thank you, Mitch. Yeah, had a chance to talk with Cade, and he had a back surgery, but he's all recovered and good to go.
Yeah, good. I mean, he had the surgery, which he had to, he was a kid. That must be so challenging, right?
But one thing we got to acknowledge is some of the past World Junior champions, and we got 3 from Hawaii, but they're also, Hawaii's a part of the United States, so I'm going to say we've had 3 American Junior World Champions. Finn McGill in 2017, in 2008, Kai Barger, and Bam Bam, Kikoa Bacalso, World Junior Champion back in 2005. Long list of surfers that came through here as we're watching Taro Watanabe at a World Junior title and have been just the launching pad into great professional surfing careers.
Well, we just saw the best number of the heat so far right there by Taro. He had the outside snap. It was much more vertical on the face, and he got a finish, which we hadn't yet seen in this heat. So I feel like Taro is going to get his best number yet. He's already got the highest number with the 5.17.
And we'll take another look. Here we go. Break this down, Pete.
Watch how he sets it up. There's that first turn. It's in the lip, and it fattens up. It gets slow right here, so he goes into his cutbacks to keep the speed up, but then he gets another vertical section here. Not a long wave, but there's 2 high impactful movers there. I feel like I said, this is going to be the best number of the heat. Because the judges want to see quality maneuvers done on the face, on the vertical face specifically, because that's where those critical sections are, and doing it with a bit of flair, showcase the fins, show a little risk, and right now I think people are warming up. You're trying to understand too, this is their first time competing, in front of these judges, first round. You kind of want to see what the vibe is from the judges. What are going to be those high quality scores? How are they coming? And that's what you pay attention to.
Yeah, a little look there at Jarvis Earl, Australian, and now Joel Vaughn. So we're going to have 2 surfers from Australia in the next heat, and with preparation. Joel Vaughn, a bright star coming out of Australia, and had some decent results this year in the Challenger Series. Tide Lee here, the South African surfer, surfing his way, needs a big number to take the first spot off of Taro Watanabe. Needs a 7.44 on this wave, and this wave, although he's got some great flow, he's going to need something very dynamic on the inside to get a number like that 7.44, and that wave just dissipates in the shore break.
He's been missing out on that last final section, which is a bit of a bummer. He had a nice section, nice vertical section there, and he hit it, but there was that little moment of pause in the lip. You like to see it drive through it, you know, and showcase the extra speed through the maneuver. That one, he just kind of slowed up ever so slightly. So again, just little adjustments need to be made here. It was an opportunity, though. You see how he sets it up. First section there, that was a nice turn. And then this one here, it was another opportunity. He kind of right there, that little stall out. You know, you want to see it drive through. The judges will take note of that. It upsets the flow slightly. It is going to be his best number, but yeah, not close to the 7.44 needed.
Yeah, 4.17 as we go live action here. Jet Schilling. A couple of cutbacks for the goofy foot out of San Clemente, and you can see in the body language as he kicks out of that wave, disappointed on what the wave had to offer.
Yeah, it was wave selection, right? I mean, he saw the set, he went, he had priority, and unfortunately he's going to watch Taro rip the heck out of this one right in front of him.
Here's our heat leader with a good-looking wall, long wall in front of Watanabe, and gets through a tricky section there. Final maneuver, and the exclamation point is stamped on that wave, likely to improve upon his heat total.
It's so interesting when you have priority, and Jet did. Like, he had been quiet, he had priority out the back, was sitting on the reef going, okay, I have priority, I'm going to choose the best wave here, and just got a little anxious and went on the first one. The thing just died into the channel. Just bad wave choice there, unfortunately, for Jet. That's why that frustration was there, and all of a sudden you're going to watch Taro just get the biggest set wave of the heat so far. He's going to get the best number of the heat so far, and he's going to extend his lead.
Yeah, I have a feeling that wave selection is going to be a big factor in this competition just from watching these first opening heats. Last number for Taro Watanabe, a 5.63. He extends his lead.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was going to be better than the 6.1, but ultimately it's kind of similar. Missed the outside move most likely. Oh, geez, Jet.
Some frustration from Jet Schilling, just shooting his board there. And you saw the frustration as he kicked out of that last wave, and I think, you know, and the splashing of the water right now, so it's going to be important for Jet to kind of
yeah,
recalibrate right now.
You wish you had a little microphone in his ear. Hey, Jet, it's all good, kid. You got time here. Just relax. You know, like that's what I get to see with the young surfers, is this learning process of how to keep a cool head in certain situations and not lose the plot because you're having a little bit things not go your way. And you know, you get a little hot head going on as we watch the replay there. Yeah, I can see why that he didn't have that high impact final move. See Jet here, look at this first section, nice little layback snap, trying to mix it up, but this wave just dies out. This is that priority wave that he had, and just has to look out there and go, oops.
Oh, yeah. Only a surfer knows the feeling, and that's not a good feeling, right?
But again, like in your ears, say, hey, Jet, all good, bro. You know what? Just find yourself another quality wave. He's carrying a 4.17. It's not like he needs a huge number. A 7.56 could turn the lead to him. So he's got the opportunity, right? It's not that hard to do. I mean, he goes one big air on that outside section. We can see eights, no problem. And he's got that air game.
He's a passionate surfer, Jet Schilling. I mean, he's had some of the better celebrations at the end of excellent rides. Sometimes on his victories, he's been openly celebrating. I mean, when he took down Medina over in Saquarema in Brazil, you could see the passion in this young man from San Clemente. So
yeah, doing it on Brazilian soil too. It's even a little bit more, a little spicy, yeah.
Well, and let's look, and as we take a look at the list of past World Junior Champions, Gabe Medina did win a World Junior Championship in 2013. And the interesting thing then was he was already on tour, the championship tour, for 2 years.
Didn't he already win events on the championship tour?
Yes,
when
he did. He won,
right?
he won the Rip Curl Search over there at Ocean Beach, San
Yeah.
Francisco, as a rookie. Yeah, that was 2011, I believe.
Yeah, and then goes and like that. Yeah, and then we've had changes in the junior series, right? We went to 18 for a couple of years.
Yeah.
You know who got worked on that one is John, because they had like literally got his 1 year to go into it, and then all of a sudden they changed it to 18. Didn't get to surf it. Now they're back to 20s again. So I mean, ultimately, you think that you know, the junior series is about being a teenager, and that's where you're developing your talents. And you know, that's a junior surfer. You're still a Grom till you hit 20.
I feel like a Grom right now, actually. Gromming out. 3 minutes, 15 seconds. I don't want to grow up. It's a trap. I'm a surfer.
Wife loves that one.
So you can see the numbers on the board, 7.56, 7.56, both for Ireland and Schilling to take the lead off of Taro Watanabe. Watanabe in third priority in the white jersey. So there is an opportunity for the other two surfers as they are ahead of him in the priority line. They need right now, however, for Seaside Reef to provide them with a near excellent wave to ride.
This is where priority, plays a major role in the last part of the heat, right? I mean, ultimately, you look at Ireland, he's got that P next to his name. You can see on the scoreboard. For people who don't know surfing, that's what those mean. Those numbers there that are sitting in the colors. That's how they're turned in line. So P means you got priority, you get your number 1 in line, you get to take the next wave, then number 2, and obviously number 3 for Taro. So this point in the heat, 2 minutes to go, you want to see maybe a 2-wave set, or something, and you got to make the right choice with priority to be able to get a wave that's going to give you the quality of the 7.56 needed.
And that's what makes it so exciting, because it's so unpredictable as you look at our playing field in its ever-changing.
Yep.
You don't know when you're going to get the next whistle in time to get a playoff. You just got to wait out there and hope and stay present as well, because you have to be able to switch on immediately when that opportunity presents itself.
So true. It really is. I mean, it's unique to this sport because you're counting on Mother Nature to give you the opportunities, and you don't always. Mother Nature doesn't always connect with you. Ultimately, you want to be able to connect, and the world champions of the world have that innate ability to choose quality waves, to make the right decisions on where you paddle to catch the waves, and all of that stuff. You can see right there, Jet still feeling a little of that frustration. He's just like, hey, man, he feels that clock ticking away. It's all right, though. This is non-elimination. He's not out of the event. He'll get another time to compete in a heat in round 2, which will become the elimination round. At that point, you got to, it's one-on-one competition. You got to beat one other competitor. Make sure you get into the round 16.
Here we go, decision time for Tide Lee Ireland. First priority to the surfer in the blue jersey. Wave coming through here. Ireland interested in this one, and Jet Schilling very cozy next to him on the takeoff. Looking down the line, needs a big outside maneuver to get the number. Really taking his time here, setting up for something big, and he's going to have to get to it. Now he's going to lean on one giant maneuver. There he goes. Throws the air away, and he will be into round number 2.
Well, only one wave set. That's why I think Jet really put a lot of energy into kind of convincing Tide to take that wave, hoping that maybe there was another one behind it, but obviously there wasn't. Now down to 15 seconds, and I say the frustration continues. Oh, maybe here's an opportunity to see a little kick in the feet. Maybe one more opportunity. Yeah, here it is. Let's see what happens for Jet, because this is it. He needs to get himself a 7.56 on this wave.
Needs something big. Schilling scratches into this one, medium-sized wave.
Did he get it in time?
We're gonna call this and see what the judges give us as a decision at the end of this wave on our scoreboard. A couple of snaps here for Schilling. Difficult inside section, grabs the rail there.
But I think he knows that maybe not enough there, even if it was in time. I didn't hear the horn, so you'd ultimately say it was going to be right there at that. You saw the clock. Oh, here now it's a countdown.
Yeah.
So, okay, the clock was a little off there on the screen. So ultimately, yes, he got that in time.
So we're going to wait for that score.
Yeah, I just don't see it quite being the 7.4.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the score screen right now that's already shut off. So it will be Taro Watanabe into round number 3. We'll see. Tide Lee Ireland as well as Jet Schilling again. They'll be in round number 2 at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships.
That wave didn't count.
Hosted by Best Western. We're going to step out. We'll be right back with the next heat right after this. Here we are at Seaside Reef for the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Kaipo and Peter Mel on the set here, talking you through today's action. We are in the opening round for the men. If you're just catching up with us, this is heat number 4 out in the water. Some classic California surfing and a great field of some of the best surfers, 20 years of age and under. Joel Vaughn out there in the red jersey. Vitor Garita Onandia out there in the blue jersey, and in the white jersey, Jarvis Earl.
A couple Australians, and then Uskudai, which is the Basque Country, one of the surfing kind of national areas, right? And this kid, Vitor, is a name that is young, and haven't been able to watch him compete, but from what I understand, is a bit of a ripper. So keep your eye on Vitor in this heat.
We know this guy rips. Joel Vaughn, 19 years old, out of Australia, had a quarterfinal finish at the U.S. Open, Southside Huntington Beach this year on the Challenger Series. Had a 9th place finish in Sakurama at the Challenger Series, so he's already had success on that Challenger Series tour.
Where did he finish on that one?
He's finished the Challenger Series at 28th at the end of the year on the leaderboard, so decent.
Yeah.
And now, mind you, Joel Vaughn did not make a heat through the first 3 events on that Challenger Series when we look at 2022. So
yeah, tough to keep your head, especially when he was confirmed on every event. You fulfilled the dream of the Challenger Series, and all of a sudden you don't make a heat for the first 3 events. That could be, especially at your home in Australia.
Yeah. Well, there you go with Vitor, and a paddle with that open priority there. A bit of an aggressive paddle, and didn't work out for him because there was nothing on that wave. Here we go with Joel Vaughn as we're talking. Caught in the whitewater here, but this wave will open up nicely on the inside for Vaughn. Winds it up, chops it down off the top, and he's going to lean on that single maneuver for his opening score.
Yeah, pretty much that was the meat of it, is that in-finish move. But again, you talked about conditions and stuff like that. Is it the way they that 13-second interval on all these buoys? It's going to be fairly consistent all day long. You're going to see a string of waves constantly, which is exactly what we've seen for the past 3 weeks here on the West Coast. It's just been nonstop, very consistent surf. Going into the next week, into weeks after, is going to be just nonstop storms out there in the Pacific.
Good time to be a surfer in California. Vitor on his second wave winds up off the bottom, holds the rail through a nice cutback, and combos it up to the lip, although he gets there a little bit late and pays for it there, gets caught up incomplete.
Like his style, really compressed, goofy footer. Is going to love the opportunity to be surfing Seaside Reef. Again, the scoring potential of this wave is going to be these lefts. If you can get yourself on them, they'll occasionally see some rights be ridden off the reef out there, but ultimately it's really one section, and then there's no inside really, whereas the lefts will stand up and give you multiple opportunities. We have seen that inside shorebait play a role, but I think with, again, the swell size and consistency that we're seeing, that the outside reef is going to be where the scoring potential will lie.
We got a little bit into a big high tide peak, but then we'll have the rest of the day with a receding tide. What do you expect as we see some of the water leaving the reef?
Well, it gets shallower on the reef out there, so it's going to stand up more steep. We'll see waves move out slightly onto the top of the reef. Again, wave selection is still going to be a major role, because you're going to want to hit it the perfect part of the reef where you get the nice steep outside sections like this.
Opening carve and the opening maneuver for Jarvis Earl, the other Australian in this heat.
Wow, another powerful goofy footer, huh?
Yes, as all goofy foot heat. Well, it was a regular footer that won that last heat, though, so goofy foots aren't guaranteed success. Taro Watanabe went out there, ripped it up, and Taro is with Mitch Salazar.
Thank you, Kaipo. Taro, first of all, congratulations, one of the 2 surfers that qualified through the North America Junior rankings. Talk to me about not only competing out there, but getting off to a quick start.
Yeah, it was I knew it was going to be slow. The tide was rising, so I just tried to get, a quick start, and luckily I just got in rhythm with, I just got lucky and got some waves under priority and with priority, and yeah, I'm just happy to make it.
And over your competitive career, you've been quite successful at your young age, too, only in your early 20s. But talk to me about having a good balance at beach breaks, point breaks. You got 2nd place at the Coldwater Classic. You've won on the East Coast at QS event, too. But what did it mean to win here at the World Juniors?
Yeah, it mean a lot. I've grown up surfing contests all around California, and especially here, I've had a lot of contests here, and yeah, it's a special place to me. I love Encinitas, and yeah, I mean, it'll be pretty big for me to win here, so I'm gonna try to do that.
How about you give a shout out to North LA board riders watching right now, Dylan Pirlo and all the boys?
Yeah, everyone at home watching, and yeah, everyone supporting me. Just thank you, and yeah, just gonna do my best.
Congrats, Taro. Kaipo?
Thank you, Mitch. And Taro Watanabe opening up with some great form here, so wants to keep that momentum rolling. It's a long road to a World Junior title. However, we're going to have 4 full days of competition in which we will crown both the men's and women's World Junior Champions, as well as those surfers will earn their spot on the Challenger Series. As we look to launch that Challenger Series sometime in May, we'll be bringing up in updates a little bit later, Pete, in the season, the actual Challenger Series schedule.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of facets, right? So there's you win this event, you're going to get yourself the World Junior seed. You're also, some of these competitors, like Taro, for example, if he were to take that win and get that seed, what does that mean for the rankings on the North American circuit? Does it move now down to number 8 if, say, that Taro
I would imagine
double
so.
qualify? Yeah, so I'm trying to understand all of that, because there's a lot of ways. I mean, if you finish in the top 20 on the Challenger Series, that allows you to keep a spot on the Challenger Series for the next season. So there's all these different ways you can qualify, similar to like in tennis and golf. In order to use certain events, you're going to get yourself qualified. So ultimately, the goal in this whole thing, I think, for every young surfer is to make sure that you get yourself cemented on the Challenger Series going into 2023.
Well, and as we look at the women's side of competition, and we're talking with Mitch Salazar about some of his picks. Alyssa Spencer was his pick. Alyssa already has that spot for the 2023 Challenger Series because she finished number 7 on the Challenger Series in 2022. So she's already got her spot.
But I will say she's still competing in the regional tour. Like, even knowing that she's confirmed, like, Pismo is a 3,000 event, she's going to be showing up there. She'll miss probably some of the 1,000s, but she's still going to be competing on that regional circuit.
Well, why wouldn't she? She had a great year in 2022
on
the regional surface.
Right?
She won in Pismo. She won that Ron John on the East Coast. She won the Vans Pro on the East Coast, and she won the WRV Outer Banks Pro. So 4 QS wins in 2022.
Oh, yeah, no, East Coast, unstoppable, right? And coming from Encinitas, going to the East Coast, it's not an easy transition to be able to go over there and win big. And she did that against some of the best competitors, not only in the nation, but also there was some Caroline Marks was competing in some of those events.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's got a bright future. I'm a big fan. We'll see her in the opening round of the women's competition. But right now, we're taking a look here at Vitor and the anticipation of the Basque surfers. This is kind of my first real view of Vitor in competition. You said he came, with some accolades coming out of that Basque region of Europe, which has produced some great surfers.
And I'll say right now, more than any time in surfing, we have all these different new regions that are becoming these hotbeds of talent, and the Basque Country is one of those places. I mean, the waves are pumping there constantly. There's been some great inspirational surfers that have come out of that area to allow kind of the drafting of the youngsters to come through. Brazil, another region, so difficult. Besides North America, Brazil is another one that's really challenging in order to qualify just for the Challenger Series, because your regional surfers are such a high level.
Oh, yeah.
That you've got to find a way there. And there's only, how many, each region has a set number of, competitors, by the population of who is competing in these events and so forth. But I know that Brazil is another tough one to qualify for the Challenger Series.
This is true. And as we look at the 2023 Challenger Series, we do have a reduced field as well.
So there's less competitors. We get to, 96 to 85 or 84? 84.
Yep. And on the women's side, we're going to take it down.
That saves like probably a half day in time, right? Yeah. So ultimately, there we go. It's live action.
Vitor got a couple of cutbacks there, keeping it on rail. Nice work. Steepens up on the inside. Ooh. And great flow. However, catches the toe rail there in transition, goes down. He was on his way to a good score, and that is going to cost the Basque surfer.
It sure is. I mean, really, he's not put up a number yet, and he was on his way. That last maneuver definitely would have been the stamp needed to get himself in probably the mid-range score and get the best number of the heat. Unfortunately, he's going to come under now with that fall.
3.17 for that effort for Vitor Garita Onandia. And he is in the lead, but that is kind of a false expectation on that lead, and false security is he has that lead because he's the only surfer who's ridden 2 waves. Of course, we judge our top 2 waves in your score line are what your heat total is made up of. As you can see, he's the only surfer with 2 waves, so still a lot of surfing to be done. Joel Vaughn really is in the lead position right now because he has the highest single wave total.
It's interesting. I've been watching it on my YouTube feed. I get a lot of old surfing events popping up on my screen. The 80s, like some of the World Cups and the Pipe Masters, and how they used to score back in the day. It was the total number. Like, they have 5 judges. They actually take the top 3 scores and add them together. And then the computer scoring came in, and so there's been all these advents of change throughout the years. I mean, it used to be 4 waves at Sunset Beach. You imagine catching 4 waves at Sunset Beach in a 25-minute heat? It was so hard. I mean, basically it became a wave catching contest. Now the development of the tour and the way that we want to see things done, we have less competitors in the water at a time, and we have less waves scored, so you can start thinking about quality of waves. So it's top 2 scores. I mean, it went from 4 to 3. I mean, I think there was events that were even actually top 5 waves back in the day, right? I mean, so always refining, and that's where this junior, where we're at now, where we actually have a format that it really mirrors the championship tour.
Yeah, and surfers like Jervis Earl here that you see on your screen, it starts at a very young age in that high-level competition and getting used to all of it. Earl, he won the Taiwan Open. That was a qualifying series event. Took out a win there. 3rd place in the Krui Pro, which the waves are pumping this year for that Krui Pro.
Isn't they always pumping for that event? The Indo's got the best quality for their junior regional
and
tour.
He's just come off a 2nd place finish at the Rip Curl Pro at Urban Surf at the wave pool there. But let's take a look at some of the surfing from Jervis Earl with that Taiwan Open title. Best feeling. Being chaired up the beach, and you can see the snappy surfing of this Australian.
And this is their regional tour, right? So they're going, they have, it's Asia Pac, right? They get, Asia involved as well as Pacific. And this is a big event for them, and it take a win at this left really is what this wave usually is, but it looks like there were some rights on the showcase as well. But man, this kid's a powerful goofy footer.
Yeah, really quick surfing, quick feet for Jervis Earl, and there you go. Hoisted up the big paycheck. And now he wants to cash in more points here. Looking down the line, Earl winds up off the bottom. Beautiful carve, a little skitter there at the end, but hangs through. Paced approach on that 2nd turn. Winds up again, snaps it through the lip. More on offer for the Australian. And great tempo down the line. Builds it up for the finish, slams that oncoming section, score that for Jervis Earl, and he's going to go into the lead.
I will tell you that was perfect placement of that wave on the reef. You could see it actually when he's taken off, you're like, oh, whoa, and he watched it grow with energy and power. That's the type of wave you have to get on the reef here. It moved off the reef with energy. It gave him opportunity. I mean, it rattled off 6 solid turns on that wave. I mean, and that was due to this, where he got this one on the reef. It moved inside, and it carried its energy into this deeper water. You had to negotiate that. He did it well, but look, it kept loading up for him and gave him the opportunity through this inside section. Again, steep face there. He attacks the lip right at the perfect time. The big arc to hold the rail through that, keep the flow going, and then the finish, high impact, right in the lip. Good variety in his maneuver choice. This is going to be the best wave of the heat, and it's going to put him in #1 position.
Excellent? Or what do you think?
Not
I
quite.
think excellent.
Nope, not even close.
Not even close.
6.0.
I got excited, 6.0.
Yeah. I mean, I think he missed the outside with that little bobble on the outside stuff, and that's where you need to really get your big moves done, is that very first maneuver. Yeah. I mean, that's where the judges are going to see it go excellent.
So there you go, and there's all of the judges' scores. Again, we take that high number, and we take the low number, we eliminate those, and we average out the remaining 3, and that's how we got a flat 6 for Jervis Earl to go into the lead. We're past the halfway mark in this heat at 13 minutes and 24 seconds. But a great pace in the surfing of Jervis Earl.
Yeah, that end 3-turn combo was solid. He had the snap in the lip with the big, straight out of the bottom turn, big arcing carve, came back, and then the finish layback hook in this, the final section. Those 3-turn combos, that's really where the 6 came from. The outside moves, he was carrying some speed through it, but there was a bunch of chop on the face. He was lucky to keep it together.
Yeah, like I was saying about Jervis coming off that runner-up finish at the Rip Curl Pro over in Urban Surf in Melbourne. So it's nice to see on the QS level that we're seeing some wave pool competitions now.
And it's just going to grow. I mean, as there's more and more those types of events popping up, obviously those wave systems are going to want to promote their wave, right? So what a great way to do it is call the WSL, get an event there going at it. And Urban Surf, you know, it was very successful. Like the surfers loved it. You know, the crowds, obviously you can kind of stage when it's going to happen. Way different than trying to count on the ocean to provide you waves. You know that you're going to get your waves.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to ride that wave this year, and it's an interesting wave. I mean, it's not the quality, let's say, of the Surf Ranch, but in that wave system, there's 8 wave sets, so there's plenty of waves coming through in the basin there. And there's a right on one side of the machine, and there's a left on the other side of the machine.
And they can change up the kind of style of waves.
You have like a wave DJ there, if you would. And you can yell at the wave DJ, and he'll send you different type of waves. I still have a chip in my elbow, I think, from the Mutant slab that they sent at us, because Kelly Slater invited me over there, and they wanted to show.
What an invite!
They wanted to show Kelly the
wedge.
The wedge, right? Of course.
What'd you call it?
The Mutant slab.
Is that what it's called?
And
I want a Mutant slab, please.
So they turned it all the way up, yeah.
With a side of Avo?
Hey, it's part of the future of surfing. Here we go.
Wave, dude. Look at this thing.
Joe Vaughn, big attack on that first turn. Lighting it up on the outside. And a smooth transition on the inside. So really, the leverage on that first turn was impressive. Would have liked a little bit more on the inside, but smooth surfing from the Australian.
Yeah, and he snuck that in underneath on the reef. Those are kind of the waves you got to keep your eye on, because there's some that slide in from that outside, especially with this fuller tide. They're going to carry some energies. They're going to stand up, and they actually stand up all the way through. Usually the portion of the reef that is deeper water that, you know, kind of flattens out. We've seen different types of waves do different things with that energy, and it all starts with where it starts on the reef. So just understanding that is something that I feel like the local surfers who have spent a lot of time at Seaside Reef are going to pay attention to. Yeah, I mean, but Joel, I don't think he's had a ton of experience here.
No.
But he eyed that one down. I'm sure he's had some free surfs. As we watch a replay here of White, this is Jarvis Earls, that last wave, as he starts off with a big roundhouse cutback. You can see the white water on the face there. Now finally goes into some smoother water. But again, cutbacks, and those aren't going to be high-scoring types of maneuvers. It's great for flow, but they ultimately want to see critical sections, which is that final move. This one's going to probably fit into his top 2. But this section here, look at the very first section. It's very steep and just straight up into it and get some release. That style of surfing is what the judges get excited about. It's, you know, on edge, it's risky. You know, that section there had a ton of speed and just ricocheted off. I like the way that angle looked. He carried some speed through there. All of that power and flow is in there. And it's going to get you a pretty mid-range number for Joel.
Oh, we'll learn a little bit more about Joel Vaughn. AJ, what do you got?
Kaipo, Pete, you guys were talking about the experience that Joel may or may not have. He tried to get out here to California to get a little bit more experience on this wave, but he was derailed around the holidays because his board bag got left in Sydney. He made it to LAX. The board bag did not. But how about this? A pro move from the junior. He had an air tag in that board bag, and so he called the airport back in Sydney. They put it on the next plane. He was tracking his bag from Sydney to LAX. He and his dad, Bonnie, drove up to LAX on Friday night to grab his board, so he did get a little bit of experience out here at Seaside before taking to the water today. But you guys know, when you lose your boards, it just is not a good feeling. You're worried about it the entire time. He's recovered well.
Talk about anxiety. Good reporting, AJ.
Yeah.
That was solid to be able to bring that one to life, because that's the truth of it.
hurts.
It's your worst case scenario. It really is.
Yeah, and it's, you know, we've traveled enough, Pete. It's just, it happens.
Yeah,
you know?
it does.
And
It's inevitable at some point.
Yeah.
They don't make it on. They get left in the corner.
Oh,
air tag's a good call, though.
I like peek out the window of the plane and watch them loading the bags.
Well, nowadays,
and, like, hope to see it. You know?
Nowadays, at least your app, you can track your bags, and you know that they don't make the plane. But an air tag's a definitely good backup.
Yeah. 8 minutes and 10 seconds counting down. Jarvis Earl out in front. Joel Vaughn needs a 5.65 to take the lead, and Vitor Garita Onandia needs a bigger requirement at the 6.5. Vitor, however, with that blue P by his name, does have first priority, so the Basque surfer can just wait patiently outside. We're due for another set because we got just under 8 minutes, plenty of time.
It's an important one, priority moment for Vitor. It has to come right now if he's going to, pull the trigger. It's got to be on a quality wave. He's got to get himself a number matching his competitors, at least the 6 by Jarvis, right, to get himself in contention here. It doesn't need a big number to go to the lead. 6.5 will do it. But no, ultimately right now you're looking at your score line. You've got 8 points. He's only actually got 5.17 is his 2-wave total. That's not enough. He needs 2 waves right here to be able to solidify the spot. And this moment right here with this next 7 minutes is the time he has to get it done. It's possible, but right now if he can get himself a set wave and pick the right wave and get himself a 6, he's in this one.
You talked about the tide, Pete, and it really feels like we're topping out tide-wise, and things have slowed down out there.
Yeah, I didn't want it to be the case, but ultimately you're right, it has. And that extra 5-6 inches in a half an hour heat changes the dynamic. You got to be able to make those adjustments. It's important to be able to understand what's going on with the tide, because sometimes you'll make adjustments on the reef. If it's fuller tide, maybe you're going to move in a little bit further inside to be able to pick up those waves. Understanding all of that is part of surfing in the ocean. Knowing when the peak of the swell is coming, is there, knowing that, hey, is the swell picking up? Is it dropping? What is it going to do when the tide changes? Is it going to be less consistent or consistent? So you ultimately kind of create your heat format in your mind before you go out.
Yeah, there you go. Here's our tide right here, 9:54 a.m. So we're right at the high tide in real time. Our heat leader here with a long, drawn-out cutback. Jarvis again, winding up on the inside. Skips through that section. Once more. Crashes the lip for the finish. Looking to improve upon a 3.67 and distance himself further from his other 2 competitors.
And that was the advantage of being outside of priority. Ultimately you're trying to better a 3.6 with the last few minutes of the heat. He was able to pull the trigger on this one, seeing the energy he was going to carry through the inside. No outside moves here, but it got some work done with the good flow on these cutties and sets up the inside section here, gets this one, flies over it, carries again into the closeout section, and really there was the meat at the end of it. Nice steep section, tags it, most likely going to better the 3.67.
I like the surfing from the young Australian. Still waiting for the score to set the situation out in the water. We're at the 5-minute mark, and Vitor still holding on patiently to that priority out there in the blue jersey. Last score for Jarvis Earl, a 4.73. As you suspected, Pete, he has heightened the requirement for both Joel Vaughn and Vitor Garatia Ondia. As we take a look at local boy coming up next, Levi Slauson. So talk about wave selection and knowledge. Levi has surfed a lot of seaside reefs, so I expect some good wave selection from this young man in the blue jersey coming up.
Sharp eye. He's got a pair of pintails. I saw a little post from him on his Instagram. He's got some fresh little pintails from the 77s. Marcio Zubi, which is just down the road in San Diego, so obviously picking up some surfboards from the local shaper here.
Adore Amatrian.
Booties.
With booties, our first surfer with booties. So, hey.
I'm backing it.
Booties you're from Santa Cruz, of course. You're backing the booties.
Hey, he's from the Basque Country. He likes his booties. Nothing wrong with that. It's extra grip. Keep your feet warm. That's what they're made to do. Keep your feet warm.
Vitor using priorities. Quick to the lip there. Nice little glide from the Basque surfer. Wave goes just a little sleepy in this midsection, and the crease runs through it. But he's going to stick with it, finds no connection onto the inside, not going to get the number he needs.
Stark contrast to really what we saw there. He had priority, took a set wave, it gave him the outside section, but then not enough energy. So there's just this weird piece of the reef that you need to be on. It's this right side. Look at the size of the first section. And he really does lay into it. Nice glide over the top of it, but then the wave just dissipates. No energy, goes into the deeper water, no connection to the inside. And unfortunately, he's just going to count on that one maneuver going into his scoreline. It'd probably improve it slightly, but it's definitely not going to be the 7.46 needed.
The score comes in at a 3.27, not enough. Still needs that 7.46. Joel Vaughn needing a 6.7. Joel Vaughn with priority. inside the 3-minute mark. Sets coming through here, so opportunity for the regular foot out of Australia. You can see him scratch over that first wave of the set in the red jersey. The Boyle on the reef on the outside. We'll see if Joel's going to take this one. Takes a look at it, doesn't like the look of that one. A couple more waves in this set, Pete.
Certain style and quality of wave that he's looking for here. He understood with priority not to pull the trigger on that one. There is more opportunity outside here. See what happens. He's going to pull the trigger now.
Fades into this left. Just a carve off the top. Vert through the white water, mistimes it, doesn't get the finish, not going to get the score.
Yeah, he tried to get that rail set. You can see the fins drift ever so slightly. You know, you push it a little early, that's what happens. It starts to drift. He wasn't able to get to that final section. Not going to be enough. So now Earl has put himself in prime position. The lead with priority and 2 minutes to go.
What went wrong here, Pete?
Just again, the wave, really, wave choice. It was going to shut down. Ultimately, when you look at a high tide wave like that, you're like, oh, I like the extra wall there because it's going to give me a finish section. But he tried to fit too much in, trying to get that, force that final move. Don't really see the quality enough in that wave to get the 6.7 needed anyway. So obviously trying to force it and just get that last final maneuver in there to just hope that that's going to improve.
More sets rolling through here. All the surfers paddling back out, duck diving through this set. More lines propagating the reef here. And our heat leader with priority in the final 90 seconds. So real heat control at this point for Jarvis Earl. He's really got, you know, he's got a very, very strong standing in this heat. He's going to use his priority. Going to play some offense instead of defense. Here he goes. Nice cutty with a rebound. Whitewater meets the oncoming section, throws that final turn away, not going to change his score line. 50 seconds on the countdown, and a small opportunity for Vitor, who's at the peak in the blue jersey. You can see the next seat also paddling back out. There you got Vitor, and but the clock is pretty short.
Yeah, well, I like what Jarvis did there. He took away the opportunity, even though he's not going to be. Yeah, there we go. Look, there's my favorite surfer from Seaside. You asked me that question earlier, and he showed up.
Blair Marlin.
No, not Blair.
Oh, Rob Machado.
Yes. And Graham Stapleberg.
Yeah. Well,
they're all great surfers. They've all had a few heats in their lifetime.
Yeah.
But I think the best there would be Rob Machado.
Blair Marlin surfs pretty good too. But yeah, Rob Machado, of course.
Favorite surfer from Seaside.
There you go, John Glom. It is. It's done. One of my new favorites is going to be Jarvis Earl because he surfed out there, put on a paced approach. Great, exciting surfing from the Goofy Foot out of Australia. He's going to skip that round number 2 and move on into round number 3. Joel Vaughn and Vitor Garita Onandia also into round number 2. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with more surfing from Seaside.
Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. We are live from Seaside Reef here in Encinitas, California. Mitchell, so far, so good. Plenty of waves coming through, nice and consistent. We've seen scores creeping towards that excellent number. No 8s or 9s just yet, but I know they're coming. The level of performance we have already this morning has been through the roof, and it only goes up from here.
No, it absolutely does, Chris. And you look at the quality of waves, too, and that, to me, is really the thing that stands out the most. You have the world's best juniors out there, and this is one of them. He's no stranger to competition, Chris.
Yeah, Adur Amatrain, this young surfer putting up a lot of sky miles in his tour right now. He's surfed 7 Challenger Series event this year. He got a 9th place at Ericeira, 6 QS events. He won a QS 1000, the Pantene Classic. So Adur, no doubt a veteran junior. We kind of have a group of those surfers who have been around the world and back a bunch of times. This could be, you know, his last chance here. He's 19 years old, so these are all 20 and under surfers. I feel like the surfers, you would call them the seniors in this class. This is really, I think, their last shot here in Pro Junior contention to really put their name on the map and start to make that climb.
Dude, how gnarly is that first combo, too? Great first turn right there. Beautiful execution. Great pace. Love that turn right there, sending a lot of spray outside. And he was just actually in the Canary Islands competing at another event, Chris, at La Gran Canaria in Lanzarote. It's a heavy wave event. They call it the Canary Pipe Masters. It's pretty cool. But when you look at the landscape of, I guess, the distribution of juniors outside of the United States now, not only are they coming from different parts of Europe, they're coming from different parts of Asia now, too. Kian Martin lives a lot in Indonesia, but spends a lot of time in Japan as well. And here's the heat. We got an American surfer and a French surfer out there as well.
Yeah, Levi Slauson touted as a threat to take out this entire contest by myself in the Dawn Patrol show. Proud of that pick. Levi's been going off. Noah Dupuy, we saw him out here yesterday, you know, really assertive in the lineup. It got chippy out here in the practice surf sessions, and, you know, as it should. These are some of the best surfers in the world. Everybody trying to fight for their spot in the lineup. Levi Slauson, he knows this wave well. This is where he was born and bred, learned to surf here at Seaside. Knows every nook and cranny of this wave. If anybody is going to find a mega ramp, it's going to be Levi Slauson. He's been putting out some of the best airs on his social media of anyone, anyone in the world. And here we go, Levi Slauson, our first look at this young local from right here in Encinitas, California. Big start there. He had a surfboard change, now riding for Sharp Eye surfboards. Looks like those boards are working nicely for him on this wave. This is where he's kind of just getting those solid fundamentals down. Big power turn to finish, so a good start for Levi Slauson. But as I had said, only a few scores creeping up into that excellent mark. Well, put Adur on that list. The Basque Country surfer comes through with his first wave, a 7.33.
It's a great score to start things off, and you look at not only the talents that all three surfers bring to the table, 19-year-old in Adur, 19-year-old in Levi, and then you have Noah, who's the youngster in this heat. He's only 18. He has a lot to prove. We've seen him in competition before, Chris, especially at the ISA World Juniors. And this is a kid that I think really has a talent to pursue the QS in the next year or two. But you talk about local knowledge. Levi Slauson might be the person that spends the most time out here out of anybody in this event.
I would say so. 24:40 on the clock. Surfers getting reset in the takeoff zone. That gives us a chance to catch up with AJ McCord, standing by now with Jarvis Earl.
Everybody doing what they can to get in the reps before competition, but you went the extra mile, got out here in the dark this morning to get your free surf in. How did that set you up for your heat?
Yeah, I came down really early in the dark because the free surfs have been so crowded. And yeah, I got a few before everyone got out, so I was feeling pretty good before my heat and was happy to end up to get the win.
How did that confidence impact your strategy?
Yeah, I've been feeling pretty confident. I've had a few good results over the past few months, and then getting the free surf in this morning, it all helped.
Congratulations, you get a chance to move on. You don't have to compete in the next round. How big of a weight is that off your shoulders?
Yeah, it's definitely good skipping the elimination round. The first heat's always like bit of a nervous one for me, so now I got the win on that one. Hopefully I can keep on going.
Congratulations, we'll see you then.
Thank you.
Jarvis Earl, put him on that long list of threats to win this entire contest. He is that good. I mean, you can imagine, right? We're taking two of the best surfers from multiple regions around the world. If you're the top two from Australia, you're a really good surfer.
Yeah.
That's easy.
No, especially when you consider the amount of talent that there is right now. Kobe Clements, who didn't qualify. There's one kid that I really like, Huey Vaughn, who's Joel's younger brother. He's coming up too. Obviously, Joel was able to make it through, and he's on the Challengers right now as well. But Australia's always been the one powerhouse country that I've always said that could easily be the country with the most world champions in history, not only in surfing, but I also think other water sports like surf life saving too. They're great at that as well, and it's just a country that's bred for water sports, Chris.
Yeah, no doubt. 22:50 on the clock. Nice looking set coming through. It's going to be Noah Dupuy activating this surfer out of France, 18 years old. He is a European champion. Got a big open face to work with there. And just gets a little thrown off by that white water. Does get the big finish. An aggressive surfer. Noah backs down to no one. He's surfed 5 QS events this year. He got a third at the Morocco Pro Junior. So, you know, kind of getting out there, getting in the mix. I really like to kind of look down the stat lines to see how many of these surfers are competing full-time on the Challenger Series. I mean, that is one step away from the championship tour, so it shows you the level we have competing. Here's Noah's first wave.
Yeah, if I'm super critical, I don't really like the wave selection that he brought here, especially with 7 minutes gone by. You have priority. You already heard that Adur dropped a 7.33, and this is the one turn right here that I just absolutely loved. I think that might be the single best turn we've seen all morning. Great variety right here, really pacing himself with the wave too, and understanding that this wave stands up as he just executes another great turn right there, Chris. 7.33, I mean, if you're breaking the 7-point range this morning, it means that you're doing something great. And he gets a decent finish right there too, but you know, just getting on the board like that as quickly as you can, it's great. And this should be Levi's backup wave at the moment, a 5-point ride. Great first turn, lovely bottom turn right there. But as you could notice, there isn't that one point in this wave that's really comparable to Adur's 7.33. Maybe the finish, but besides that, everything was a lot flatter.
So with Adur coming through that 7.33, my initial reaction is I love the look of that Pukas board under Adur's feet. It's right on the edge of being maybe just a little small, but he's making it look so nice. And you can tell he's got that kind of electricity running through him on that board. He made every section, used the full use of every section, and that last big snap, again, that helps wipe away the goofy versus regular advantage conversation, because so far I haven't seen any of these surfers disadvantaged at any stance, even though it is predominantly so far all lefts. But Adur on his backhand making it look nice. Levi Slauson with a 5 and a 4.80, so he's got 2 mid-rangers currently in the lead. But Adur with that 7.33, that's one of the highest marks of the entire day so far. So a great way to start for Adur. Noah, you were right. That wave didn't really give him much. This was during the replay. This is Levi Slauson's second wave of 4.8.
Yeah, great first turn right there, frothier section, so the quality of wave wasn't necessarily there, and a tough second turn right there for Levi. So he's in the lead. I think that'll give him some confidence, and we talk about one of the best juniors that we've had in the United States for years. I've been seeing Levi compete in different amateur programs, USA Surfing, NSSA, Western Surfing Association too. I've always said that he's at a great balance of being able to compete well on the backhand and on the forehand. And if you can see his clips on Instagram as of recently when he was on Oahu, maybe the best surfer that I've seen in the last few months really come to fruition. Did not have a great year on the Challenger Series, but hey, 19 years old, first year on the Challengers, it ain't going to be easy, Chris.
Yeah, and I agree with you there. He is one of those surfers that, I mean, in a heat, in a free surf, there's no difference. He goes for it both ways, and to stand out and be one of the best surfers of the season so far at Rocky Point, which is the high-performance hub of the North Shore of Oahu, that's saying something big. I think he lives in Hawaii about half time. I mean, from what I see on social media, and when I don't see him here at Seaside, he's probably at Rocky Point or surfing somewhere in Hawaii. So 18:54 to go. So far, Levi Slauson is in the lead, but Adur sitting out the back with priority. And obviously getting that 7.33 under his belt to start, got to think that he's in tune with this wave. So you see on your screen the boils start to come up. Watch those boils as the tide switches back and forth, high to low. That's going to be the predominant takeoff zone, especially when the tide drops a little bit. So for Levi, you know, if I'm any competitor that hasn't surfed here very often, I'm watching where Levi Slauson sits in this lineup. You know, when there's not a huge crowd out here, you do have the luxury of taking off a little bit in a safer zone and giving yourself the chance to come around that section out the back. When it's crowded, you know, it's just like anywhere else. Get in line and hope for the best. But Levi knows this break well. As you see right there, this is one of those waves that peaked up way on the outside section and kind of just burgers through the lineup. I don't think you want one of those waves with that frothy face. It just makes it that much harder to turn, regardless of how steep it is. With 17:45 to go. Still looking for one of these surfers to kind of really just explode in this heat. That 7.33 though, I mean, that is a great start.
It's a huge number when you look at, you know, the grand total of heats that we've had this morning. You know, the first four, who's really gotten something in the sevens. Jackson Bunch, Cowley had a couple of sixes in the first heat, and then Taro had a couple of sixes in his heat win too. But besides that, I can't really think of one major turn that I've seen that's really rewarded that 7.33 like Ador's had. Older brother, a great surfer too, Iker, also competes on the European QS series as well. And I think the Basque Country is very underrated when it comes to the production of great surfers. They have had a CT surfer in the past, Aritz Aramburu.
There will be more. The future is bright for Basque Country surfer. 16:50 to go. We did make some picks in the Dawn Patrol. Mitch, I'll tell you mine. I picked Levi Slauson and Alyssa Spencer. For the fans out there watching, we've got Best Western fan picks as well. So you can get out there, get involved. 50% of the fans on the Best Western fan picks went Levi Slauson. 36 for Adair, 14 for Noah. Mitchell, give me your two picks, man and woman. Who is going to win this contest?
So I said Kate Matson for the men. I said Alyssa Spencer, the local surfer, on the women's side. And, you know, I'm going to stick to them until the end of the event, even if they end up losing out early, which I seriously doubt. But I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see Levi Slauson on the podium later this event. Not only is he a great surfer, I think from a personal standpoint, he's a kid I really like. I talked to him in Brazil during the Challengers. He lost early in the event. And I told him, like, hey, like, you're super young. You got your whole life ahead of you. And if competitive surfing is something that you truly love, you're going to find a way to be successful at it. And he knows that after having a very successful amateur career in the United States, the sky's the limit when it comes to surfing internationally and eventually qualifying for the CT, Chris.
Yeah, and I would put him, you know, you said sky's the limit at a perfect time. I would put him up there. As far as this field goes, of the 24 men, he is a top 3 air surfer
100%.
in this field, if not top 1.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the clips don't lie.
Yeah. Him, Jet. I also think Alan Cleland, Eli, say the combination of different factors, speed, power, flow, he's definitely got all 3. And you look at the CT schedule, especially with the mid-year cutoff now, the first 5 events, they work out in his favor, too. He's got great barrel riding skills. And here's one of the few Floridians we have in the event, Chris, Tommy Boo Boo Coleman, great surfer from the East Coast. And, man, he's grown a lot since I first met him, a decade ago? He's taller than me, I think. Got to be at least 6'3", 6'4". But he is a great surfer, goofy footer, and if you look at the success the Goofies have had out here today, they've won 3 heats so far. We got another surfer in the white jersey coming up that's also a goofy footer, and he knows this wave quite well, competing here on the amateur series.
Yeah, no doubt. 14.5 to go. And for Tommy Coleman coming through, he's going against Al Cleland Jr. and Eli Hanneman.
It's a great heat.
You know, you kind of watch heat and you go, oh, okay, cool, now we're going to get a break. That was a wild heat. And then you see the lineup in the next heat and you go, there's no break here. There's no walk-through heats. Every single heat here at the World Championship level is just completely packed with talent. You see a quick one roll through on that outside reef section. So again, no rights really scored yet so far. It's been all lefts here today at Seaside Reef. Little boil action coming through, so by no means a perfect wave every single time. You see that one right there. You know, that probably wouldn't have provided much for any of the surfers in the lineup, but activating now, it's going to be Levi Slauson. This one's stretching out nicely in front of him. Big, perfect snap to start this heat, this wave. They're kind of extended backside turn, so utilizing that outside section to full effect.
Wow.
Levi Slauson throwing the tail. That's exactly what the judges want to see. I mean, that was intensity from the jump. The first turn was huge, and then finishing off that nice kind of tail sliding snap at the end. So with 13-18 to go, Levi Slauson is most likely going to stay in the lead and probably extend it hugely after this wave.
Well, and how's the wave selection, too? You can definitely see the local knowledge. Great first turn, the second carve, and how's this finish? Just throws a tail 180 and brings it all the way around. Easily going to be his best wave, and it was one of those mid-shippers, Chris, one that, first of all, Adur didn't even look at, and Noah with third priority was thinking of going on just because he had no other choice. But I think that was perfect wave selection by the local boy Slauson. Should easily better his situation right here. And now with 13 minutes to go, you got to be thinking that the Bass Surfer in red was in control of the heat with the highest wave, 7.33. But I don't think that's guaranteeing moving through anymore. This is going to be a big score right here.
Yeah, you know what I loved about that wave, too, is he did the appropriate amount of surfing on it. Didn't force anything, but somehow, miraculously, or skillfully, I should say, was able to fit in those 4 turns across, down the line. Most surfers in the world, that was a 2-turn wave. Levi Slauson, that's a 4-turner all day.
Well, goes to show you somebody that's been surfing here for basically his whole life, understands what this wave's capable of, not only giving him in terms of scoring potential, but also those good waves that really allow you to get those consecutive maneuvers in. And here's one of the prodigies from the Hawaiian Islands, the surfer from Maui, Eli Hanneman. Great surfer, under the guidance of Sean Ward, and Brett Simpson being here as well, team manager for Hurley. He's probably got a good mouth in his ear right now, giving him some tips and advice on how to compete out here, Chris.
Yeah, that's the cool part about these surfers coming here to Southern California is this is where the majority of the sponsors are. Most coaches are right here between here and LA, so they've got plenty of backup. And I think a lot of times when you're surfing in places that are familiar like this, that this is that added confidence level. It's not like a big discovery thing. You're not trying to figure out how to navigate foreign subways and all that stuff. You're here, you pull up, you park, and you get out there. Here's Noah DePoy now. He's got a 3.33, so a slow start comparatively for Noah, and that wave right there was definitely not the wave that you want to give you that high score potential. You could see just on the face, it was just a slope with kind of a flat face section, the polar opposite of what Levi had on his wave, which was kind of a burner all the way down the line. So Noah, he's if you've surfed enough heats, Mitchell, if you're surfing against a local, do you shadow them? Do you kind of try to soak in a little bit of the local knowledge while in a heat?
I think the best strategy is to attack them from the get-go. What Adur did. Get him off of the best wave of the first 5 minutes, and then eventually you're controlling the rest of the heat and basically forcing them to really do what they're capable of at their local spot. Same thing again here from Noah, though. This score comes in at a 3.1, Chris, and I just think it's his wave selection so far. During a free surf, that wave's fine, but not here when you're competing against the world's best junior surfers. And here's Adur. This is an important wave.
All right, Adur looking for a 5.01. If he wants to get into the first spot, gets a little too involved with the lip right there. He goes down. Still, it's kind of I'm sure, a surprise to him. That section came pretty quick. 9.5 to go. Levi well into the lead with a 7.33, matching Adur's first wave, the highest single wave score so far. He backs it up with a 5, so Levi now with a 12.33 total. So far, that would have got you the win in most every heat we've seen on the day. You're in heat 5. So if you're encroaching on the teens, you're most likely going to be in the lead. Our first place surfer gets to skip a round. Second and third place surfer, they go into the second round, which is going to be harder than this because that just means the ramifications. If you lose in that second round, you're out.
Right. By that point, it's single elimination. And I don't know if you noticed a few minutes ago, Chris, there was a paddle situation between Adur and Noah. Adur paddled for a wave, lost priority, gave Noah first priority, and that's when Noah got his 3.1. But since that point, Adur's kind of been on the fence every single time on which wave to catch. It seems like he's been pressured to go on poor waves, and his selection hasn't been very good. And here he goes underneath Levi's priority.
So a medium-sized wave here for Adur. 2 nice carves. And it just looks like, he is so in tune with that board. He can do anything he wants, but riding out of what was going to be super critical backside snap to finish that wave. An incomplete ride. Looks like the whitewater just got the better of him. Loved the look of that last turn. That'll be an amazing photo. But was it a make? I don't think so.
No, and he was very close to getting the score if he rides out of that. Good flow right here. Nothing major up until this point. Couple of wraps, but look at the way this wave stands up right here going into the finish. Nice little setup and great execution. The thing was, I think he straight-legged a little bit too much when he was coming out of the turn. He needed to stay much lower and compressed coming out of it. Fortunately for him, though, he still has 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go. But the bad news for Adur and Noah is that Levi Slauson has priority right now. Looking to better a 5, I think that's something that he's capable of doing with one single maneuver. And if you look at the amount of waves that we've seen during this heat, in 7 minutes there's going to be at least one set to come through, Chris.
There you see your surfer in blue right in the zone. Just on the outside of him, you see a little bit of that boil start to pop up, so that'll be kind of his indicator to make sure he's sitting in the right spot. There's the boil behind the wave, so this one comes just inside of that boil. Sometimes you can get one of these roll-ins right there. That wave kind of gave that opportunity out the back, but he lets it go, and now you see Noah. So Noah Dupuy now, again, just kind of on a, you saw him, just a little bit of a hand jive. That was kind of one of those, what am I doing? What happened? This wave looked so good. This is a place where you can take off on a wave that looks like it's going to be the dream runner of your life, and it quickly, if it goes too far out to the left, it can hit a flat spot, as the last 3 waves have done for Noah. So Noah's an amazing surfer, but I would say right now Seaside is getting the better of him in terms of the waves he's ridden and potentially where he's sitting in the lineup. He just hasn't really found anything critical enough to get a big score.
Yeah, and I mean, the turns he's done are fine. They're just not in critical sections. So when you compare it to the 7s that we have in this seated, even Levi's 5, there's nothing really comparable for Noah to even break those 3s. But what I will say is that with this high of a tide, those big sets that you see that seem like they're going to close out, those are really the waves that you want. And less is more, definitely, here at Seaside. 2 turns, maybe 3 turns on a big set wave will get you a great score.
There you see Al Cleland Jr. Do we just call him Alan Cleland now? Is he past the age of being a junior? He definitely surfs like a senior, and that's a compliment because his dad is an incredible surfer as well. But Al Cleland, I mean, he has had probably, I would say, his best year, not only competitive, but also filming-wise, released an amazing edit called Saturn, which we'll definitely be talking about during his heat. But here's your heat recap. Heat 5, 5.5 minutes to go here. Adur started strong, but Levi pressed through to get the lead so far.
Yeah, and a 7.33 right out of the gate for Adur. It was a great start, beautiful flow, and excellent execution to find a wave in the first minute or 2 out there at Seaside, which can be a complicated place to navigate the lineup. Didn't get the finish right there at the end, but then it was a local boy with the comeback, Chris. A 5 right here. Great first turn. Love the way he's been really enunciating his bottom turns and really pronouncing those critical maneuvers in sections like this, where he's been able to get up into the lip when sometimes it isn't easy to find a section like that. And then his second wave, his third wave, his last one, which ended up being his best so far, a 7.33. Great 2-turn combo on the outside. Love the way he was able to fit this last one in and add the variation factor too. That also came in as a 7.33, and there's different ways to get to a score. You can easily see right there. Very comparable, but I like that wave a lot from the local boy Slauson.
Yeah, I mean, that's a daily occurrence for Levi Slauson out here at Seaside. Always one of the standouts, even when he started, cutting his teeth out here at 10, 11 years old. You just knew there was something special about this kid, and he's proved everybody who thought that right. And so far, that 7.33 tied for the highest single wave score of the day with Adur. Levi is put himself in a really nice position now. He's sitting out the back with priority. He's got plenty of time to identify a good set. Not only can he post another big score for himself, but also he can block Adur and Noah. And he's going to know which waves to ride and which waves to sell. And with 3:24 to go, this is the exact position you want to be in to finish out your heat.
And I can't overstate this, Chris. It's super important to leave your ego out of things, too, especially at the end of the heat. If there's 3 minutes to go, you do not see a wave that you need to go on or paddle for, let somebody else go on it knowing that it's not going to be the score. So be patient out there and keep your cool. Here's a good wave for Noah, though. It seems like this might line up on the inside.
Yeah, you see perking up a little bit through the mid portion. Gave him some opportunity there. Maybe just a little bit mistimed. And he keeps throwing his arms up. And there he releases the tail a little bit. So some good action for Noah on the end of that wave. The kind of mid-wave anti-claim, though. Not a huge fan of that. You know, you don't want to signify to the judges that something's going wrong, which he's already done twice. And just from what we've watched in the practice sessions and what we're seeing now, you can't let the emotions get better of you. So far, though, this was a well-surfed wave for Noah Dupuy. Was it a 9-point ride, though?
Not at all. And, I agree with you. I think you want to show as much positive body language as you can, regardless of how you're doing in the heat.
Yeah, see right there.
What's
going on?
This was a cool turn right here, though. I mean, tough section. It's not going to be a big score. Score comes in, Chris. It's a mid-ranger, but it's good that this happened right here in the non-elimination round rather than when you're going up against only another single surfer. Once it's the single elimination, it's do or die right there. Here you at least have a little leeway to really gain that experience and see yourself competing out there at a lineup which you don't really know that well.
Yeah, this is just vital experience for all these surfers. So with 1:35 to go, Levi Slauson still in control and command of this heat. Sitting out the back with priority, 7.33 and a 5. Adur right there just needs a 5.01. So if you look back at what Levi did to get that 5, that was that kind of quick 4 turn or quick 2 or 3 turns that he did out the back. So they're out there and plenty of waves coming through. But I think if you ask Noah Dupuy about that, he'll say, yeah, there's a lot of waves coming through, but what are the good ones? Because he has not really found that gem out there yet. But like you said, these non-elimination rounds kind of just give them that experience and just a little more knowledge about Seaside. Big turn there for Noah. Another blasting finish. So that was just, I would say, letting your frustrations out on the wave. That's how you want to finish if you didn't get the win. So he'll be coming through with a little bit of, growing pains out here at Seaside. Put up a couple good numbers, a 4.2 and a 3.3. But when you're going up against Levi and Adur, who both look like they're switched on immediately, you're going to have to get back to the drawing board and figure something out there if you're in that third or even second place spot.
Look, and for both European surfers that aren't making it out of this heat, there's 2 lessons to be learned. One, you need to be better with positioning. And for Adur, more importantly, you had the lead for the majority of the heat, and then you ended up losing with the single highest wave score of the heat, too. So what did you do wrong, and what can I improve on going into the next heat? But huge win for the local boy, Chris. He's moving through.
Yeah, he's pumping his way. That was the first kind of right ridden we've seen there. That's just Levi coming to the beach. 12.33 total. Gets the win. The local Levi Slauson. Adur Amatrain comes through in second place right there in the conversation. Did get a 7.33, so a big number for Adur. Noah Dupuy back to the drawing board, but he will have another chance in the second round. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with more action. You're watching the SAMBAZON Best Western World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Well, welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. We're live from Seaside Reef here in beautiful Encinitas, California. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar, joined by one of the stars of Seaside and Beyond, Rob Machado. He's done other things since then, of course, but Rob, welcome back. I saw you here yesterday and every single day before that for the last 5 years. Welcome back to Seaside.
It's good to be back. I almost didn't find my way into the lot. I was, what's happening down here? There's an event. This is cool, man. It's good to be back.
Different of a look. I'm sure Rob got prime parking in his new-ish van.
Yeah.
Just somewhere over there. If you know, you know. Well, Rob, we're looking at really fun waves here today at Seaside. The left is activating out the back. 27:30 on the clock. We'll set this heat up. And I know you know some of these names. Tommy Coleman, he comes from the East Coast. Al Cleland, down from Pascuales, Mexico. Eli Hanneman, he comes from the Hawaiian Islands, and this is going to be an incredible matchup. We've been looking at this heat for a long time, getting very excited. Rob, as you see conditions out here today, I know you probably would have been out there for 2 or 3 hours already this morning, but you tell us, give us the letter grade on Seaside this morning.
Yes, you're right. I would have. This is my time zone right now. Like I dropped the Grom off at school. I would have been paddling out. This is pretty prime. It's high tide. We got just enough swell to keep it out on the reef. We're going to see it evolve as the tide drops. It'll get a little more sucky and bowly, but we're lucky because it kind of got too big last week. And we had too much swell, but I think we came out of it really well. The sands lined up good as we see these guys stroking into that's Eli. Having a look.
Eli Hanneman, I mean, I would say he's one of the springiest surfers to ever do it. You see his coil up and wind up into the lip right there, a whip crack snap for Eli Hanneman. So that's going to be a great start. Back to the conversation, Rob. So the tide just peaked out, 9:54. As the tide drops out, what are your expectations for the rest of the morning?
Yeah, it's going to be critical. I mean, wave selection is always critical. You know, in any surf contest, you're always trying to get the best waves so that you can get the most opportunities. But out here, I'm going to say it's even more critical, sucking out off the reef, picking the right ones that are going to hit the reef right, and then give you those opportunities down the line and have those finishing maneuvers like we just saw with Eli there, right? But, hey, all in all, I'm going to go like in a B+. I'm not even going into the A's.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
We got a long week ahead of us.
Yeah.
As Al Cleland now powering his way through to this mid portion. We just saw Eli Hanneman making his way back out into the lineup. So there is an actual Big Al, Al's dad, but I think we can call Alan Cleland Big Al as well because he has filled out. This kid has become such a strong, powerful surfer. Eli Hanneman, he's surfed 6 Challenger Series events, 2 QSs, and 2 Pro Juniors, so he has had a lot of competition in 2022 for Al Cleland Jr. People call him kind of a mix, Jack Robbo, Bruce Irons of Mexico, which 2 names that you wouldn't mind being considered with. As you see now, Tommy Coleman from Vero Beach, Florida. He won a Pro Junior and got 3rd place in that same event, QS at Ron John. And bam, Tommy Coleman blasting it up and lip. Can he ride out? He does.
Tommy.
That's how you want to finish a wave right there.
That was gnarly. And you look at the talent from the East Coast and how much talent they've provided over the years. Obviously, one of your best friends, Kelly from Cocoa Beach, one of those guys. But I also think that when it comes to the Pro Juniors, especially on the women's side, you look at Caroline Marks, you look at this girl that's working with Asher Nolan right now. She's also incredible coming up. Zoe Benedetto's also a great surfer. And here's the surfer from Maui, Chris, again, Eli.
Yeah, Eli Hanneman, one of these surfers that the second they stand up, you never know what they're going to do. For Eli, blasting the tail out on that finishing move. I think that the surfers in this lineup right now had a great opportunity to study Levi Slauson, who was born and raised surfing here, who knows exactly where to take off. This looks like a similar wave that we saw Levi get that 7.33 on.
I really like this wave, honestly. The first turn was great. The finish was probably even better to me personally. I think the difficult thing about being a goofy footer out here is that in comparison to the regular footers, Rob, you have to prepare your turns, especially the non-consequential ones, a lot slower. And you can see the one section that Tommy was eyeing the whole time. But before that, there wasn't the one major moment that you're thinking of, okay, that's already going to give him a big score. Whereas Eli's, he had the one turn on the outside, the midsection was flat, but then the finish was spectacular too.
Yeah, it's easy to outrun the wave here at Seaside. It's easy to find yourself out on the shoulder doing a lot of cutbacks and wraps and stuff like that. Whereas we saw Eli kind of held back and waited and really put his board up in the lip and found that criticalness that these guys want to see, right?
Yeah, patience can pay off for you, no doubt. 22:50 to go. Well, local knowledge and just hardcore ripping got this kid through that last heat in a big way. Levi Slauson taking the win, 12.33 total. He's standing by now with AJ.
Levi, Rob dropping some gems in the booth about what you need to know to surf this wave well. It's a wave that you know incredibly well. How did that local knowledge help you today?
Yeah, I learned to surf at this wave, and yeah, I've been surfing here since, pretty much I started surfing. So, yeah, it was nice to know the lineup and not have to learn a new spot. I've kind of been just traveling all over the world for the Challenger Series this year, and it's been definitely a bit of a learning curve, but being back home and having the opportunity to surf a wave that I know better than anywhere in the world has been quite a privilege, and I've been having the help from Rob and a couple of the other local guys who have been giving me some pointers, and yeah, I got a big support team down here, so it feels good just to get a heat out of the way. I actually haven't won a heat in a long time, so it feels nice to get just a little momentum start for this event for sure.
Traveling all over the world, you get a chance to surf a lot of different ways, but you do a lot of it by yourself too. Here at home, you have a ton of support. How much does that mean to you?
Yeah, for sure. Usually just traveling around the world, I'm just I do have a great support team when I travel. I work with Matt Myers and the Myers Mentorship, so it's nice to have them traveling around the world, but to be at home and have all my friends and family here to support me, and yeah, just wake up in the morning and know that I'm going down to my local wave and I don't have to learn anything new is nice. So yeah, it was fun. It was a good heat.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And then, yeah, I wanted to give a shout out I just want to say hi to my family back in Hawaii and my girlfriend Medina. I know they're watching, so I just want to say good morning and hi to you guys.
Back to you guys.
That's why he lives in Hawaii half-time. It's not just the waves. Love to hear it. Levi Slauson, no doubt being cheered on and maybe a little bit heckled by the lot trolls. He is one of the crew that hangs out in this parking lot on most given days. 20:40 to go. Big set coming through. This one's going to catch these surfers out of position. Rob, this is a wave that, historically we had a lot of events here in the 80s, early 90s on the PSAA, the Bud Pro Tour. But then there was a pretty large gap in pro events. A lot of amateur contests come through here. It's a really fun wave to surf, but really tricky to compete at. What makes this wave a bit of a haunted house for surfers who haven't spent a lot of time out here?
Yeah, it is a tricky wave. I mean, we've talked about like the different sections of the reef and not outrunning the wave is kind of very important out here. Is learning how to, even if it looks like it's going to wall off, you kind of got to hang back and find those sections. You can very easily be doing a lot of cutbacks. And like you said, it's a super fun wave to surf. It's like, who doesn't like a wave that breaks out on a reef and, you can ride it for 30 seconds all the way through and kind of get these bonus sections on the inside. But as the tide drops, it's going to really get exaggerated. There's different parts where you can take off on the reef. There's boils out there that mark the lineup, and if you don't know where those are, you can definitely get lost. And to build a strategy in a heat out here is, it's like, how are you going to approach it? Am I going to focus on outside maneuvers? Do I want to ride waves all the way to the beach? That's a long paddle back out. I mean, I don't like it when I got to do it.
Well, this is one of these rare 3 goofy foot commentary crews. So,
yes.
Rob, has any of these young surfers maybe that you're not familiar with, or they have a coach that you might know? Has anybody hit you up for some direct information about Seaside?
I did. I talked to. I worked with Levi. I hit Levi up, and we've been chatting, and just more. He knows the wave. It's more about building confidence. Just go out there, believe in yourself. You know what waves to get. Wait for them, patience, and then capitalize on good sections. When you have good sections, you have to take advantage of them, as we saw Eli did, getting that 7.5, and then backing it up, right? and it's super important to back up a big score. So we'll see if Eli can do that.
Got a lot of speed and a good section to work with. I mean, another, you can just see the confidence that Eli has when he finishes that way. We see Alan Cleland now. Big backside blowtail. I'm loving that maneuver choice on that section. Not an easy section to hit. Sometimes it kind of goes out to sea. Other time it comes right at you. Both surfers got the best of it right there. But Eli Hanneman sitting on that 7.5. Now he's got one of the highest single wave scores of the day. And he's just looking like he's building. You can see the momentum. And he is a fiery young surfer in any waves. From pipeline to lowers to, Brazil, wherever he surfs. I mean, he always comes with intent. You can see it on his face.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think this might be the best heat I've seen him compete in a very long time, too. He had a decent amount of success on the Challenger Series. He had a couple of good results, especially in Bolito. But I think when it comes to surfing primarily a left point break or a reef break like it is here at Seaside, I wasn't expecting him to do that well. And so far, I think he's going to put a lot more pressure with this last wave with 17 minutes to go still. We haven't even gone through half of the heat yet. And he's already going to have close to 15 points, if not 15 points on the board.
Yeah, he's one of the kids that actually I talked to yesterday. It was Eli, Jackson, and Jet. They we were at Seaside Market, just strolling through Jet came up to me, and we just had our, said our hellos, and then Jet started kind of picking my brain, like, hey, man, what about, is there a spot you want to, and we had just some good banter, and it was cool. Maybe that helped him out. But
it's our version of Foodland.
Yeah, exactly.
Seaside Market.
Totally.
You never know who you're going to run to in there.
But I really like what Eli's doing. When he's getting those sections, it's one thing to get the section, but then to really capitalize, the way he's getting those fins out the back, and really, I think the judges, as we see the scores, really like it.
Well, you could be looking at the screen and go, wait, are we watching a juniors event? When Al Cleland takes off, big, strong surfer, and like we said, I mean, he comes from a place that's predominantly just big barrels, and so he's already, known as one of the best tube riders that we have right now on the planet. But for Alan Cleland, he's really, I think, focused on competition. Of course, he films incredible video parts. We saw him in the Quicksilver Saturn film that just dropped that was just epic. But I really like what he's been doing in competition. It seems like he's kind of worked out the kinks, and he's really starting to thrive.
And I think he's coming off of the best I've ever seen him surf in a jersey, too. I think Haleiwa was his best event ever. He really approached that wave as he would at Pascuales. But let me break it down for you. In Mex, there's been a successful amount of surfers that have been great within Latin America, and especially, obviously, within Mexico. You have Johnny Corzo, who's been an ISA gold medalist. His older brother, Angelo Lozano, who's won a QS event in Puerto Escondido. David Rutherford won a QS event, and so did Raul Noyola. But besides that, I don't think there's been anybody as competitively successful as Alan Cleland Jr. has been. And I think it comes from being half American, too. His father's from South County, San Diego, and it's really provided that competitive knowledge from the 80s and the 90s, and it's transferred into this young kid who's still in his early 20s, or going to be in his early 20s, and now he has the whole future ahead of him in terms of what he can do with his competitive future.
Yeah, I think for him, and for a lot of surfers that come from incredibly wave-rich areas, to just make that decision, well, yeah, it's probably going to be really good at home for the next 3 months, but I got to go out and do work. The work has paid off for Alan Cleland. So 14:23 to go. Big number just came through for Eli Hanneman, a 7.67. Rob, you've competed on every level, of course, but you had a really stellar run in the Pro Junior category. Some big event wins up in Huntington Beach for the OP Pro Junior, which was kind of the benchmark back then. But what do you think of the level that we see now from the Pro Junior? I mean, if you took off all the graphics and everything, you could be watching a CT. Everyone's that good.
Yeah, the level has gone through the roof. I mean, you go back and watch clips of what we were doing back in, the early 90s, and yeah, we would have no chance against these kids, right? At least I
don't know.
You would have. I think
I don't know.
They're taking surfing to such neat levels, and it's so fun to watch, right? And yeah, those events back in the day, like the first pro junior I surfed in was the OP Junior. I made the final against Kelly, and Kelly was already a superhero, and we all praised him. And we had a priority buoy back then, the old thing. You used to have to paddle around to get priority, and it was such an odd thing because we'd never seen a priority buoy. We never surfed one.
What's that thing out
Yeah,
there?
and it was like 100 yards out. You had to like leave the lineup and paddle out to this thing. But anyway, we surfed on Sunday in front of the OP Pro crowd on the beach, and it was so nerve-wracking, man. And surfing against the superhuman that Kelly is, he won, and it was an honor to be in the event with him, standing up on the podium next to, guys like Barton Lynch and who I can't remember who won that year, but it was cool.
He barely won that year, just for the record. Yeah, we're excited to have Rob Machado in the booth here. Rob would have been here anyway, contest or not. So as we see the lineup right now, that 767 that we saw from Eli Hanneman, for both of you, what made that the best wave of the day so far?
Well, to me, really the execution of the most critical sections of the wave. And as Rob was saying, he's getting those sections, but some people would maybe avoid them or not choose the same maneuvers that he did. But he's having no fear, Rob. He's actually attacking those sections when they're presenting themselves.
Yeah, and what else? What I saw in that wave was the variety. The first slipper, he hit it and kind of got the fins free, but it was just a solid turn. And then he did a nice roundhouse. It was clean, good rebound, and then that set him up perfect with the speed coming out of the pocket to just slam that last section and getting the fins out the back, getting critical. So it was a really good combination of those three turns that I thought.
And the judges have made it known early. They don't want to see cutbacks. This is a really fun wave for cutbacks. Everybody loves the feeling of a good cutback, but we can all do cutbacks. They want to see exciting, dramatic surfing. That's exactly what Eli Hanneman has showed them throughout this heat. I think if you're watching what Eli's doing right now, this is the same thing that you would see him do, if he was filming a video part. There's no difference between a lot of these surfers, what they do in heat and what they do in front of a camera.
No, not at all, and especially when you include the East Coasters in that too. I think the last Floridian to do this well in a pro junior, especially at the World Juniors, was Evan Thompson, and he's my age. And you look at Tommy Coleman now, and this is a kid that has not only grown exponentially, he's very tall, he's lanky, but his style really suits this wave perfectly if you look at it. He just needs to be on the best waves, though. And you look at the talent and the shapers that they have over there, Matt Keckley, Gordon Lawson, they have all the equipment that a lot of the Californians have, too, especially the connections that they have with Sharp Eye Surfboards and Marcio Zuvi. A lot of Floridians ride those boards, too, Chris.
Yeah, that's true, and the Sharp Eye team has definitely fielded a really strong group of surfers in this event as well. 10:20 to go. Looks like a pulse coming through. Who will pop up on this wave? It's going to be Alan Cleland. So nice selection here. Beautiful. I mean, textbook, bottom turn, top turn smash, throwing tons of spray. Super powerful, perfect placement. Another big opportunity for Alan Cleland there.
Wow.
He's developing an interesting claim through when the camera cut away, but Alan Cleland right there, I mean, 2 sledgehammer turns out the back.
That was a beautiful start to that way he set that wave up. But let's have a look at Eli coming off the bottom. Not gonna kick right out of that one, but yeah, I'm sure we'll get a replay of that. And I love the way he dropped in and went straight to the bottom, squared hard off the bottom, and that top turn just buckets of water. Really perfect execution.
It's easily going to break combo, I can tell you that, Chris. He needs 2 scores at the moment, but this should easily not only break combo, it might even be the best wave of the heat, too. I mean, the first section, we're really talking about a major maneuver, and how many of those have we seen throughout the first 6 heats in the morning? Not many.
Yeah, and incredibly, that's going to be his 10th wave ridden. So he's been very busy, and here's a look at the replay, Rob. This was a thing of beauty.
Yeah, the timing was just flawless. Really squared up off the bottom, through the mid zone, just a couple little cutties, and then sets up for this finishing move. Bam, gets it up there. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that score comes through.
To watch the development of Alan Cleland has been pretty amazing. He was a little kid, a big little kid, you would say. He's stretched out and grown into that strength. The score comes through a 6.73. So I would say the meat of that score coming from that big first turn. You know, he didn't really get that clean opportunity at the end that Eli had, so that's probably what was the difference between the 6.73 and the 7.67. So we see Cade Matson in red, part of that San Clemente Cyclone. He'll be coming up against Cal Costa and Lennox Chell, so another big heat coming up after this. But here goes Al again, his 11th wave ridden, speeding down the line, hunting the ramp. Will he find it? He does. Goes to the air, but comes unstuck. 7:57 to go. So, Rob, I had mentioned earlier in the documentary, Momentum Generation, they cite Benji Weatherly's house on the North Shore of Oahu as really kind of being the petri dish, if you will. But I would say the seed was planted right here at Seaside with Taylor Steele's first movie, Seaside and Beyond, which you were in, which you were probably a huge part of actually getting made. So would you say the Momentum Generation really and truly started right here at Seaside?
You know, it's interesting. It did. Like, you know, Taylor made Seaside and Beyond as a high school project. He was down here on the beach. He was filming. And there was actually a point where we would take turns filming each other. Remember when you do that with your friends?
Oh, yeah.
You're like, all right, your half hour's up. You come in. But the first trip we went on, and I talked Taylor into doing it, was a trip to Puerto Escondido. And there was a giant crew going down there. Shane, Ross, Kelly, Todd Chesser, Brock Little. I mean, the list goes on and on. Pat O'Connell, Vinny De La Pena. And we all went down there, and I said, Taylor, just come, dude. Just show up. And he came. Oh, that was a beautiful turn. Let's watch this wave. Don't need to hear me talk.
Tommy Coleman coming through. That was one of those mid waves. No critical opportunity there.
Great first turn. It just didn't really have the end of the wave there. But getting back to that story, Taylor came on that trip. He didn't know anyone, and he stood on the beach and he filmed, and everybody was stoked to be able to see themselves surf. Like, that was back in an era where you never got to see yourself on video, and Taylor would let us watch the videos and all that. There we go.
Alan Cleland. This is a wild backside reverse there.
Yeah. That'll be interesting. I don't think we really saw the beginning of that wave to see what happened at the start, because he's looking for a pretty high score, an 8.44. Have we seen anything in that range yet today?
No. Nothing's broken excellent so far, and, you know, if I'm super critical of Al's performance in this heat and, you know, just the heats that I've seen him compete in before, I think this is a wave that really suits his style, especially as a regular footer going up into the lip in the first section. There's just been too much activity in this heat for him. It's a 30-minute heat, 25 minutes have gone by. Out of the first 6 waves, his best score was a 4. And you really have to break it down as to getting 4 to 5 waves max, to me personally, out here, because if you do get one all the way to the beach, the paddle back out is just too taxing on your body. And in terms of your physical being, you need to really execute those first 2 turns as well as you can and then get a finish. It's as simple as that.
Mm-hmm. Al's just amping right now. We needed to make new space on the scoreline.
There we go. Bang.
This was his 12th wave ridden.
And that was, okay, so just a 2-turn wave, but that first turn was solid. It was critical. I don't think it's going to go up into the excellent range, but, you know, it was a well-ridden wave. He had a good flow. I just think he needed one more opportunity there.
Well, 4:40 to go. The highest single wave score of this entire event so far is Eli Hanneman's 7.67. And out the back now with priority, it's Tommy Coleman.
There's no shortage of waves, huh?
Yeah, that's
a good thing.
You couldn't ask for more.
Yeah. But getting back to my Taylor Steele story. So Puerto Escondido trip, it really culminated this group of people, and we all became friends. And then from then on, when anyone came into town, they were either staying at my house or they're staying at Taylor's house. And we were filming here at Seaside, Oceanside, you know, lowers trips, and even venturing down into Mex and looking for waves. And it was just nonstop. It was just a really solid, fun crew of guys always coming through town.
Yeah, this has always been, I would say, San Diego's highest performance zone. You know, you've got Black's Beach, you've got Swami's, 2 iconic breaks, but in terms of, you know, the youth and progression, Seaside has always been on that list. And, you know, there's a reason why a lot of my friends won't surf here with me because there's too many good surfers. I'm not putting myself on that list, but it's hard to get waves out here on a normal day. The talent is just that heavy. Eli Hanneman now, proving that this is a great wave for fast, powerful surfing.
Eli, you like that one? Little fist pump. He's looking solid in this heat, man.
For real.
Really putting together good flow, good rhythm, finding the good waves. Like, he had 3 really good opportunities on that wave. So,
all right, he's going to have 3 scores that are probably going to break better than the 7 too. Great first turn right there. Love his patience. And I think Rob and Chris, both of you guys as being local boys, patience here is a virtue that a lot of people don't have yet. And I think that's why a lot of guys that I see that have come from this area, especially at Seaside Reef, have really brought that to the QS. One of them is a kid my age, Taylor Clark. And I remember seeing him compete before, and I was like, why is this kid's bottom turn so good? And it's because he was able to surf this wave on a consistent basis.
And, yeah, one of those guys that will stand out every day.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The part that I noticed on that wave of Eli, when he took off on the wave, he got to the bottom, he actually faded back. There's like a real subtle check fade where it like puts him right in the hook when he gets back up into the lip. And he did it on both of those snaps. And so I always tell people out here, when you think you're going to be coming up to the lip, you're probably going to be doing a cutback. So you kind of got to shed that speed and really come hard off the bottom and have a really good bottom turn.
I surfed here yesterday afternoon. The tide was getting low, and it was big. I hadn't surfed out here in a few years, and I had forgotten how powerful this wave was and how much you actually do need to fade when you bottom turn, because as Rob was saying, you're either too far out up front in the face or you're too deep if you fade too much too.
Right.
And you definitely don't want to be deep.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a sweet spot, and you really got it takes a little bit to figure it out. Eli's kind of found the perfect formula, it seems like.
Yeah, he's cracked the code. Look at, he's got the two of today's highest scores, a 7.67 and a 7.5. Yeah, local knowledge is huge, but when the field of surfers is this good, I mean, any wave is going to be right in their zone.
I feel like as the day goes on, too, a lot of these surfers have had the opportunity to watch a lot of the heats and see what waves are good. And, these guys pick it up fast. They're analytical. They understand what needs to happen. What's getting good scores? What do I need to do? Oh, I need to hit the lip. I need to get the fins out the back. I need to be critical. So these guys, as the day progresses, I think it's just going to keep getting better and better. And we got to get into the excellent range.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
We're there. We're close.
Yeah.
40 seconds left here in round of 24. Heat 6, Eli Hanneman in the lead. Our highest heat total of the event so far, that 15.17. He's got 2 scores close to that excellent range. Alan Cleland right there behind him with a 6.73 and a 4.5. Tommy Coleman, he needs a 9.67 if he wants to jump into the lead. There's Eli all the way to the end, just making sure he's still controlling this heat. There's the stall, looking for the ramp. I shouldn't have said anything.
Looking,
I ruined
still
it.
looking.
I ruined it. That's easy work for Eli. Little victory lap there, potentially. Unless Tommy Coleman can go absolutely wild on this one. Kind of flattens out in front of him. There's that kind of patience where you're just waiting for something big to happen. It does for Tommy, so a strong finish there. I will say one of the coolest turns of the event so far belongs to Tommy Coleman, a big, impossible layback. So Heat 6 is over. Eli Hanneman unofficially getting the win. Alan Cleland in second. Tommy Coleman third. Rob Machado joining us, and Rob lives close enough to where we'll just text him for any heat we want him to come down. He'll come down off the couch. He'll be here all week long, right, Rob?
Stoked to hang with you guys. Appreciate it.
Oh, thanks for being with us.
And for any of you junior surfers watching, I'm not promising anything, but if you see Rob at Seaside Market, he might give you a tip or two. Maybe he'll even buy you a SAMBAZON bowl.
Hey, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm going to get one right now.
15.17 was the total, the highest heat total of the day. Eli Hanneman putting himself on that list of favorites to win. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back with more action. You're watching the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. Thank you, Rob Machado. More of Rob throughout the week as the world's best juniors surf their way through Seaside Reef.
Back at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. And it's all hosted by Best Western as we're looking at the opening exchange here. Heat number 7, the opening round for men. Kuiper Girl along with Rosie Hodge on the booth. And Rosie, gosh, it has been nonstop here at Seaside.
It's been absolutely firing, Cups. It's so fun to see the conditions that we have because it just makes things so much more exciting. Eli in that last heat, wow, he was fun to watch. But yeah, it's been a pretty fun day. Stoked to be calling heats with you, Cups.
Oh yeah, and we got another great heat out in the water right now. Cade Matson from San Clemente, California. Kawa Costa representing Brazil, and Lennox Shell out of Avoca Beach, Australia. Here we go. Turn our attention here to Cade Matson, 20-year-old out of San Clemente, California. Vicious backhand by the youngster. A little too much drift on the end there, however, Rosie.
Yeah, just comes a little bit unglued. That section just didn't offer him that steepness that he needed to make that connection on the last turn.
So looking at some of the scores so far, and the judges do owe us a couple of scores. One for Lennox Chell and another for Kawa Costa out in the blue jersey. Surfer in the blue jersey, as I said, 20-year-old out of Brazil, and has started to make a name for himself from that talented surfing pool of the Brazilian Storm. Kawa Costa is going to be another name to pay attention to. He's already had some great success, got a 9th place finish at the Challenger Series over there in Saquarema just in 2022.
Yeah, that's already a huge headline. I mean, making it into the Challenger Series event there, it's so highly contested. Getting a 9th place finish, you know, you're knocking on the door, you get into those quarterfinals, that's really starts to be a good result.
Here he goes. Opened up with a 4.93. This is wave number 2 for Costa. Looking down the line after easy carve. Looking for some opportunity. Backhand float through that section. Skips a couple of ribs on the inside. Wave continues to form up on the inside. Another carve. A little caught up there. No problem, though. Costa up into the lip with a vert stab to finish.
Good flow through that wave, good connection through his maneuvers. Nothing really a highlight huge moment for me, but just good to see his flow and his rhythm with the wave at the moment. He's a pretty big kid. I mean, you think about 20 years old, that's kind of the cutoff age coming into this event. Yeah, he's nice and strong, got some good power.
Yeah, 3.67, and add that to his 4.93 for 8.62 wave total. Costa out in the lead, but still plenty of time. We start with 30 minutes on the clock. We're down to 25.
Yeah, seems like a whale out the back there, Cops.
Oh.
Always a beautiful vision.
Lennox Chell out here. He's a 19-year-old from Avoca Beach, Australia. And Lennox, second-generation surfer. Dad Sam is a great surfer himself, hailing from Avoca. And this is going to be my first kind of viewing of this young Australian. But as we look at the regions, Rosie, and we look at getting on to even the Challenger Series, in which the winner, the world champ for the men and the women, will have that. Just getting on to that, Australia being probably one of the most competitive regions there is.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, Australia is just such a hotbed of talent. And thinking about Avoca, I mean, you got Ace Buck, and that comes from that area. Glenn Hall, there's so many talented surfers, so this guy's really been fostered with a lot of talent around him.
Yeah. ABC, Avoca Board Riders Club, one of the top clubs there in Australia. Well, we had a young man from Maui. He's a phenomena, and he lived up to the hype. He won his first heat. Eli Hanneman is with AJ.
Didn't just win his first heat, Kaipo, but went out there with authority. The top 3 scores of the competition so far. What was your mentality heading out into the water?
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to go out there and just, show what I can do, because I've been working really hard, especially when it comes to contests, because I was on the Challengers all year, and you go up against guys who've been doing it for like 20 years, and I'm like on my first year, so it felt good to go out there and get a rhythm and kind of try and, show what I can do.
What is the biggest thing you learned from being in all those Challenger Series events that you carried into your first heat today?
I learned so much. It's crazy. At the beginning of the year, I was kind of just like a little bit of a, wide, I was tripping because I was getting smoked, and I was like, what do I got to do here? And at first it was a really negative experience for me. I was like, what's going on? Like, why can't I do this? But in the end, it turned out to be something really positive, and it's helped me a lot. I feel like I've grown a lot, and I'm excited to hopefully show what I can do this year.
Worked for you today. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you, guys.
Eli Hanneman. You know, Rosie, when we look back at the 2022 Challenger Series and Eli Hanneman, for his talent, he's true. He did underperform given how talented that surfer from Maui is. But I think 2023, we're going to see a different story when Eli Hanneman has the jersey on.
And what an introspective thought from him to give us that insight into what he's feeling, what he's going through, and just being so honest with himself too. So it's good to see the way that it's shaped his character, and great to see him coming into the form that he's got now in 2023. I think he's going to be dangerous on the Challenger Series and in this World Junior event.
Yeah, no shortage of talent too, you know. And but Rosie, sometimes just pure surfing talent doesn't always equal competitive success.
It's so true. I mean, so many times it's almost like you've got these phenomenal athletes. They're coming through, and everyone's telling them that they're going to be amazing, they're going to make it, this, that, and the other, without doing the hard work. And you almost feel like you being shortchanged because it isn't coming easy, and you've got to work so hard if you really want to be there. It doesn't just land in your lap. So it's fun to see these guys just battle their way through and how their careers shape up.
Chal here, the goofy foot from Avoca. Had a little bobble at the start, but making up for it now, looking for finish, crushes that oncoming section for the completion. Nice surfing from Lennox Chal. Opened up with a 5-point ride, Rosie, and just a 3.6 will give him the lead in this heat. What's your thoughts on that wave?
Yeah, he really cleaned it up nicely on that finishing maneuver. There was that little bobble through the midsection, but to kind of throw yourself with that force and really ride that rail line down on that ending maneuver. I'm getting shades of kind of North Narrabeen out of Seaside that he could maybe think about comparing to home places at home.
Costa here wants to regain the lead. He needs a 5.04 at the moment. He's in second. Kawa, nice finish, powerful finish, a little bit of a hand jive to show some of his excitement, and we will see what that number comes in with for Kawa Costa. Kawa on the paddle back out, and one note with Costa is that he got a wild card. He got that 9th place finish over in Sakurema on the Challenger Series there. He came in as a wild card in that event, and the way he got in there was the week before he won the juniors event over at the Sakurema Surf Festival. So top junior, got into that Challenger Series, and as we look at the frame of this Junior World Championships, top man, top woman in these World Championships are going to have an invite to all of this year's Challenger Series events. So that's a big prize, maybe even more important than the money.
Oh, more important than the money. I mean, the trophy's really nice, the prestige and everything, but really jump-starting that career, getting that seeding into those Challenger Series, because you've got to kind of slog through all the regionals. You've got to get your spot to make it onto the Challenger Series. So to leapfrog all of that by winning this event is very, very valuable.
Yeah. Got a set coming through here, and let's see who is going to go. We know Cade Madsen in the red jersey, our top seed in this heat, has first priority, needs a big number to get back into the mix here, and we'll see. Of course, we're being hosted here by Best Western, but another thing that Best Western's doing is they're giving us the fans an opportunity for the fan picks. So let's take a look at this heat's fan picks hosted by Best Western. 57%, Rosie, going with the San Clemente surfer, Cade Madsen.
That's a good pick. I mean, Cade coming from San Clemente, and he is just a powerhouse surfer. Unfortunately, he had a couple injuries towards the end of last season, but good to see him healthy and competing in this one. I wonder how these numbers will change as we move through the heat.
Yeah, so Cade, yeah, you're right. He had to take... He started off on the Challenger Series in 2022 and actually had some good success, quarterfinals over at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro, but was kind of nursing a nagging back injury that was just a chronic condition for Cade. And he said he was surfing a lot of times in pain and having to surf through the pain. Since then, he's had an operation, he's rehabbed, and he's saying that he's back 100% right now.
Yeah, that is such good news, Kappa. He's so talented. He's also one of those people that have grown so much in the last couple of years. You think about all that growth that's happening and all the surfing and just training that he's doing and what that does to your body, and he's had to kind of grow with that. And to have a back operation when you're this young, that's a lot to go through.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen surfers before, you know, most notably Mick Fanning surfing to a world title, where an injury, a rehab, and the inspiration that you have from the whole process, and having surfing kind of taken away from you for a little while, and when you get it back, you're full bore. Lenny Chell here, streaking down the line, bigger set wave, but not a lot of opportunity for the Australian. It's going to keep him in second place.
Yeah, potentially just a misread on that wave. Had he done, you know, got that quick float up and then really got some speed down the line to get to combo of maneuvers out the back. I mean, we've seen it well rewarded. Even if you don't make it all the way to the inside section, if you can combo up those bigger sections on the outside, you get some points on the board.
Yeah, unfortunately a 1.5 for Lennox Chell. He will remain in second place. Costa in first, priority 2, Madsen. And Cade Madsen, it seems like he's been a surfer, and maybe it's just because there's a lot of surf media in Southern California, but it seems like he's been around for a long time, but he's only 20 years old.
That's so true. He is. He's one of those surfers. There's a lot of momentum and push behind him and a spotlight on him. I mean, he won the US Open, the juniors, the pro juniors down there. So he's one of those guys that's kind of waiting in the wings to be that next step from the Griffins and the Kalohes to make it on the championship tour.
And I mean, you're a resident of San Clemente. What's going on in San Clemente right now? Because it seems like so many good surfers are coming out of that region currently.
Yeah, it's been really fun to watch that evolution, and I think, you know, with Kalohe on tour, with Griffin on tour, they're really fostering these younger guys that are coming up. They've taken the younger guys under their wing. You see them hanging out a lot, surfing a lot, and really fostering that competitive nature in the water. And I think that's been fun to see, because you got really talented people, and you got really cool guys mentoring them and showing them the way.
And a pretty good wave too.
Yeah, low is not bad. And I mean, to surf T Street and cut your teeth when you're going to be surfing beach breaks all over the place, you know, it's got good practice grounds.
What about the motivation there? Also, you know, we're going to look at the third year of the Rip Curl WSL Finals at the end of 2023 in September for our season, for another world champion to be crowned again in San Clemente on the cobblestones at Lowers. What's that do to the community?
Oh man, it's huge. And I think just for me, when I would watch a championship tour event like at Jeffreys Bay when I was a lot younger, the motivation and the inspiration that you get from seeing that happen, with the Groms watching on the cobblestones, the world champions being crowned like that energy and witnessing that on the sand, it just does so much for the community to have everyone in town, and it's just such a fun vibe.
Yeah, it sure is, and it's a couple of great years over there at Lowers. We're going to be finishing off the championship tour. We're going to start the championship tour. That is going to happen in January 29th at Bonsai Pipeline. The Billabong Pro at Pipeline will be kicking off. That's the waiting period there, and it looks like we got a tour veteran in the competitors area in the way of Keanu Singh, giving some support to some of the juniors.
Yeah, cool to see Keanu. I mean, he was competing at the Haleiwa Challenger event, and I think he's got a role with one of the big industry, surf industries, so he's helping out a couple of the Groms, and I mean, so good to be able to tap into some knowledge. This guy's won championship tour events. He's so well-rounded. He's so competitive. Good to see him here in the competitors area, lending a hand to some of the competitors.
Have a little walled set coming through here, so no opportunity. We'll see what happens with wave number 2 as it hits the reef here at Seaside. We're past the high tide mark, and the tide will be drawing out throughout the afternoon. Again, this is heat number 7 of the opening round for the men. First place moves and skips around into round number 3. Second and third into round number 2, where we will go into a one-on-one format.
Yeah, I love this format. I love the fact that they get to create muscle memory by doing what's on the championship tour, by getting a glimpse into what it looks like to compete on the championship tour. And Kaba, just back to your question about, you know, what really fosters the talent. the board riders, the way that we're having these events happen in the local communities, the San Clemente board riders, Cade's a part of that, Sawyer Lindblad's a part of that, Jet Schilling. I think that also creates that sense of community and it pushes the competitiveness within those board riding camps.
And I like all the different age divisions so that you really have a bridge between all the generations of surfers, and these surfers getting to know each other, you know, in their local community and supporting each other is really good for the community. Hats off to the whole crew that put on all these board riders event. If we can get our act together in Hawaii, we might put together board riders, and then you guys are all in trouble. But we gotta get our act together first, which I don't know. We'll see what happens.
I'm sure you could do it, Cus. But yeah, it's super fun. I competed in one a few weeks ago, and that is really the fun part of it, is having all of those surfers together and just hanging out throughout the day and watching everyone flare up. It's so competitive.
You don't have to run up the beach and tag, right? It's all just different heats, right?
Yeah, not anymore. You have to double whammy though.
Okay. Well, hey, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot
of claiming.
Yep. Well, I'm feeling good right now. You know why? Because I just had some wonderful acai from SAMBAZON. They've been supporting this whole event. And I think AJ, she knows where the SAMBAZON is. Where are you, AJ?
I always know where the SAMBAZON acai bowls are, Kaipo, because it's one of my favorite snacks. So we are here. They have 3 flavors over here at the tent if you want to come over and check it out. So can you surprise me? What am I going to get? I'm so excited. There's not really a bad flavor of acai. Ooh, we're going to do the Berry Bliss. So this is definitely the way we see the surfers chowing down on it all the time. It's the perfect snack, perfect lunch to get back out there in the water, you guys.
Wow. Grab me one, AJ, please.
Deal.
All right. So, yeah, 3 wonderful flavors. Delicious, yummy, and ono.
Delicious, yummy, and ono.
Those are the 3. Those aren't actually the 3 flavors, but the SAMBAZON is all 3 of those things.
Yeah, I'm stoked. They're just so nutritious and delicious, especially after a surf, fills you up. And they're always involved with the events. It's so cool to see them supporting surfing.
Well, here we go. You know what? We've gone through a bit of, I don't know if it's just the tide changing, but the conditions certainly are changing right now. More on the closed out end of things. Some of these lulls. Doesn't seem to be as much opportunity. This might change it right now as another wave hits the reef, and it is going to be Cade Madsen using his priority. Has to scratch into this one. Gets over the hump there. Winds up off the bottom. Straight up into the lip. Big first turn for Madsen. Catches up to more open face here. Kinetic. And you can see he's able to finish off that wave. 2 big turns right behind him. Costa, Kawao. And some smooth surfing from the Brazilian. Wave number 2 of the set with a longer wall, more opportunity, dynamic finish, and nice exchange between the 2 surfers. And we'll see how the numbers pan out.
Yeah, Costa really, really dismantling that wave. And, you know, think about Cade. He probably didn't have the ride that he was looking for there, using his priority, and that really is salt in the wound when you turn around and see your competitor on a better wave behind.
It kind of has been a bit of a trend, and if you have the discipline to wait for that second wave, which is hard.
Yeah.
But it seems like the second wave of some of these sets have been better, and that's exactly what happened in that last exchange. So we'll see how the numbers pan out, like I said, but we're still waiting for the score for Kawao Costa as well as Cade Madsen. 9:40 on the clock, and one more wave hitting the reef here. This one's looking real lined up, Rosie.
Yeah, this is looking good. Who's going to have a little go? I think Lennox is out there by himself. It goes unridden, Capo.
Yeah, and a couple of sections there, but it seems like with this particular wave, if you're caught a bit behind, because it does slow down, as you see on your screen, you're able to catch up there, and just having that oncoming section for an opportunity for a big finish is something that the surfers are looking for.
I don't mind the stretched out wall in front of you taking off too. We saw, you know, those long speed line floats straight, transition into that next kind of deep critical maneuver. Really sets you up for that inside lull when you've got to make it through that flat section and make the inside connection.
Yeah, an opportunity to gain some speed, right? And on the higher tide this morning, Rosie, I saw a lot of the waves, and I would have had horrible wave selection out there, is the ones that look like a peak that you would really want and you would think would be the rippable waves are actually the ones, not the ones to go on. It was those longer walled ones. that give you a screaming down the line left.
Yeah, that recipe for success, you know, just listening to Cote, who's a local out here, listening to Rob Machado, who was in the booth earlier, you know, getting that outside section with a bit of critical meat on the bone, because it does flatten out as soon as it hits that deeper water. So, you know, that apex peak, not always the one that you're looking for. More of a stretched out wall seems to be the number.
Well, Rob Machado would know. I think he's the mayor of Seaside, and Chris Cote is certainly a representative for sure. Skips out there. That's Cade Madsen. Previous wave for Madsen, a 4.93. Previous wave for Costa, 6.83. So situation, Brazilian out on top. Lennox Chell in second, needs a big number, 7.2 to take that lead off of Kawao Costa. And Cade Madsen needs a little bit more, a 7.27, Rosie.
Yeah, and just touching on Costa's performance right now, you spoke about his success at Saquarema. I know that you spent some time in Saquarema last year, but this does have kind of shades of what they would work with in that environment. I feel like Costa surfing really suits this lineup quite well. Cade, you know, he's trying to find redemption here on this wave. Hits that first turn. That was a good slice, and then here, this is really unfortunate for Cade. He's really trying to take his time, find that connection, and just hits it a little softer. So this was the 4.93 from Cade, and then Costa right off the back of him, getting that 6.83. So that's the best wave of the heat so far. And that really hurt because Cade had priority taking off on that first wave.
Yeah, and I like the comparison as we look through these replays, Rosie, that you brought of this long running left to that wave over in Saquarema in Itaúna. Similar running left, a bit more backwash there, but I can see how that could be, you know, definitely an advantage for someone like Kawa, who's had success on the backhand in competition.
Yeah, and you know, when you haven't had a lot of experience at breaks, or I like to surf somewhere and be like, okay, what does this remind me of? And that can kind of give you a little bit of a blueprint and a roadmap for when you're feeling out a lineup and feeling out equipment.
So down to 6 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. And here we go. Lennox Chell. Nice opening slash for the Australian. Glides through a roundhouse back into the whitewater. They're going to make it two, keeping the rail engaged through that entire turn. Pumps off the bottom here. Nice quick snap. Little fin release. Wave keeps on giving. One more big gouge for Lennox. Needs a finish, gets the finish, and that is going to suit him well. Needs a 7.2. Surf that wave for all it was worth.
Yeah, that was a fun-looking wave. You know, those are those mid-range waves that kind of just hug that little reef, that shelf a little bit better. It doesn't have that outside bigger section, but it still just winds along it and gives you enough steepness to get in that little pocket and do some beautiful turns.
So we'll be waiting for that score, and the score comes in at a 6.33. Not enough, but Lennox Chell did reduce his requirement. Now the Australian needs a 5.88. Costa here, heat leader. Patient carve to begin with. Wave really stands up on the inside here. Loses the fins and has to throw the board away.
That was unfortunate. That one was looking good as it was shaping up through that midsection. That was that longer shaped out wall. Really fun to watch him surf this wave as we have another look at Lennox here. This first maneuver does well to wind it through, kind of lays back that back arm, and this is where the wave starts to get fun. It steepens up as he wants to just cut back and maneuver, but here right cups out a little bit more, gets a bit of steepness that midsection. So even though the height's kind of cut in half, it still offers some more lip line to work with. So he is really well rewarded with that 6 Ranger.
Yeah, 6.33 and puts him within arm's reach of that lead. Again, non-elimination round here, but first place does skip that second round. We're going to start losing surfers.
Yeah, it was kind of unfortunate that Costa wasn't able to capitalize on that last wave, because I think you talk about arm's reach with Lennox right there, only requiring the 5.88. Things can get dangerous. And Cade, what does he need? The 727. That's within his striking range too.
Here we go. Madsen. Nice turn off the top. Fades the bottom turn, deep bottom turn, attacks the lip, and the lip attacks right back, knocks him off the board. Incomplete. Cade Madsen goes down, and the clock's going to be working against the San Clemente surfer at this moment.
Man, it's so hard to watch Cade in this heat. I just feel like he's you know, those days, Kappa, when just nothing is going your way. He's finding good waves. He's just not finding that right rhythm.
Well, he's had 6 swings at it. 6 waves ridden for Cade Matson, and still requiring that very good score of a 7.27 if he wants to turn this heat into his favor.
Yeah, you see a little bit of frustration as he stops the water there, but it's really, he can turn around. There's 3 minutes, but yeah, it's been a tricky one for Cade to try and figure out this lineup and how to put his brand of surfing on the wave.
Again, not a lot at risk here. Whoa, here the Kerr family has made it down to Seaside Reef. Former Championship Tour competitor Josh Kerr and his daughter Sierra, who's going to be hitting the water when the women get going, as well as Pua Makamai de Soto in the picture there.
Yeah, this is such a cool, talented pool of women competing.
And this one for Lennox Chow. This could turn the heat for the Australian. Needs a big finish here, just opening carve. That's not going to do it for Lennox. Going to have to go back out, seek out another wave. And so at the a little over the 2-minute mark, Rosie, Kawa Costa with complete heat control, the lead and priority.
Yeah, he's had a fun ride through this heat. I mean, to finish off in control with priority with the last 2 minutes remaining, that's a good position to be in. He's in the driving seat right now.
Cade Matson giving the on-site announcers the signal for he wants time. He wants to know what the time in is the heat. He's hearing that he's got under 2 minutes. 2-minute drill now for the San Clemente surfer, still needing a really a decent number, a 7.27. Wall coming through here. It's going to be decision time. One of these medium-sized waves, Rosie, maybe this is the ones that you were talking about that could just hug the reef here and give it a little bit more opportunity. That first one's going to go under the competitors. A little bigger wave in the back. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, he's going to need to do something big on a medium-sized wave, though, because you think about a 727, that's the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, that's not going to do it. So things are counting down again. Non-elimination round here, so every single one of these surfers we're going to be seeing it again. So this is just kind of this is the scouting round almost. You get to see who's got game, who's in form. Here we go with Lennox Chow. Lennox cuts that turn a little short because that wave just petered away into some deeper water. Didn't hit the reef right. Maybe a couple more opportunities with just 35 seconds on the countdown. And surfers look like they're caught out of position. Maybe an opportunity for Cade Matson, second priority, to duck away from Kawa Costa. And that set comes through. And surfers all out of position. Looking at the corner here. This is going to be Cade Matson. And that's just a nothing. So now it's just going to be a countdown to make it official. And it's going to be this surfer here out of Brazil, Kawa Costa, taking the win, and he's going to move straight on into round number 3. And we'll see Lennox Chow in round number 2, as well as Cade Matson. There's the numbers on your screen. And we're going to move on to a quick break. We're going to be back with more action. When we hit the water, when we return, we're going to see Luke Thompson, Oscar Berry, and Kian Martin. Heat 8 of the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships on the way after this.
familj och jag tar honom lov och kommer veta mig. Grandfather, thank you for this beautiful day.
Encinitas is the shared and traditional unceded homeland of the Payum-Kawisham people, also known as the Luseño. The 7 bands of Payum-Kawisham are Pashonga, Pauma, Paula, Rincon, San Luis Rey, La Jolla, and Soboba, located within today's San Diego and Riverside counties. Payum-Kawisham people also acknowledge the prior name of Encinitas. The land was shared in the territory of Cumia. We thank them for their ongoing presence and participation in this event, and we would like to pay our respects to elders past, present, and emerging. This was a beautiful opening ceremony by our indigenous representatives. They're happening earlier today to kick off the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. A great moment there. And this is day 1 of competition. If you're just joining us, it's Kaipo and Rosie on the set. This is men's Heat 8 of the opening round. Right after this men's Heat 8, we're going to do the full opening round of the women's division in this 2023 World Junior Championships. On the water in the red jersey, Luke Thompson from South Africa, Oscar Barry representing Australia, and Kian Martin representing Sweden in the white jersey.
Yeah, this is so good. Good heat in the water. Good international flavor out there too, Capo. Cool to see how this all breaks down. Surfers from the region, 10 WSL wildcards. Yeah, we've got some really good surfers in the water.
Yeah. In the white jerseys, 5.17. Nice start for Kian Martin representing Sweden. Coming, well, let's look at the wave first. I'll tell you more about Kian.
So Kian, good flow through that first section. Huge maneuver, huge float, really committed, stays low to his board. Pretty well rewarded too.
5.17. Uncle Kaipo gave him a hole for that.
Yeah.
That was a big maneuver. Kian Martin. So he's representing Sweden. He qualified through the Asia region. His dad is Brazilian. His mom is Swedish, and he lives in Canggu, Bali. So you follow my story with Kian Martin?
Yeah, the kid is an international man of mystery. What you're trying to tell me is...
And he can do a big backside float, too. That was a lip glide and had the landing gear out there. That's a great start for Kian.
Yeah, sounds, yeah, super interesting background. He's probably super comfortable wherever he travels, calls it home.
Here he goes again. On cue, he's going to back up that 5.17. Nice opening turn, and gets a little lost on that wave, so just has to kick it away. Luke Thompson from South Africa here. Thompson off the bottom, stabs it off the top there. Paced approach by the South African. A little lip glide float combo. One more stab on the inside. He's got more. Combos it up for another maneuver. Just gets the flow here. Last snap would have been money for him, but he caught a rail there. But some nice turns previous to that.
Yeah.
Luke Thompson.
He was muscling his way through that wave. I mean, there was so much frothy bump on that face, but he slashed through it. Saw Graham Smith, Jordy's dad, who shapes Luke Thompson's board here in the competitors area, so he's got some support in his corner.
Waves coming through here. We're waiting for the score for Luke Thompson. See how high that number is going to go. It was an impressive surfing. Didn't quite get the finish, but did some great surfing. We did see Luke Thompson, you know, last year, 2022, he got a wild card into J-Bay. You were there, Rosie, and you know, took a 17th out of that, but some great experience for him.
I mean, such a huge opportunity for him. Very emotional to see him competing. It was so fun. His family was there. Everyone was over there supporting him. But yeah, he was unbelievable. In the Challenger Series event in Toledo, he did so well. He did really well in the Pro Juniors. Made it, got a start at that championship tour event. So that's just huge for confidence and just for experience.
Yeah, I mean, over in Toledo, got a equal ninth place finish. He did go down to the eventual heat event winner, Rio Waida. And being the highest placing South African in that Challenger Series, got him that wild card to J-Bay. And it was pumping, wasn't it?
It was pumping. The waves were so good. Good to see his form as you get a look at him here. So straight up in that backhand, gets that board 12 o'clock, goes up, finds a bit of flow. Look at the bump and lump that he's kind of contending with. There's a bit of foam on that face, but he opens up, does that third maneuver there, goes for this one. He's really working this wave over until he gets this inside section. It just kind of catches that rail, goes over his heels.
Yeah, 4.93, so nice start for Luke Thompson. You got some South African pride, or are you fully Californian now, Rosie?
I've still got a lot of Zaffy in me. Come
there
on,
you
Capo.
go.
You
That's
never,
what I
you
like
can't.
to hear.
There's only a handful of us, and it's a big deal. I mean, for Luke to travel over here to California, the visas that you need, the exchange rate,
The exchange
everything.
rate's horrible.
Oh, it's horrendous. I think it was up to about 17 Rand to $1.
No.
Yeah, no, we're getting, oh man, it's really tough to be traveling on the Rand at the moment. So any kind of prize money that this kid makes, that's going towards funding travel, funding his dream of being on the championship tour. So definitely going to see surfers that have a hunger and a need to make heats in order to keep their dream alive.
Yeah, we also saw Luke Thompson, third place finish in the ISA Juniors last year over in El Salvador. So he's already gaining some international experience and attention.
Definitely, and all of that. I mean, you think about Jordy Smith, who's been a World Junior Champion in the past. We'll get back to that as we ID our surfers.
Oscar Berry, 20 years old, and Oscar, Ozzie Berry, had put on a brilliant spectacle at the first Challenger Series in 2022. 9th place finish on the Gold Coast there at Snapper Rocks, and he did some incredible surfing.
Is this Manga Berry's son or relative?
No, I don't think it's the same Berry.
Okay.
But hey, great surfing history there.
Oh, Manga Berry is a legend, but Oscar, I can't wait to see him compete.
Yeah. Well, we saw a guy who knows how to compete really well. Kawa Costa just went out there and just another lightning bolt in that Brazilian storm. Kawa is with AJ.
He did go out there and compete, but a little bit gimpy. What happened? He came up onto the beach limping, can't put a ton of weight on his left foot, but you were able to surf through it.
Sim, então, ontem eu acabei machucando meu pé, mas está tudo bem. Fui no hospital, cuidei. Tô sentindo pouco de dor ainda, mas tô confiante, me sentindo bem para competir. Então é isso, vamos com tudo.
So he said he hurt it with his fins when he was free surfing yesterday, but he was able to compete today. It did hurt a little bit, able to surf through it. Você quer dizer alguma coisa para amigos e familiares em volta?
Então, eu queria agradecer a todo mundo que está na torcida, meus amigos, toda a minha família. Queria mandar um abraço e um beijo para todos vocês. E é isso, vamos com tudo, galera.
Parabéns.
Graças. Thanks.
Parabéns, and he's going to move on. Beleza, man. That was pretty, muito legal the way he was able to put everything through there.
Yeah.
Kawa Costa. And I'm telling you, the talent pool. Brazil, it doesn't end.
Well, like I was saying, Capo, there are surfers that are going to want it a little bit more than others. And Costa, I mean, he's got a big smile on his face. He looks stoked to be here. And I love the way that he's competing. And that's what I like about the World Juniors. It really highlights these surfers from different regions, gives them an opportunity. And, let's see if he can go all the way.
Yeah. Hey, so far he's been, I wouldn't have known that he had any type of injury by the surfing that he was doing out there in that heat. So he certainly is on his way. Again, this is the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. 24 of the world's best 20 under men and 24 of the world's best 20 under women. As we take a look here, replay Oscar Berry.
Yeah, Oscar looking solid on his feet. Speeds through that maneuver. Links it up on the inside. Has that kind of stretched out wall. So good sections to work with. Lots of spray coming off those fins. Good first look at Oscar there, looking sturdy.
5.17 clocks in for Berry. And what's the chances of contrasting rides between Keon Martin and Oscar Berry? Multiple maneuvers for Oscar Berry, one big maneuver for Keon Martin, but within the judging system, they came up with the same exact wave score.
Yeah, interesting, and such a fun thing to look at as a competitor, and just how highly scored those outside maneuvers are. If you can get something huge on the outside and dynamic, you can be well rewarded. And I mean, Oscar did a lot of turns on that wave for the 517, as opposed to the one-hit wonder from Kion.
We got another score coming in for Kyan Martin, and a 4.43 lands his two-wave total, 9.6, and he takes the lead. So the Swedish flag in front right now with 18 minutes and 15 seconds on the countdown. Where's your favorite surf spot in Sweden, Rosie?
A lock somewhere?
Yeah. Isn't it wild with the Olympics coming up? You know, 2024, we're going to see the Olympics in Tahiti, and just all kinds of different surfing nations and flags are starting to get represented in anticipation of those Olympics.
Yeah, that's fun. It is fun to see everyone kind of reach back in their lineage and try and find a flag to represent.
Whoa, Oscar Berry flaring out there, kicking the fins out the back. Wave number 2 for the Aussie. And it's a well-paced wave. Nice finish, powerful finish by Berry. And a couple of foam climbs on the inside here just to top it off. And just a 4.44s, he's going to put him into the lead. I think he got the job done. What do you think, Rosie?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you there. That wave just kept on giving. And those, I mean, watching throughout the day, obviously when you're competitive and wave selection-wise, you want that big impactful hit out the back. But those little runners, for me, offer up so much, like, fun, like, bowly sections.
And it's just nice because you kept all that kind of forward momentum and flow. The flow that Oscar had throughout that entire wave, it seems like he was actually gaining speed towards the end.
Yeah, and that second to last section, you're like, that's the end of the wave. Yeah. And then it kind of gave him that little reverb section. So it is fun to see how these surfers are reading the lineup and the different moods that we're seeing as the tide shifts and that wind kind of comes up. I think those little sheltered mid-range waves could come into play a little bit more.
16:30 on the clock, anticipating the score for Oscar Berry. And it slowly trickles in. Again, needing a 4.44. Both Rosie and I think he got the job done. We'll see what the judges think. We'll take another look at it.
Yeah, so he takes off on this one, kind of waits on the bottom for this first section, slams those fins free, maintains his composure to keep that maneuver and keep his feet in the wax. Winds through these couple of turns, starts to bowl up again, and he smashes that oncoming section. And this is where it kind of, you're like, oh, the wave's done. Kind of does that foam climb and meets this new section. That's a little bit incomplete to me, but he's still well rewarded and he's in the lead.
6.33. Barry goes to the lead. Kyan Martin now needing a 6.33 to regain that lead off of Oscar Berry. Remember, they opened up with the same exact first wave score, so the math is simple there. Luke Thompson still in the mix, needs a 6.57. Thompson, red jersey, does have priority. And we got 15 whole minutes on the countdown.
Yeah, there's still a lot of heat to be surfed. And Luke with that priority, let's see how he can utilize it.
Do you know what part of South Africa Luke Thompson's from?
Isn't he from like the Durban area?
I'm going to go with that. Yeah?
I think so, yeah.
Little pause here in the action. You can see some of the when the waves come through, there's a boil out there here at Seaside Reef, and just wondering what that that indicator is. But we're going to turn our attention now. Luke Thompson, using his priority, has to change his line there, but is able to get up into the lip for the finish. Needs a 6.57.
That was a good combo of maneuvers there. And just to correct myself, Luke is actually from the opposite end of the coast in Cape Town, South Africa.
Ah, Cape Town.
Yeah, going to be fun to see the score come in for Luke, because looking for that 6.57 to get him into the lead. This is a fun format with you're really surfing for first in this heat. Other two, they go to that elimination round. So fun to skip around, feel that little bit of relief and momentum through the event.
And given this format, and we saw this format came into play after that mid-season cut on the championship tour. It's really interesting to me because it does give gravity and weight to that opening non-elimination round. Even though it is a non-elimination round, there is a big incentive to go out there, perform at the top, take some risk, and take a win.
yeah, it definitely pushes all the surfers right out the gate. So to get another look at Luke. So beautiful hook on that first maneuver, kind of touches the rail, trying to look for the second maneuver. So there was a little bit of a hiccup in that bottom turn. He had to kind of redirect and wait for that lip line. But comboing up those two maneuvers, I think it's going to be a pretty good score. Maybe help his situation in this heat. Don't know if he's going to get the lead with it though.
Well, 6.57 is the requirement. Luke Thompson, 2 big maneuvers, and the judges are starting to punch in some numbers. We've got 5 of them up in the judges' tower, and we need all 5 scores in before we throw out the high and the low and average out the remaining 3. Luke Thompson did do well, as Rosie pointed out, to get those 2 big maneuvers in. A 6.23 comes up just short, moves into second place, has reduced his requirement to a 5.28 is his need. Here's all the judges' numbers. We have to throw out that 7-point ride. We threw out that 5.8, and we averaged out the remaining 6s. That's how we get to that 6.23.
Yeah, it was just shy of that requirement. But the good news is for him, he's trying to get rid of the 4.93. He needs a mid-range 5 to get into the lead. So he's put himself in a good position now with how much time is on the clock.
Yeah. And, you know, in this opening round, a lot of times, just a 12-point wave total can get you through most of these heats. We'll see what happens. Wow. Big crashing of the lip there, Kian. And unfortunately, mistimes that final maneuver. I love the opening maneuver for the surfer representing Sweden. 6.33 is his need. I don't think he's going to get that, but I'm enjoying his surfing.
Man, that first turn, that was going to be one of my favorites of the heat so far. We already know what he gets when he lays down one big maneuver. Wish he'd finished off that wave. I bet he does too. But just thinking about what kind of position that would have put him in, definitely think that would have been the number he needs.
Still on standby for that score. 11 minutes, 25 seconds. Counting down. Priority and heat control to our heat leader. Replay now, Mark.
Deep bottom turn. Connects with that lip. A lot of spray. Ooh, it's... I mean, there was
he would have got it if he finished that wave.
For sure. Like, without a doubt.
Yeah, because he got, even with that fall, he got a 5.63, so he certainly would have turned the heat if he was able to hang on to that final maneuver.
And he's going to be thinking about that if. Like, if he doesn't make it through this heat, he's going to be thinking about that last maneuver. Just wishing he had made it and completed that ride.
Well, 11.52 wave total for Oscar Berry. Pretty decent score. We should take a look, actually, at our top scores that we've seen in this round for the men. Our top 4 scores coming through here. Eli Hanneman on the top of the bunch. Another Hawaiian right underneath him with 13.63 Jackson Bunch. Levi Slauson, local kid, got out there and got that 12-plus ride. And then we just saw Kawa Costa coming off of his heat win. There's our top 4 heat scores of this round.
Yeah, well, like you said, that mid-range 12 can be that kind of number that sees you make it through the heats throughout the day. Eli went absolutely mad. Jackson was so fun to watch out here. So the Hawaiians really having a good handle on what this wave has to offer. I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Brody Sale, I think he came second in that heat with Eli, and it was a really not with Eli, sorry, with Jackson. With Jackson. So to me, the Hawaiians have had a really good read on this lineup.
Yeah, I like to see it. They're dealing with the wetsuits and the frigid waters here. But you know what? Today, Rosie, we're only halfway done. We still got the women. We got 8 heats of women coming up right after the finish of this heat. And we are going to see some of the brightest talent from around the world, 20 and under women, here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships.
There's so much talent in that 24-woman field. I think we got Erin Brooks, I saw, Sierra Kerr, Alyssa Spencer, Sawyer Lindblad, Kira Pinkerton.
Yeah.
And then all the people that, like, you getting glimpses of them. And I was touching on it earlier, Jordy Smith, I mean, when he won this World Juniors, that really put his name on that map. People knew about him, but to win a World Junior title, that really propels your career.
There we go. Josh and Sierra Kerr, Team Kerr, they're getting ready for Sierra's debut here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. But as we talk about past World Junior Champions, we can look back to 2005. Tourism Competition Zone, Jessie Miley Dyer took out a world title back in 2005 for the women's juniors.
And look at her. Then she went on to go on the championship tour.
Now she runs the show.
Now she runs the show. So those are the kind of career moves that you can make.
Pretty good stuff.
I'm sure Travis Logie competed in a few World Juniors.
Yeah, it's a quick, goofy foot. Hey, look at World Juniors. Joel Parkinson's won 2 of them. You know, Andy Irons won 1. We can't forget Laura Enever taking out a big world title in 2009. Macy Callahan, she's on the championship tour now. She won in 2016.
Isabella Nichols, Sally Fitzgibbons.
It's interesting, though, on the women's side of maybe this could be coming up to the year. It's going to happen in the near future. We haven't had a world champion win a women's junior title and then go on to a world title.
Yeah, interesting.
A championship tour title. I mean.
Well, think about the women that have dominated
But
over
it's only
the decade.
been, it's only been 3, because we've had 3 women that have dominated for the last 12 years on the championship tour. Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright, and of course Stephanie Gilmore with 8 of them. She's take 8 off the table right there.
Yeah, exactly. That's just wiping out a decade.
That's good stuff, man. Well, here we are with 7 minutes on the countdowns, and situation in the water remains the same. Oscar Berry with the lead as we take a look across the coast. Beautiful North County, San Diego, one of my favorite places in the entire world, a place where I resided for many years, and the variety here of activities, tremendous. The variety of surf here, North County, San Diego, it's no secret. I've seen a lot more people down here now from when I lived down here, but you know what? You got beach breaks, you got point breaks, you got reef breaks, you got everything right within, you know, a short 10-mile distance here.
Yeah, and super consistent. I mean, it just sucks in the swell. Driving here yesterday along the PCH, you're just watching lines of swell and different kinds of inlets where you can park and catch a couple waves, and it's got a good scene.
It's a good vibe in San Diego. Thank you for having us. It's great to see professional surfing return to San Diego. Really one of the birthplaces of professional surfing and as world titles. I mean, 1972, we had the World Championships here down into Ocean Beach Pier way back then during the shortboard revolution, you know, and there's a lot of steep surfing history in San Diego. Kyan Martin. Some nice flow there. A little rock and roll float on the backhand. Comes to the open face here. Froth on the inside. Tops it off. And make sure that he shows the judges that he went complete. 5.88 is his requirement.
Oof.
Initial thoughts?
I think there's potential. I think there's potential for him to take the lead with that wave. I'm glad he finished, because that was a bumpy kind of foam bally ride out of it.
Oscar Berry using a little defense there. I'm gonna put that in the block column. Berry a little bit behind the peak, but didn't want to give it up to Luke Thompson. So Oscar Berry utilizing his priority, and that's all heat strategy right there. So we'll see if that pays off for Oscar Berry.
Yeah, that was an interesting move there. I mean, it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of scenario for him, because it had, you know, Luke on the better side of that section, only needing that mid-range 5. I'm very interested to see the last score coming in for Mr. Martin.
No indication as of yet from our judges for the last score. And this is going to be a very important wave score in the context of the heat. Sets coming through here. Everyone's getting caught out of position at the moment. And surfers are just going to have to duck dive as the Pacific Ocean, Rosie's been alive this last couple weeks here in California.
It has been cranking. So much swell, so much water moving. It's good to see it kind of settle down a little bit, but it's also going to crank back up. This next week looks really good for swell, looks really good for conditions in a whole. So got a good waiting period, good swell coming, and it's looking good for the juniors.
Yeah, we are grateful for that. Well, last score came in for Kyan Martin, a 5.53. It was not enough, so he remains chasing that 5.88. Kind of a heartbreak score, just a little bit under.
Yeah, well, you think about Luke and Kyan, they were just missed out on getting the score to take the lead.
How about this young lady, Erin Brooks? I mean, talk about a prodigy in surfing and something that paints a really bright future for women's professional surfing. That's it on your screen right there.
Yeah, I'm so stoked on Erin. I think her whole program is so cool. She's such a good surfer. She's really cool to catch up with out of the water. She actually splits her time between Hawaii and Oceanside. The family has a home, but it always seems like she's traveling. She's always on the move. She's like a shark. She never stops moving.
And you've had some, you share the same sponsor, so you've spent some team time with Erin.
Yeah, I mean, just watching Erin, and you know what? Erin hasn't been surfing for that long. She started surfing, I think, when she was about 9 years old.
Which is today's standards, kind of late.
That's kind of late. So to see her sharp learning curve, like just straight up. So, and she also spends a lot of time with Scar Brown, the Olympic skateboarder and amazing surfer. So good head on her shoulders, good support crew, and very talented and humble.
I mean, I sound like a broken record sometime, but I think in the last decade, the most impressive thing about, and in surfing and the most progressive department in professional surfing has been female professional surfing, on how much it is evolved and continues to evolve generation by generation.
Oh yeah, and I think the progressive aspect at the moment has just been mind-blowing. Like watching what Sierra Kerr has been doing, watching what Katie Simmers, Erin Brooks. I mean, these young teenagers that are really pushing the sport in such a great direction.
Yeah, and I'm really, really happy to see Katie Simmers on the championship tour in 2023.
Yeah,
I mean, I think
too.
she's going to be one of those athletes that's going to kind of redefine what surfers do in New Jersey.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. She's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
It's going to be breaking some hearts, I'm sure, when the rookie comes on tour. Here we go, Oscar Vera. There's our heat leader. Barry up, out. Not going to change the situation. Will remain in the lead with 90 seconds on the countdown. Set coming through here. And another just closeout. So maybe some indication of that new swell, or maybe just a tide thing.
That swell is supposed to fill in throughout the day, right, Kappa? So yeah, we could be seeing some fresh swell hitting this lineup and kind of disrupting what we've been used to throughout the morning.
Yeah, I'm not as good as the buoys and stuff. I always just hang real close to Peter Mel and just ask him. So that way I don't have to do my own thinking when it comes to surf forecasting. You just ask Peter.
Just softball to Pete.
And he'll let you know.
He'll tell you in detail.
1 minute remaining. Ozzie Barry out in the lead. Luke Thompson with an opportunity. He's got priority in the red jersey. 50 seconds into 5.28. Kind of got cleaned up out of that set, so he's going to have to reposition and hope for another wave to move through here in these final 40 seconds.
This has sneaky been one of my favorite heats to watch. Like watching the talent in this heat and watching the glimpses of each of these surfers and what they bring to the table. This has been really fun to see all three of these surfers have a little bite at the apple.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the things that's so alluring about when you look at juniors competition, because we really get to see new faces, new names, upcoming performers, and we know, given the history, that some of these surfers, we're going to see them on the championship tour, and they're going to be global names in surfing. So this is kind of the beginning of the road for a lot of these.
Yeah, this is that event that really blows up your profile. Like you think about like Ethan Ewing, where he is now after winning like World Junior Championship, then making the Final Five, the still Final Five. Yeah, the talent and what it gives you a glimpse into is pretty cool.
Ozzie Barry. He's going to skip that round number 2. We're going to skip on to a break, and we'll give a short commercial message when we come back. The women will be in the water here at the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships.
Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. Chris Cote here with Pete Mel. So far, so good. We've just witnessed the Elite 8 heats of men. Now we're going to flip the script and go to women's junior action. I'll tell you, the list we have on the ladies' side is incredible. Household names, newcomers that we may not have seen a lot of, but you're about to. Pete Mel, so far, Seaside Reef has provided an incredible canvas for these young surfers to go out there and do work. Not an easy task to find the best waves out there, but so far, some big numbers coming in.
Yeah, I would agree. You know, they're going to get the best of the tide. They may not get the best of the conditions. You know, with this kind of new front coming in, you're going to see the wind switch to that kind of south, going more to the west as well. Right now, it's still good. And the best, like, mid-tide right now, kind of seeing it pull out. And there almost seems to be a bit of a increase in the swell. You know, the buoys outside have been solid all day long, and it's definitely showing up. We have no lack of swell. It's been really consistent. So, again, this is going to be a great start to the round of 24 for the women.
Big heat right here. Kira Pinkerton, Ellie Harrison, Gemma Hannafay, USA, Australia, South Africa represented. This is kind of indicative. If you could copy and paste this screen right here, put it up on a championship tour event in a couple years, nobody would be surprised. All surfers who have qualified for this event, definitely with a huge future in front of them. Starting with your surfer in red, Kira Pinkerton. She got a wave just off the buzzer, came through out of 4. When you talk about the resumes that these surfers have brought with them to this event, I mean, we're talking huge accolades for each and every surfer in the lineup right now. And this is going to be our look at Gemma, a.k.a. Gem. She's from South Africa, East London to be exact.
Well, we know another surfer from East London.
Roseanne Hodge?
That's right.
Well, then we've got the connection there. So I'm sure Rosie on the beach cheering on Gemma. She came through with less events than some of the other surfers in this, but definitely made the most of them. She got a 3rd place in the South Africa Junior Championships. And 16 years old, so one of our younger competitors, so we could, for all intents and purposes, see her for 4 more years here in junior competition. You got to be under 20 years old. You can turn 20 within this year, but it's cool to see a variety of ages. And I would say if you've qualified for this event, you are a competitive veteran. I mean, these surfers have probably been competing since they were 8, 9, 10 years old.
Could be very well. You know, I haven't seen a lot of Gemma actually competing at this level, so this will be my first time kind of watching her. Ellie Harrison, again, not a lot from Australia. Kira, yes, I've seen a lot of Kira, you know, from obviously North American region here in California, so lots of heats that we've been able to watch Kira. She is the #1 seed. But it's interesting to see those surfers, especially a surfer from South Africa, because it's not easy, you know, with the dollar not as strong, you know, to get out of South Africa and to start. I mean, she's, again, only 16 years old, so you'd have to say this is kind of one of her first probably international events. Again, I don't know that for sure. I can't confirm it, but reality is at 16, you're not traveling a lot at that young age. So this is all going to be great new experiences for her.
Yeah, you know, and then you kind of flip that to Kira Pinkerton, who has been around the world about 15 times. Your 2018 World Junior Champion in 2022. She did win an ISA gold medal in Huntington Beach, so she has her winning ways already. Stellar junior career. Her first surf contest was age 6th, and just recently she did get a 5th place finish at the Challenger in Haleiwa, so she's definitely, her trajectory pretty clear. She will make the championship tour eventually, and she has a lot of potential right now of becoming a World Junior Champion. But watch out, Ellie Harrison. Yeah, she's had a big year as well. She surfed 13 QS events and had some big results in those events. She got a 3rd, a couple 5ths. She won a QS 1000 in Oz. She got a 2nd place at the Urban Surf Pro, which is a wave pool event, just last month. And she's done all 8 pro juniors, and she's only had 1 double-digit finish, 3 wins.
Insane, right? But think about all the opportunities she's been given. Like, and that's in a year and a half's time probably that she's been able to surf all those events. In contrast, the same surfer in the sea, Gemma, as we watch this replay here of Ellie. So a lot of heat time in a jersey, you know, and in comparison to Gemma not only surfing a couple events, right? So you can still, you qualify through your region. That's how you get into these events. As we again watch the finish move here. So this is a good start for Ella. We're still waiting on this score, but she's going to have the lead momentarily.
Great surfer, good clean style. I like that, you know, the surfers, they can just add a little bit extra. You saw her on her finishing turn, big snap, and just had the wherewithal to kind of finish it up. nice and clean. The judges are going to like that. So surfing out of Australia, Ellie Harrison will be on the board. You look at Kira Pinkerton, who's out the back with priority in red. And Pete, I agree with you. The tide is dropping and the swell seems to be pulsing. So, this wave will hold on to its shape. I would say up to about 10 foot on the face. For Kira Pinkerton, the bigger the better. She loves big waves of consequence. We saw what she did at Haleiwa. Go on her social media. You'll see so many double, triple overhead waves that she has a fearless approach on. Incredible tube rider, part of that San Clemente cyclone with a huge future.
Yeah, it's so true. And especially with all that experience of traveling so much. I mean, she's already has a World Junior title, right? She's already a world champion, and she's still in it. And the last time that was in, 2018, you said? Right?
Yeah, 2018.
Right, so there were 5 years. Think about how young she was to win that World Junior.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be under 20, right? So, and here she is still competing in the junior division. It just goes to show, how obviously great surfer she is. But the amount of experience she's carrying, and again, lots of Challenger Series opportunities, and it's done well and learning so much.
No doubt. Well, with 22:40 to go, Ellie Harrison in the lead for now. We're going to wait for that last score to come through for Kira Pinkerton. Surfers making their way back to the takeoff zone, and we've got Mitchell Salazar standing by on the glass with Oscar Berry.
Thank you, Chris. Oscar, first of all, congratulations. It was a very close heat, maybe the closest one of the round. Luke and Keon actually tied 11.16. You had 11.5 points, but it was your first two waves that actually got you the win. How difficult was it out there?
Yeah, it was really hard. It kind of, the start was like, what I expected it to be. It was a bit smaller. There was a few little weird ones, and then I found those two in a row pretty much. Like, got my first one straight out the back, got the other one. Just kind of been working pretty hard with Petey from Surfing Oz. Just kind of looking at which ones are the best ones, and yeah, found those two, and yeah, that was the rest of the heat because it just started washing through and got all of a sudden was massive. So yeah, stoked I got those first two and got through the heat.
How important do you think your conditioning and your endurance is going to be out here in the next few days to come?
Oh, extremely. Yeah, it's pretty. I think the forecast looks pretty big, so it's probably going to be a fair few big wash-through days. So yeah, I think it's going to be fun. I love a challenge, and yeah, been working pretty hard on my fitness. So yeah, I'm ready to go.
Last year in the juniors, are you going to make it happen here?
I hope so. I'm pretty keen to go all the way, try my hardest. Yeah, it's the first comp back. I've been out of the water for a while with an ankle. So yeah, been working really hard the last 3 months to get back in the water, and yeah, feeling good. Stoked to get rolling with that one.
Congratulations. Good luck in round 3.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chris?
Oscar Berry now on our list of potential wild cards to take this thing out, qualifying through Australia. But this is I would say probably my favorite part of this event is, you got your household names, you got these surfers that we all know who rip, but then you got a guy like Oscar Berry who we haven't seen a lot of here in America, at least. So it's cool to kind of get that scattering report. 10 years from now, Pete, we can say when Oscar Berry's out there on the championship tour, we're like, oh yeah, we knew about this kid for a long time. And pay attention to the World Juniors because this is the future of surfing.
It's funny because I actually end up seeing these names a lot because these are the youngsters who are trying to get into the Challenger Series, right? And I've seen Oscar Berry's name, and actually he's had a little bit of success here and there. And he's young, right? He's still a junior, obviously. That's fun to see him take that win there. 11.50 two-wave total. I think he's going to need to improve on that just slightly. But I mean, it was a close heat. Everyone was in the 11 points, so that one was a pretty scary one for everyone.
I know your son John Mel came up through the Pro Junior ranks, and right now he's kind of in that middle territory between Pro Juniors, QS, and Challenger Series. So tell me about that transition from Pro Junior to potentially being on the Elite Championship Tour. What is that space like? It seems like a massive field. There's so many surfers that are really good in that age group. So how hard is it to break through from the Pro Junior kind of to the next step?
It's interesting because a lot of these surfers are actually double duty, where they'll run, because you see regional events, they'll run a Pro Junior with a QS at the same time. So you're actually getting double the amount of heats and double the experience. So it's a really good kind of format to set up. But ultimately, the juniors is just getting more heat time against your competitors of the same age, but then also doing the QS at the same exact time. It's a lot of heats, these days the region's been growing, depending on the region really, but I mean Oz has just been nonstop, right? They've been having a ton of events, big support over there in that region. You know, North America has had a little bit more of a challenge in regards to with COVID and all that kind of stuff happening. So we're just now seeing our tour grow a bit. This next, basically from January, the end of January through to the end of March is the biggest time for at least the North America region. They're going to have big events, and there's going to be junior events. And so, yeah, double duty, man. You're getting tons of experience. I guess it wouldn't hurt to have a lot of heat time with a jersey on.
Well, it shows you the determination that a lot of these surfers have. They are not scared to compete every single week. As you see Jem right there, quick up and out. Not sure what the rest of that wave had on offer, but for Kira Pinkerton, for example, like you said, she's been in 19 events this year, QS's, Challenger Series events, Pro Juniors, and you would think, okay, well, this for her, it's no cakewalk. Obviously, these are the best junior surfers in the world. But she spent most of her year competing against the likes of, Betty Luskara-Johnson, Carissa Moore, Steph Gilmore, and those surfers on the Championship Tour and Challenger Series. So she's got a lot of experience. And Ellie Harrison, another quick up and down right there. So I think for the surfers like Kira Pinkerton, like Alyssa Spencer, who spend most of their time on the Challenger Series, they got to be coming into this event feeling a little added confidence, just knowing the caliber of surfers they've been going against all year long.
So true. It really is true. I mean, but ultimately you're like, okay, junior, it's one of my last years. I got to make it happen. But that you put pressure on yourself because of that. Alyssa Spencer, growing up, surfing this whole region of North San Diego, this is her home. And right, so all of a sudden you put that added pressure on yourself to compete well at home because you know this wave, and it is a challenge, but also you're sleeping in your own bed. There's an advantage to all of it, right? It's just a matter of where you kind of lay your head in the positive side of going, yeah, I've got this because I'm at home. I get to have my favorite coffee shop. I got my favorite smoothie joint. You got it all sussed out. Whereas if you're competing and never been here, like, oh, which wave do I choose and which restaurant do I go to?
Yeah,
and those are all
the
elements.
Decisions become easier. And it's funny too because we talking a lot, of course, about the Seaside locals, Levi, Alyssa, etc. But for the better part of the last couple years, you don't see a lot of them. They're on tour. They're out there. It's a treat when you pull up to the parking lot and you see Alyssa Spencer getting ready to go out. Well, you're going to get a few less waves, but you're going to see some amazing surfing.
Yeah.
16:30 to go. Ellie Harrison right now in the lead. As I had mentioned, huge year for Ellie on the Pro Junior circuit. 3 wins already under her belt. So if she does, in fact, take the title, become the World Junior Champion, nobody will be surprised because she's already had such a stellar run. Her name might not be as well known as some of the other surfers we have in the draw, but after a few heats, if she gets on a roll, everybody will remember that name, Ellie Harrison.
Round of 24, same as the men. The winner gets to take a bye, goes straight to the round of 16. Or actually, I take that back. That's going to be the 3rd round. So either way, you skip around, right? So that's the bonus. No one loses in this first round of 24. They call that, the opening round, right?
Yeah.
That was our label.
Yeah, just like the Championship Tour.
And then we go into the elimination round. So you don't want to finish 2nd or 3rd. You want to take the heat win here and just scoot on over the top of that elimination round.
15:24 to go. Surfers making their way back into the takeoff zone. Looks like they're getting themselves prepared, and we're prepared as well because AJ McCord's coming through with a report.
That's right. We are getting set for the women who are taking the water this afternoon. I got a chance to catch up with Rob Machado, ask him what we can expect as far as the forecast, the conditions for this afternoon. And he said actually a decent comp is the first heat this morning for the men. There's going to be about the same amount of water on the reef as these women get their heat started. But he said with this wave in particular, when it gets to this swell size, when it gets to this amount of water coming over the reef, it's really important to make sure that these surfers don't outrun the waves. We've been talking about that a little bit today, and he said Eli is one of the surfers who did a really good job with that. You see them take off on the wave and then almost cut back into that whitewater before they make their first turn so that they make sure to stay in the pocket of that wave and make sure they can get everything out of it that it possibly can. So that's something he said to watch for with the women today to see how they manage that like the men did this morning.
Yeah, especially with that low tide, AJ, and all of a sudden you get that an illusion that it's going to close out, but it actually doesn't.
Exactly.
Yeah, as you saw, quick look for Jem right there. So tide going to be dropping all the way till about 5 o'clock. So
and it's pretty low, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty big fluctuation. I mean, it was bouncing off the bluff just about an hour ago.
Not anymore.
Yeah, so now it's going to be, you're going to see a lot of beach, And the takeoff on the outside will get more critical. It's going to kind of suck off the reef just a little bit more. That boil will, the boil will be really tumultuous. So it's going to, you know, I think the first couple times I surfed here as a kid, that boil, first couple times it happened, is scary.
Yeah, it's scary. A little movement in the water.
It's weird.
Yeah, and it's tough because all of a sudden you get stuck in the lip. You're like, oh, I got this. And next thing you know, you're stuck in the lip and you can't go anywhere.
Dragged underwater.
Yeah, big time.
Well, somebody who will not be scared of the seaside boil is Sierra Kerr. She's coming up next.
Oh, look at the puppy.
Good luck pup. You Sierra's mom, dad. She's got a crew always supporting from the beach. Yeah, it's, you know, it takes a village to raise a champion.
Make sure that hair stays tight.
Nikki Kerr on the.
Look at the lucky hair braid. Mom does it. Make sure that it stays nice and tight. Doesn't have to deal with it in her heat.
Rob Machado's mom does that for him on the beach before he goes out as well.
Smart.
Keep the hair.
It's a lot of hair. Yeah, it's a lot of hair, especially his, dude. He's full. It's not. It's robust and full.
It's amazing that he still surfs so light with 40 pounds of hair on the top of his head. 12:44 on the clock. Ellie Harrison in the lead. That 6.33 paired with a 5.33 gives her an 11.66 total. I would say a little bit surprisingly, Kira Pinkerton still with only a 4 and a 2.67. She's such an explosive, powerful surfer. Obviously super consistent. You can't get to this level unless you have that type of consistency. For Kira Pinkerton, though, never count her out. I mean, she's the type of surfer that has an arsenal that includes a couple turns that can easily be 8s or 9s if she gets the right section to do them on.
Well, and she's got priority right now, so she can pick and choose which is the best set wave here, and that's just a matter of eyeing it out. You know, it doesn't matter. Sometimes it's the first wave. Sometimes there's some that are deep. Sometimes there's ones that cap outside that I've seen a lot of surfers not get a hold of yet. You know, and I'm wondering if that's something you guys do. You have a little outside to the right-hand peak you want to grab, or do you sit underneath the whole time?
There can be a chip in out the back, and if you get that, I mean,
it's pretty cool, right? It's just a matter of staying.
To me, the best kind of scenario for catching a good wave out here at Seaside, because you could stand up and really
set it up,
see the whole story unfold in front of you. Kira Pinkerton right there used her priority, but that wave was super frothed up, almost like speed bumps coming up the face, and she wasn't able to hang on there. So she's got a 4 and a 2.67, and most likely will keep those numbers, but she does have 11 minutes 25 seconds to go.
Yeah, I was going to say that was kind of an important moment in the heat just for her in order to kind of match Ellie, you know, get a score out of that with that priority, but it didn't happen for her. But now she can kind of sit underneath, and maybe she picks up one right here on the inside and turns it into a score.
Just like that.
But not going to happen.
Not like that. Like that, but not like that.
You know, I mean, I've been watching this wave a lot. It baffled me when I had to compete here, and it still baffles me now, even though you guys say, oh, yeah, no, it's easy. You just go out there and get the deal. But it moves around on the reef, and there's certain looks to waves that all of a sudden you're like, no one got them in your heat. And you're watching them like, that is a perfect wave, and it didn't get ridden in the heat. And like, why weren't competitors in the zone? It's because it is challenging. It pulls you outside. Some movement in the water moves you off into the reef a bit. All of a sudden you think this is a wave that's going to be good because it has a nice tapered shoulder and it just flattens out. And then you watch a closeout that looks like a closeout peel the whole way.
Yeah. Here's a look back at Kira Pinkerton.
Yeah, that wave was going to shut down on her right away. Oh, she got sucked over too.
Not a good wipeout.
No, it picked her up quick, huh?
Yeah. It's like backspin over the falls. New tricks. Well, just a minute ago I was saying I wasn't worried. Kira Pinkerton, she's so good. 10 minutes to go.
That's
now. Now it's going fast. Now it's going to start to go real fast.
And that was an important priority. I mean, because there was an opportunity for her right at that point, you know, to choose the right set wave. It didn't happen. She had 2 opportunities. Both waves were wrong. So again, wave selection. We've been touching on that. Wave selection. It doesn't matter what tide. You know, choosing the right wave off the reef is really important to get those bigger numbers.
Now we're inside of 10 minutes. Kira Pinkerton would need a 7.66 to jump into the lead. Gemma Hannafay right now, she is in 3rd spot, just with a 1.6 and a 0.5. The heat's not going her way quite yet. She's in a combo spot, needing 2 waves to potentially crack into that top spot. The Sambazon is flowing like the salmon of Capistrano here in Encinitas today. It's one of those, when you see Sambazon come through as a sponsor for an event, you know you're going to be
your lips are going to be purple.
That's right. 9 minutes to go. A little bit of wind picking up here, but
as forecast, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it's not going to get super strong.
It's not blown out.
Not yet. It could get stronger. I mean, like I said, we have a very strong weather pattern happening. We got a front that's hitting up in LA right now. A lot of rain up there. It's coming this way.
You were saying Santa Cruz has already taken the brunt of it.
Oh,
today.
big time. Yeah, we've had flood stages on our rivers. Several evacuation stuff today. Same thing. We had 21 feet on our San Lorenzo River, which is major flood. There's areas that people had to be evacuated, which is wild, man. And the winds were crazy.
Yeah, I think wind is probably the biggest factor for tomorrow. We can run surf events in the rain. It happens all the time. But when you have wind conditions like we're expecting, and we don't know until the call is made, but most likely tomorrow could be pretty wild and woolly out here. We will see. 8 minutes to go. Plenty of surfing left today.
Where's the secret spot tomorrow? Do you have any south wind spots?
I do.
Okay, cool.
I'll tell you in 7 minutes and 59 seconds.
Okay. We might have a day off, so I was thinking try and find a wave.
Well, Kira Pinkerton has clawed her way back into second priority, so that means Hennefe has that first priority spot. She needs to get moving. 7 minutes, 40 seconds to go. So this can be quite a long wave. We've connected through to the inside, so we're looking at paddle times 1 or 2 minutes to get back out into the takeoff zone. And of course, you don't want to go too far out and over, because if you get caught behind that left, there's no getting around it. It can freight train away from you. But the right has yet to really be a factor. Sawyer Lindblad on screen there has had a heck of a year. She's becoming I would say, one of the queens of the San Clemente Cyclone. Absolute ripper. We'll tell you all about her stats when she comes up. One quick turn there for Ellie Harrison. Currently in the lead with an 11.66 total. And this is Gem, all the way from South Africa. East London, South Africa. Home of many great surfers and a really great commentator or two, Rosie Hodge. So nothing really happening there for Gemma. Again, it looked like, as you said, Pete, sometimes these waves, it looks like the perfect peak, but if it's too peaky, it's going to die off on the shoulder.
Well, Kira's getting a little bit of a ball handed to her right now because both Ellie and Gemma didn't capitalize on those priorities. So, again, 6:20 to go. Now it's even more of an important part of this heat for Kira. She wants to be able right now, definitely doesn't need to go 7.66 at this point, but definitely needs to match Ellie. Get something in that 5.5 range, 6-point range, and then all of a sudden it's a whole different facet of the back end of the heat.
Well, you see, I mean, conditions-wise, while the wind hasn't whipped up too much, but I think all the factors happening, like you mentioned, Pete, that storm that's just to the north of us, it's starting to send, some weather and some water with us. You see the very outside, it's just starting to kick up a little bit. This reef can handle weather, it can handle wind and all of that. It will get pretty bumpy on the outside face, but once it comes through and hits the reef, it can be really clean on the face. But again, you've got to stay in the pocket. I mean, Machado was in here earlier saying the surfers that impressed him the most and that have got the biggest scores are the surfers that have stayed right in the pocket and maximize the potential of the pocket of this wave.
Well, and again, you get deceived by what it looks like down the line. You chase it. You think it's going to close out, but if you sit back on the very first section, if you choose the right wave, of course, even you sit back on it, it just opens up for you, right? And you're almost surfing straight towards the beach. Even though it feels like you want to chase it down the line, it's just it's an illusion. And that's why, again, I was challenged by this wave. You're on your back end, which is a great type of wave if you get the right wave, but you have to surf it at the right pace.
All right, Kira Pinkerton kind of caught this one off the reef, but it could have a good inside section for Kira. It kind of does, but that wave came quick, and you saw her. The bottom turn looked good, but just a little
the illusion,
poor timing.
Right, the illusion, and then all of a sudden it comes so quick. It comes out of the corner, and it whips at you, and it gives you a little more power than you were probably anticipating, and all of those things happens in a flash. So again, you're late, and you're going to see a lot of surfers late. I mean, talking to the men, there was moments that he's like, oh yeah, I went up to go hit it, and the thing just came at me, and it was quicker than I had anticipated. So again, the thing throws you little sucker punches. It makes you feel like, oh, you got to move down the line, and then the next thing you know, you're late.
Well, as always, anything is possible. here in this elite level of competition. I'm a bit surprised that Kira Pinkerton's highest score right now is only a 4. Seen her out here a bunch. For surfers in San Clemente, you know, this is a pretty quick drive, and there is a trade-off. You know, San Clemente surfers at lowers are friendly to the surfers coming from Seaside and vice versa.
But how often does it happen? Do you see a lot of
very.
surfers? I mean, I'm going to say, though, in San Clemente, it's not necessarily known for its north swell spots, right? If you're going to want to chase good waves, you kind of come to over the county line, right? You move on into San Diego because it loves northwest swells down here.
We see a lot of Kevin Scholes down here.
Yeah, okay.
You know,
Well,
we see
there's a few that escape.
Gdauskas brothers. I know Cade Matson has actually been spending the last week or so down here putting in his time out in the lineup on the wildest looking days, showing his determination there. Ellie Harrison, 2 nice carving turns out the back. So this wave offered her a big open face to work with, and there was the sucker punch you talked about. She finished the turn and looked up and got a face full of white water. So she went down, but did a couple good turns out the back. She's looking to better a 5.33 for her backup score. Might be in the conversation, but most likely won't be better. 2:40 to go. Kira Pinkerton now with second priority. Gemma's out the back, holding that priority spot. And just as we talk about the conditions, wind is starting to pick up a little bit here as we see Gemma Hannafeh representing South Africa. Big inside section. She's going to charge it, and she pulls out. So I would say a little frustrating for both Gemma and Kira. Kira did get one decent wave that 4-point ride, but not indicative of how well both these surfers can do it.
As you watch Ellie on the replay here, and she sets up this final move here, but again, you get that snap, and then you want to get up there quick, and all of a sudden, it's right there to just tag you. And especially when you see the conversions, it's very hard to keep your board under your feet in those moments.
You know, on good days out here, you have 3 breaks. To the left, there's a little inside section. To the outside, that's kind of Seaside Reef proper. And then over to the right, there's a spot, parking lots. Very creative name because it's right in front of the parking lot. But when the waves start to get bigger and bigger, the reef kind of becomes the only game in town.
Yeah.
The 2 kind of secondary spots on the inside start to close out. And so, you know, when it does get big like this, the crowd all focuses on that outside reef. That being said, you know, there are a couple different paths that you can take all the way in. You saw that inside section from Ellie Harrison. That's kind of like the convergence of the parking lot's wave coming into that reef wave. Tons of power. That can be where we see big airs on normal days when there's, you know, all the kids are out there. But again, in competition, it's a vastly different venue than it is on a normal, quote-unquote, normal free surf day. 40 seconds left, big set rolling through.
Bit out of position again. It's just so hard to move up and down this reef in such a, you know, especially with the amount of consistency we're seeing.
That's a fun paddle out right there. A couple duck dives for you.
And chilly water, you get a little ice cream headache, I'm sure, right? We're in the dead of winter here. I would say, what, 58
It's
water
cold.
temp? 58.
Yeah, especially for San Diego surfers. It's cold.
59 maybe, 59, 58. Anyway, yeah, you're you know, you can get away with 4-3. I mean, you haven't seen a lot of booties yet.
I'm actually surprised on that one. I love booties on days like this.
Well, all the rocks too, jumping in and out of.
I like I'm booties and gloves.
I don't know if I need gloves here, but yeah, I get you.
It's a circulatory thing.
You have problems?
People definitely make fun of me a lot with my gloves.
And you don't care?
Nah, I don't. Ellie Harrison with a 6.33 as we wait for her last score to come through. It looks like a 4.10, so that's going to make it official. Ellie Harrison representing that power-packed Australian contingent does get the win. Kira Pinkerton second, Gemma Hannafeh third. Top surfer skips around, makes it all the way through to that third round. Second and third go to the second round. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action as Sierra Kerr takes to the lineup. This is going to be an epic heat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I am Sawyer Lindblad. I'm 16 years old from San Clemente, California. It's my goal to be on the championship tour and surf against the best girls in the world and hopefully win a world title someday. Surfing is my passion and I love to do it, and if I was just doing it as my passion and my job, it would be amazing. Best life ever.
Sawyer Lindblad right there making her intentions known, and I don't think anybody doubts that Sawyer Lindblad will be on the championship tour. She will be the surfer in red right now, the high seed in this heat, going up against Sierra Kerr and Rubiana Brownell. So we've got USA, Australia, and Costa Rica represented in the lineup. Chris Cote here with Pete Mel. Pete, Sawyer's resume for 2022 is incredible. She won the Supergirl Pro, took out Caroline Marks in the final there. She surfed 7 Challenger Series events, got 5th at Ericeira. She's had an incredible run on the QS. Her worst finish was 9th place. 2 second place finish, 2 wins, a bunch of 3 second place finishes. She's already got second in 2 Pro Juniors. She's done it all already, so it must be nice to find herself back in a jersey with all that history going into a new year. And the new year, new goals, and I wouldn't doubt to see Sawyer Lindblad hoisting that trophy at the end of the day. That would not be a shock to anyone.
No, it wouldn't. And I think a lot of she's obviously a very talented young woman, but the fact that she comes from San Clemente and there's a just hotbed of veteran talent to mid-level talent to youngsters, like that atmosphere breeds incredible surfing, and she has been obviously looking up to the likes of the Kolohes, Griffin, and then everyone that falls down behind that, which is a very long list. Jet, you've got this. Just every surf is going to be, with the best in the world, and when you can compare yourself to the best in the world all the time,
yeah,
rather than being the best in your lineup at home. It's going to breed a certain level of surfing, and that's why, I mean, you look back at like some of the beaches and why in Australia they always had the beaches that were the highest competitive beaches, and they always had the best surfers.
Yeah, I give a lot of credit to Kolohe Andino. Say he is kind of the guy that whipped up that San Clemente Cyclone, and a lot of times the top pros in the region, they're off doing their own thing. Kolohe, Griff, Crosby, those guys are there helping the future. So with 25:13 to go, Sawyer Lindblad out in the lineup right now. No waves ridden yet, but in that last heat, we saw a dominating performance from Ellie Harrison from Australia. She's standing by now with Mitchell Salazar.
Thank you, Chris. Ellie, first of all, congratulations. Difficult heat out there. It seems like conditions changed a lot when you first paddled out.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, when I first got out there was a couple closeout sets, so we were kind of not sure like where to sit. And then I just tried to get a couple that gave me a few sections, and turned out well.
What was it like drawing Kira out there in the first heat of the round?
Yeah, no, and especially with the big surf, I was like, oh, it's going to be like a tough heat up against Kira, because I've seen some of her big wave surfing, and she's, so good. But yeah, I didn't actually look at my heat until like last night. I just didn't want to see who was in it, because I knew every heat was going to be stacked. So
it's a pretty big deal right there. You normally do that for all of your events?
Not really. I don't know. This event, I was just like, I'm so nervous. I just want to not look at it.
Is this your first time competing in the mainland U.S.?
Yeah.
What do you think of it so far?
Yeah, it's really cool. I like the place. Good food, good people. Everyone's really happy, so it's good.
Well, you got the local boy Chris Cote out there in the booth right now. He's stoked to have you here at Cardiff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. And, it is fun watching the world's best come to your home break, and you get to see, oh, that's where you're supposed to turn. I've been taking notes all day long, and, I think that for surfers who, like Ellie being their first time, I think Encinitas and, Huntington Beach, Oceanside, San Clemente, these are really good areas, very welcoming to visiting surfers. This is a tough wave to just show up at and get a lot of waves, because, the crowd out here is really good, but it's not localized. It's like if you're a visiting pro and you come and show up and you're cool, like
not gonna
Ellie
get
is,
heckled out of the lot. The lot trolls are cool.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
Good to know.
It's hard to be a secret spot when there's a parking lot with
and
5,000
a freeway. You
spots.
can see it too by the freeway. One of the most 6-lane freeway.
Yeah.
By the way.
So with 22 to go, we just saw a quick look at Sierra Kerr, who, you know, she is a global superstar. Let's be honest here. She's only 15 years old, and she's already done so much in her young career. She was doing full air 360s when she was about 11, and now she's going even bigger. You can't talk about Sierra Kerr without talking about what she did in Stab High this year as a ladybird. She did the best air ever done by a female, and I haven't heard anybody argue that fact.
Not
and she
going to hear
just,
from me.
yeah, she just keeps getting better and better. She's got an amazing quiver of JS boards under her feet. She did compete in the Vans Pipe Masters just recently. She got one of the best barrels of the entire event. Unfortunately, it was an interference, but probably the best interference she's ever had in her life. A backdoor
she didn't
drainer.
even look. I mean, she literally did not look. She's like, oh, she's going left for sure, and you know, obviously that wasn't the case and got the interference. But it was the best, one of the best barrels of the event. It just didn't get scored.
Yeah,
it became a 0.
Best video barrel of the event, and she's had first and seconds all year long on the junior series. And
where's she been competing in the junior series?
Everywhere.
Mostly
Australia.
But that's how she qualified, right? I mean, or did she get a wild card? You don't know.
For her, either way.
Yeah, no, I think she actually probably. I mean, from my understanding, she's been competing in the juniors, so she's probably earned her spot.
Yeah, we've seen her. We've seen a bunch of results from her in Australia. I think she did as many junior contests as she could have, but like I said, one of her worst results was second place. So she's doing pretty well.
That was Brownell in her first wave, Rubiana. Our first look at Rubiana, and our first look here at Sierra.
So Sierra Kerr on her backhand right here, coming through the inside. She surfs this wave a lot. She's super confident, right there, riding out clean of a messy situation. So she did her job right there to maintain control.
One of the things I felt like that Josh, I don't know if he consciously did it or what, but I mean, or it was just the fact of his lifestyle, and he had to just be traveling so much everywhere he was going and bringing the family with him. But Sierra really blossomed because of that, because she's had to figure out lineups all over the globe, and that's where she gets all this confidence. And then obviously watching Dad do aerials on every single wave, that's how she thought she was supposed to surf. But she also has great flow, right? And that's the other part of it. You know, you have to be able to have it all now. And the fact that she has a distinct advantage in the air over her fellow competitors, she can use that weapon on a closeout and doesn't need the perfect wave in order to get those 8s and 9s. And Josh actually was one of the guys who did that as well, but well-rounded because he had that ability to do an amazing aerial and get an 8 or a 9 on a closeout.
Yeah, he was definitely on the forefront of changing the way that surfing is judged. You know, for Sierra Kerr, I give a lot of credit to her mom, Nikki, as well. I don't think any surf moms spend as much time on the beach filming as Sierra's mom. And, you know, definitely a huge part of the support crew that has helped create this monster of a surfer in Sierra Kerr.
Kerr Inc.
Kerr Inc., yeah. And she starts off with a 4.83, and that was just light work for Sierra. I mean, it looked like she was probably at about 60%, kind of just getting the feel for it. And so
I will say, she had acceleration, you know, and speed in the bottom turns and those little combos. They weren't like super difficult looking, but the speed she carried through and the flow through those maneuvers is why we saw that go 4.83 for just 2 moves. It didn't look that hard, but they were.
And now we're seeing Sawyer Lindblad out the back. Little fade, gets to this inside section where things get a little bit more critical there. So she had a nice section to work with, a good finish, jumps off her board. She'll get right back out there. And I'd say one more point to having a really good surfer as a parent, mom or dad, is you're going to get better boards as the kid because the parents have it all figured out. You know, if your parents aren't necessarily amazing surfers, it's kind of like, I don't know, kid,
what do you
ride
get?
what you want to ride.
Yeah.
But when your dad was on the championship tour, you know, it's kind of like, you don't have to do this, but let me tell you what I think you should ride.
Listen to mom and dad. No, I would agree. I would say that that's a good analysis, you know. I think that the competitive nature, you're watching all the, videos in the house, like dad's surfing 3 times a day, mom's surfing, you're going to be inevitably in the water a lot.
Take your daughter to work day. You're just taking your daughter to Tahiti or Fiji or Snapper Rocks.
Pretty much, yeah. And that's, And another father and son combo that are, you know, well known, Dorians, right? Like, you didn't see Jackson competing at like 6 years old. It was dad was just like, hey, let's go surfing. Let's go to the North Shore. Let's go to here. Let's go to now. Next thing you know, he's going on, you know, little getaways with Kelly Slater, you know, over to Barbados. So like, he's grooming the surfing, and the compassionate stuff, the competitive stuff will kind of come later. Almost wanting to develop their own style, their own approach before you learn how to put a jersey on, because you can take all of the knowledge you have already now. It's pretty easy to explain it, you know, what the rules are and how to compete and stuff like that. But you know, if you've got all of a sudden something, you know, an extra flair, i.e. Sierra Kerr and what she can do in the air, Jackson's probably another surfer that is similar, just going to be just so rad in the air that having that weapon is so beneficial. And if you blossom that at an early age, and you think skateboarding was a big part of that as well, because Sierra was skating a lot, right? You see Jackson skating a lot, and then that approach translates into the surfing pretty easily, and you're all of a sudden you're an aerial wizard.
100%. Rubiana Brunel, Pura Vida nation of Costa Rica. She's 19 years old. She's been climbing on the QS. She has 2 third-place finishes in pro junior events. She's a solid goofy footer. And Costa Rica, I would say, the fastest rising surf nation in the past few years. Carlos Munoz, you know, the McGonigal family. There is some incredible talent coming out of Costa Rica, so it's nice to add another name to that list. And Rubiana Brunel. And you know, I love about Costa Rica is, you know, there you see your Best Western fan picks. Sierra Kerr with the slight edge over Sawyer Lindblad. Brunel, 4% of the vote right now. I would say that percentage is going to go up after this contest if she can show us a little bit more. So far, she's been really quiet in this heat, a 1.83. And I would say, you know, you kind of look at Sawyer and Sierra, they've been doing contests every single weekend for the past 5 years. Maybe not as much opportunity for Brownell down in Costa Rica, but you know, she has had her fair share of events this year, so we'll see if she can correct what's happened in the first half of this heat. As we see now, Lindblad, the goofy footer from San Clemente, smash, airdrop at the bottom, takes her out. But I like that she went for it. Got to go for it.
Well, we saw what the score that came in for that one major turn got her a 5.83 on that last wave. So the judges have made it clear what they want to see. If you attack the lip and you know, start trying to chuck the fins, you're going to get bigger numbers. So you can see she was not one big section, and she just went straight up into it, the steepest part of the wave. If she lands that, she's got himself you know, another 6.5, because it's such a big wave. She's got an early lead, 15 minutes ago. Right now, you know, with that fall, unfortunately, just a 1.17. But you can obviously see what her intentions are.
We're halfway through, 15 minutes on the clock. Highest score so far in this heat, just a 5.83. Sierra Kerr with that 4.83. That's the second highest score yet. So 11.66 was the total that got the win for that last heat. Judges, championship tour level judges, I mean, everything's the same. So these juniors are enjoying exactly what they possibly could enjoy in the future if they do, in fact, make the championship tour. And that's pretty cool. I think that's kind of, you know, a lot of times you see young athletes, high school and stuff, they get to play the big state championship game at the, you know, the main stadium in town. It's kind of like their big thing. Well, that's kind of what we're seeing right now. These junior surfers experiencing all the same things and looks and feels that you would feel on the championship tour and on the Challenger Series. So, you know, they deserve it. They've been working just as hard as any of the other top pros. So we want to give them the full experience.
Usually you would see like these juniors get, you know, paired up with another major event, right, to kind of just, you know, save in production costs and so forth. But this is literally a one-off full event for, you know, by the World Surf League, for the full broadcast, obviously, trying to give them, you know, the A-grade treatment for a world title. Really what they're after here is for a world title.
We got 13:35 on the clock. Got some intel from Mitchell Salazar about Rubiana Brunel. So there is a tour, the Latin tour, the Alas Tour. That is a tour that, you know, goes all around those Latin countries, and Rubiana was close to taking the title there. Mimi Barona got the #1 spot, but Rubiana did make the final in Puerto Rico on the LS Tour. And, you know, if we know anything about the past 5 to 10 years, you know, surfers coming out of Central and South America are growing in numbers. You know, we're seeing it on the Championship Tour. We're seeing it on the Challenger Series. There's just going to be more and more coming from those regions down there.
In that region specifically, you know, and Brazil being part of South America as well, there is a certain desire that comes out of those LatAm countries that is not compared to anything like Australia, like the Americans. You know, there is a desire that is much higher. You can see it, you can feel it in their interviews, obviously in their surfing. So yeah, that desire is a huge part of success at the highest level, you know. And all of a sudden you talk about the talent pool, it's growing. There's more opportunity. There's obviously, you know, with that desire, and all of a sudden you're getting the experiences. Watch out.
Like a set rolling through. Line up a little shifty now as the wind picks up, the tide drops out. You know, it's a similar look to this morning, but different enough to where, you know, whatever research you did at 8 o'clock.
It was offshore this morning and beautiful and high tide. It was all open. This is a whole different lineup.
whatever research you did at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, throw it out the window.
It's not the same. Yeah. You're seeing more, the closeout section on the inside is starting to throw down a little bit more.
I will say that I did see, we came down here in the afternoon. We had a meeting here around 3 o'clock, right? And before that showed up. And there was a lot of women surfing. They had expected most likely that they were going to be surfing the second half of the day. And to do that, you come down at the tide, you feel like you're going to be surfing. And they'll know what heat they're in because there was a draw already made. So you can kind of know where your timing is going to lay. Obviously add a little, 40 minutes to whatever to your day to figure out the exact tide of when you'll be competing. But that's a way to understand a lineup is, get out there during that similar time that you'd be surfing.
Coming up next, arguably the heat of the day for the women. We got Alyssa Spencer, everybody's pick across the board. Alyssa Spencer, the pick to potentially win this, but Puamakame de Soto, amazing surfer representing Hawaii, and it'll be my first look at Manana Suzuki. I've seen her a handful of times in QS events.
Yeah, same.
But it'll be fun to see what she can do going up against two titans.
It's another country.
In the junior field.
Japan is just like, if you look at what's coming up, the other Japanese surfer that I hadn't seen before surfing this morning, the backhand kid, ripping. Couldn't tell you. Yes, thank you. And that style and approach, like the one thing that comes out of the Japanese surfers is they're going to have style.
Good, clean style.
Right?
For sure.
Always. And, good low power base.
Speaking of power base, midway through that first turn, if you blinked, you saw Caroline Marks.
Yeah, I did.
A similar style, lots of power, super smooth. That was a great looking wave for Sawyer Lindblad.
Got there early too. You saw how she anticipated that section and got there early and actually just ricocheted off of it. Didn't have to deal with the explosion converges thing. So good work there from Sawyer. I mean, this is going to be adding points to her total for sure. Now she's going to probably get, she's going to put on a big lead.
There's Alyssa Spencer making her way into the lineup. In being everybody's pick, and being the hands-down favorite, do you hear the noise as a young surfer? Are you seeing it on social media? Are you feeling that extra pressure?
It really, I mean, she's got to look in the mirror, right? And she's got to tell herself, this is a home, going for a surf at my favorite break. That's how you got to treat it. And she's got a ton of that pressure experience. You think about last year when she was showing up at Haleiwa needing a result, and there was a ton of surfers looking for results, and so much shifting and all that stuff happening. Coming off of a win in Brazil, like just there again, knocking at that door for the championship tour. She's felt the pressure before. So hopefully, this is a different type of pressure though. As we watch a beautiful arc there. I mean, that was great for Sawyer. Look at the wave choice too, and then attacked it. 7.5, one of the biggest numbers of this round so far.
Yeah, and that last turn wasn't pretty, but it sure was impactful. She made the most of it. Not an easy section.
It's a critical section.
To hit. Yeah, that was that. Everything was going against her. She made it work. Fully agree with the judges throwing out that big score, a 7.5 for Sawyer Lindblad, one of the higher scores of the day. Quick look from Rubiana right there. Wave was a non-factor. You saw it just kind of getting weird all around her. So Sawyer has jumped out into a healthy lead. Still waiting for that second wave to come through for Sierra Kerr. She's way out the back, but big sets coming through. I feel like each and every set has just increased an inch or two every time. By the end of the day, it's going to be pumping out here.
It is. I would agree with you. Plus, the low tides is not going to help things. It could help things on certain sections, but ultimately it's going to be moving around a lot more. So it's going to be a much broader lineup than we saw this morning. A little more compact this morning. Not the case now.
And I feel like with the added wind, see the boil is growing in size with the tide dropping out. The added wind coming from the north, the storm system up there, you think it's going to be pushing these competitors even harder to the south to kind of tear them away from the
You would
the
tell me,
takeoff zone?
does the current pull off the reef out there sometimes? It does, right? Or is it kind of stable? I mean,
It's pretty stable, more so I think on the paddle back out.
Is when you get swept.
Yeah, if you start getting hit by waves, you're going to find yourself in no man's land. But it's pretty forgiving way out the back. It's kind of like a big vortex that kind of keeps you in that takeoff zone. But again, the good part is there's plenty of things on the beach to line up with if you're feeling comfortable, if you know what to look at. So
I think the biggest problem with the wind we have now is that it just is already an elusive wave to see coming into the reef, like where to go and paddle, that instinctive move of where you go. But you add an element of a 3-foot little wind chop on the top of the face, it even makes it harder to read, right? Like, where do I go to catch this one, and then all of a sudden it doubles up, 4 feet over to the side and you're not into it.
Yeah, is that a lip or a chop?
Exactly.
All right, we'll see if Sierra Kerr can identify the section to hit. Nice carve, setting things up. Here's that inside. Quick snap there. She rides along. You see the energy burst that when those two waves came together. I mean, she rode that probably as well as you could. Not super critical out the back, but 2 good turns with a strong finish. It's going to be, a mid-range score. She's sitting on a 4.83. I'd say it's going to be probably right around there.
I would agree. I think I would give it a smidge higher. Just good flow, really, all the way through that wave once again, and then just perfectly timed that little floater end section. You can see she started the fade here. Probably could have faded a little more, just knowing that wave was going to taper off a little bit, and it would have put her more in the pocket. Whereas that was a nice turn. She did redirect it off the foam, which is a critical section. It's not easy to do. Judges will recognize that. With the nice flow, it didn't have the same size as her previous wave, so we'll see if that factors into it. But yeah, I agree. It's like pretty similar. I would say that maybe just lifted ever so slightly.
It's funny to think about Sierra Kerr. When I hear her name, when I see her standing up on a wave, I'm just thinking, oh, big air, here we go. Her fundamentals are solid. She has some great skills in critical sections.
All right, so if you are looking at that dolphin, what's it doing?
It's just chilling.
No, it's smacking for fish.
Smacking for food?
Like gets a little whack and stuns the fish. And
I just look for the tail. I look for the tail to flip. And okay, that's
everything's
a friendly
good,
buddy.
Yeah.
5 minutes to go here. Sawyer Lindblad in the lead with a 7.5 and a 5.83. Score comes through for Sierra Kerr, just under that 4.83. It's a 4.33. Surfers making their way back into the takeoff zone. AJ McCord hunting the story. Where's AJ?
Well, Cote, Pete, you guys were talking about wave selection and how important it was going to be. Sawyer getting that exact advice from Rob Machado before she paddled out in her heat. He was talking about just with the tide going out, with how much water's on the reef, and that wind that you guys were talking about. Sawyer getting some advice from one of the best who knows this wave incredibly well to tell her exactly how to position herself, when to take off, and I think we're seeing that play out.
Sure are. Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, Rob Machado, one of the best ever at Seaside.
Anywhere.
Well, that too.
but especially
Seaside,
here.
Yeah.
I would say the best. We can say it, the best ever at Seaside.
Well, we had the question, who is the best out of Seaside? As we watch here, Rubiana, and she's going to get her best wave yet in this heat. So that was good. Only 4 minutes to go, but that is going to make for a bit more confidence, being that she was able to complete that ride all the way inside.
Finishing strong like we just saw right there from Rubiana, even though she's most likely not going to jump into the top spot. There's something about not completely failing in your heat. Had this heat ended and she only had a 1.83 and a 0.9, that's going to be a kind of a devastating feeling.
Yeah, to step into the elimination round with any confidence, right? You haven't gotten a score from the judges that meant anything here. She can take some positives from this, even though it's going to be very difficult to turn it in this next 3.5 minutes. Not to say that it can't happen, because look, she can. A 10-point ride will do it.
Yeah, and it only takes one wave to turn a session, right? I feel like that's the same in a contest scenario. you might lose the heat, but if you still have another chance, you can kind of think back, well, I did get that one.
Yeah.
So if I can get that one, hopefully next heat I can correct my mistakes and get 2 good ones. Same rules as always here at WSL competition. Your top 2 waves totaled for your eventual heat total. We're looking at between.
I mean, look on the screen. That kind of just develops it right there. You get 2 scores. Your totals and those are averages.
Right.
That are added together.
And juniors are not scored any differently than QS Challenger Series.
You look at the judging panel here; it's
same people.
Filled with a lot of the a lot of championship tour level judges. It's been developed now where we have a pretty sizable panel of judges you can bring around the world that have all had experience at the championship tour level. So it's good to have. It's especially now when you start to regionally base all of these our regions. North America has a panel of judges that go to all the events, and then you start bringing in some international judges around here, especially for this level of competition. You've got some traveling judges that are here from Europe, maybe Brazil, and it's the level they need to have at a world title venue.
Yeah, we're crowning a champion for men and women. Multiple champions will be crowned.
Yeah, I saw the trophy over there. It's a little miniature version of the bowl. So, I mean, it'd be pretty cool to have one of those mantle bowls on your trophy case, because if you look at that list of past winners, it's really illustrious.
Yeah.
Some great surfers there.
Nice to share a resume accolade with Gabriel Medina and the likes. 1 minute, 30 seconds
Felipe
ago.
Toledo, I mean, all world champions. Kelly Slater won one way back before it was really truly Pro Juniors came from Australia, an event that they basically designed for just young pros. And this has developed into this, so the Aussies have put it all together back in the day.
Minute 13, Sierra Kerr looking for an 8.5 if she wants to take over that top spot. This is non-elimination surfing for this first round, so everybody gets another chance. The good part about winning your heat early is you skip a round, so you get a bye straight into the playoffs. You're not in the wild card round. You're going straight to the big show. That's got to give you an extra confidence boost and more time to kind of study and research, not just the waves, but also your competition. Pulling from so many regions around the world. I mean, even though they're all roughly around the same age and kind of in the same category in terms of talent, a lot of these surfers probably have not gone against each other yet. So it's definitely fun to be able to sit back and soak in the competition and learn a little something from every heat you watch.
And it's now because of the new format, right? So you qualify through your region, and then you make it to the Challenger Series, which then introduces the globe, right? Because that's all the regionals feed into that. Same thing here in this World Juniors Championships is you've got the feeder system through the Pro Junior that gets you to this moment. So again, it's been changes that have been happening, and now we're starting to see. I mean, the regions themselves are going to get stronger because of the changes.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to be it for round of 24, Heat 2. Sawyer Lindblad continues her winning ways. A 13.33 total and only needed 3 waves to do it. She gets the win. Sierra Kerr in second, Brunel in third. And more action to come. Event favorite Alyssa Spencer coming up next, but she's got a massive heat to contend with. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. We'll be right back.
The SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western are brought to you by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai every day. By Best Western Hotels and Resorts. By Sports San Diego. And Pura Vida. Live free.
Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. I'm Kaipo. This is my good friend Mitchell Salazar, and we're into the women's opening round, Mitchell, and the waves has increased. I mean, they were pretty perfect this morning, but they have increased in size this afternoon. Actually, now turning almost into the challenging category.
For sure. I think the first women's heat was probably the most difficult one I've seen so far this afternoon, and I think the consistency of waves is great, but the lack of consistency of those really good waves is what's difficult out there. But we have a great heat on hand right here, Kaipo.
Alyssa Spencer out in the red, top seed. Pua Makamai DeSoto from the west side of Oahu out there in the blue. And Nanaho Suzuki representing the land of the rising sun, Japan, in the white jersey. Again, what's at stake here? First place goes straight to round 3. Second and third will be in round 2, where we go to one-on-one head-to-head competition. That will all happen day 2 of this 4-day event. Thanks again to SAMBAZON for presenting this World Junior Championship. And thank you so much for the hosting by Best Western. It's been wonderful there at the Best Western Encinitas. Here we go, opening ride. Alyssa Spencer with the sharp rail work that we have become accustomed to seeing from the young lady from Carlsbad. Opened up with a 5.33. That's her second wave. So already with a great start, Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, the local surfer not only knows this wave as well as anybody else, but she's coming off of another great year, Kaipo, on the Challenger Series, almost qualified for the CT. And this was her first wave. We weren't able to see this, but a huge turn right there on just the one section, a 5.33 for that. And now she's going to back it up. And this is Pua's opener. Came in at a high 3, and to me, De Soto is definitely one of the premier surfers in this event, Kaipo. Makaha's own. And Alyssa's last one, the one that we saw, beautiful rail surfing right there, nice drawn out carve. And then the second one, even better. You know, not only is she my pick to win this whole thing, but I think at the end of the season too, she's going to be able to qualify for the championship tour.
Well, she's come so close, not just once, but twice. 2019, number 10 on the QS. She was the very, very right outside that cut line in 2019. Again, it happened to her just in 2022, finishing 7th on the Challenger Series. We took the top 5, coming so close. She belongs on the championship tour. Is this going to be her breakthrough year? Could be. Alyssa Spencer right here from Encinitas, California. Nanaho Suzuki, live action on the backhand.
Oh.
And Suzuki bangs that oncoming extension, but the convergence of water just gobbles her up, and she goes incomplete.
It's a great first turn, though. She just needed to really ride out of that last one. Still going to be a decent score. I do think, though, that having Spencer in this heat, you're at least going to need 13 to 14 points to really make it out of this heat unscratched. The one thing I will say about Pua DeSoto is that she is not afraid to charge, Kaipo. She'll go on those set waves, and she'll really attack those big sections, too.
Yeah. Pua Makamai Kui Kahano Haveo DeSoto, 17 years old. The name, the entire name means precious descendant that stands in enlightenment. Hawaiian being Pua DeSoto's first language, then English, part of a great crew of Hawaiian surfers, the new young Hawaiian surfers coming up, especially on the women's side. Women like Pua Makamai DeSoto, as well as Eve Leula Wong, as we saw. Here's Pua on the beach from Makaha, a wonderful break, one of my home break, and a wave that is rich in surfing tradition. Not just decades, but centuries of surfing happening at that legendary Hawaiian break.
And especially for females, too. You have one of the greatest surfers of all time that's from there, Rel Sun. And what she was able to do for the local community, Kaipo, she's obviously opened the doors for people like Pua as well.
That's right. Well, so Pua with that 3.77 start for the Japanese surfer. Nanaho Suzuki opens up with a 4.43. And here we go. Here's the 4.43 of Suzuki.
Well, love the read right there. Good fade. lets that first section go by, but really executes well when she actually meets the lip line. Just unfortunate right there on her second bottom turn, she just lost a little bit of speed and wasn't able to capitalize on that wave, but still, that could easily be her backup at the end of this heat, Kaipo. 4.43, decent start.
Yeah, Nanahu Suzuki coming in number 2 seed out of Japan. Won the Taiwan Open this year in Japan and the juniors, and so already has some great regional success. Let's see if she can do it on a global stage. Well, Sawyer Lindblad, I mean, she, talk about a success. Wonderful surfing. She took a win, and she's with AJ. We'll get back to AJ with the last heat winner, Sawyer Lindblad, just in a minute. Meanwhile, we saw Nanaho Suzuki take off on the closeout half-point ride for the Japanese competitor, and she's going to have to reposition herself. Priority 2, blue, Puomaka Maedasoro, who's sitting on that single 3.77.
Well, you mentioned that victory that Suzuki had in Taiwan for the Pro Juniors. Jarvis Earl also won the QS there on the men's side, and that's an event that I feel that for people from Australasia, it's definitely coming up more and more, and they did have the World Pro Junior Championships there a few years. I think it's one of those waves that's so consistent, Kaipo. It's going to be developing quite a few surfers from that region specifically, too, in the next few years.
So you're saying that we're not far off from seeing some Taiwanese surfers here on a global scale?
Not at all.
I like it.
At least on the QS and the junior side, for sure.
Yeah, I like it. Like, hey, anywhere where there's a wave breaking, there's probably someone surfing in 2023. I'm telling you right now, the extreme popularity of surfing is, started with a couple of stronghold regions. I mean, just in my day, it was just Hawaii, Australia, the U.S., maybe a little bit of South Africa, maybe a little bit of Brazil. But now, look at how broad the breadth of surfing talent is, and just look in the championship tour. Going into this year, we've got our first Indonesian on the championship tour. Just another flag that's going to be waving on the World Surf League.
The first Moroccan, too.
And the first Moroccan, too, and North African as well.
Yeah. It's kind of not only a breakthrough year for surfing, but I also think in terms of the population growing within the sport, we're going to see a lot more people from different regions within those big regions already.
And as we've seen, it is the generation of surfers before you that kind of cast the seeds for the next generation, and it just continues to grow and grow and grow. And some of these new surfing nations are actually the most exciting because they're kind of the freshest perspective on surfing. We got the establishment in the USA. We by far have the establishment in Australia with their board riding club and everything. We got the Brazilian storm, but it's nice to see these new countries come into play right now. Well, now let's catch up with Sawyer Lindblad. She surfed super well out there, easily advancing into round number 3. Sawyer's with AJ.
She did surf super well, and a big part of that because of some advice that you got from Rob Machado before you paddled out. How did his tips on where to position yourself, what waves to select, how did that help you in your heat?
Yeah, he just told me to make sure that I'm on the best waves, and that the ones that have the wall are definitely going to be the ones that are going to score the most. And I just took that advice and I went out there and tried to search for the best ones that had the wall. I really didn't want to get a mushy one where I would do 5 cutbacks. I was just aiming to do 2 critical turns.
And it worked out for you. I know you've had a lot of experience practicing at this wave over the last few weeks. Knowing the format of this event where the winner of this first heat gets a chance to have a bye in the next round, essentially, how did that affect your mindset?
Yeah, definitely. I went into the heat wanting to win the heat so that I could skip the elimination second round. And I actually really like this format. It's like the CT, so it really helps us get prepared for that, which is really cool.
Congratulations. We'll see you not in the next one, but the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah, Sawyer Lindblad getting some great advice, Mayor Seaside, Rob Machado, stylish surfer. Gosh, Rob's been... My first PSAA was over here at Seaside Reef way back in the day. I don't even want to say what year, but I'm going to tell you, I think it was a 13-year-old Rob Machado beat me in that competition. I was pretty salty at some skinny little kid coming down with his K5 board and taking it out, but he went on to become one of my favorite goofy footers.
I thought you said you were only 15 too, so you shouldn't be that salty, Kaipo.
Here we go. This is our heat leader. What a foamy face. Alyssa Spencer just been stay busy on this one. And you can just see the turbulence right there taking effect on her. Hey, no harm, no foul. Alyssa Spencer will remain in the lead at the 18-minute mark.
Well, it's a smart strategy, too, when you look at it, really. 18 minutes to go, you already have 2 decent waves on the board. No harm, no foul, as you mentioned. I think when you're looking to better a score, you go on those other waves under everybody else's priority, and you're just looking to really execute some big turns wherever you find a section. I want to go back to the heritage part, especially about Hawaiian surfing, Kaipo.
Sure.
Second-generation professional surfer is Pua De Soto. Her father, Dwayne, longboard world champion back in the day. But I also think I spoke to Jason Shibata last month during the Haleiwa Challenger, and we were talking about the big generational gap between the generation that's out there right now for the juniors, and there's not many people within that 13 to 15-year-old range. Everybody's way younger than that. So I do feel like since Seth, Imai, Gabby, Sakura, there hasn't really been one person that stood out too much. I feel like Pua could definitely be one of those people.
I like it. I like the take on that. And another thing important about the De Soto family is they run the wonderful foundation, a nonprofit group called Nakama Kai, where they take youth and expose them both into ocean safety and ocean activities. Nakama Kai has actually worked with us at the WSL, and you know, one of my pet projects is the WSL Pure, which is just a movement, right? And they've been a big supporter of WSL Pure, Nakama Kai. So hats off to all the good work that they do over there at that nonprofit, and being just great stewards of the ocean. And remember, every month is We Are One Ocean Month. It's not a specific month, it's all year long. So everybody, you can keep on doing your thing. Remember, you can post on social, show us what you're doing to help out. We Are One Ocean with that hashtag We Are One Ocean. Tag us at the WSL and WSL Pure. Put it up on social. We want to see what you're doing.
Yeah, no, and I think that's not only absolutely true, but same goes for Mother's Day, Father's Day. Really appreciate those moments that you have with the people that you cherish in your life, because you never know when things are going to go by quickly, especially with social media nowadays and the way we're able to access each other and how to communicate with each other. You got to do it right now when people are around, Kaipo.
That's right. Remember, you can learn more at weareoneocean.org, and thank you to Shiseido for all the support they have been giving the project. Everywhere we go, we want to leave it better than we found it. So whether it's replanting, taking care of the coral reefs, beach cleanups, we all do all of that stuff with the We Are One Ocean movement and WSL Pure. And speaking of mom and dads and juniors, public service announcement to all the juniors right now. Anybody, all you kids, young men and young women, you win some money, give some of the money back to mom and dad for all the gas money that they spent, all of your junior and amateur life getting you to this level, driving you up and down the coast to all the different surf contests. Break off something nice for mom and dad.
Right.
Fill up the tank every once in a while, kids.
Buy them a nice dinner. Take him out and buy him a steak. It's as easy as that.
That's right. And that goes for uncles, too. So thank you for the dinner tonight. Mitchell, 14 minutes and 45 seconds counting down, and it's still Alyssa Spencer on top.
Hey, I will say, how important was that quick start from the local surfer, right?
Smart.
5.33, just the one single turn, gets the 6.33 right after that.
And look at what's happened in the lineup since then.
It's been very consistent, but a lot of those waves have not been good. It's got both Pua and Inaho out of position, and I think that's where you definitely see not only the local knowledge, but somebody that's really been on the cusp of qualifying a couple of times compete out there in something like this.
Yeah. I mean, we both called the Challenger in Sakurema where Alyssa Spencer won, and she was clearly, and it's rare to have a competition where the best surfer is like really obvious right from the very first round.
Right.
And that was the case with Alyssa Spencer over there in Brazil.
Every single round it seemed like she not only posted 14 points, but she progressed and she was getting better through each round too. Once she made the final against Tessa and opened up with the 7, I thought, okay, game over right here. Like, she was not letting go of that victory. And you could see it in her post-heat interview. She was crying tears of joy and excitement because all that hard work that she has put in actually went into fruition right there, Kaipo.
Yeah, that was an inspirational victory. Pua De Soto. Nice carve. A little bit of a jumbled water in front of her. She's able to negotiate that top turn. Eases through a cut back here. Looking for this inside section to stand up, a little bit of foam on the face. And attacks it with a backwash. Backwash gets the best of her, however. Pua DeSoto will see where that number takes her. She needs a 7.89 to take the lead. She's going to come up short there, but we'll see how close she gets.
Well, let's see if she even betters her 3.77 as well as the one turn, if you remember, too. Don't know. A lot of downtime on this wave. Didn't seem like the wave selection was really on point here, but she's also put her back up against the wall, too. Only 13 minutes to go, and it's very difficult to really identify which are the best waves out there right now, Kaipo.
Yeah, good call, Mitch. 3.37, so it comes under her opening ride. Does move her into second place, but second and third place actually in this round are fairly inconsequential because both second and third are going to move on into that round number 2 where we're going to start eliminating surfers.
Yeah, this is more of a research round, I always feel. But as Sawyer said, it is a CT format, so you got to treat it like if you were competing at an actual CT event. Decent wrap right there by Pua. Then I feel she missed that section a bit when she was bottom turning. She lost a little bit of speed. And then this last turn, say she does finish it, probably would have bettered the 3.77, but not by a ton. Either way, needs to go back out there and get something way better in 12 minutes.
Yeah, and this is the CT format that we use in the back half of the championship tour season. After we make that mid-season cut, then we go to these opening round heats where first moves on into round number 3. So it really is a good rehearsal.
Yep.
Because obviously the aspiration for every junior is to move on to the Challenger Series, and the aspiration of every Challenger Series surfer is to move on into that elite crew when you're talking championship tour.
And, you know, me, Kaipo, huge baseball fan. I love statistics and whatnot. I think a good baseball analogy that you could apply to competitive surfing is your average and your percent of your batting average. How many heats are you winning in terms of how many heats are you surfing?
Right.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be those heat wins in a round like this where it's a non-elimination round.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily count that much. So use this as research, move into round 2 if you have to, but then after that, it is a situation where you either have to win or you go home.
Yeah, I like it. We're going to watch this set for a second, see if we have any takers here. We have Nanao Suzuki with that priority, and this one's just going to close out the field there. You know, Mitchell, in Hawaii we say aloha, in Costa Rica we say pura vida. Pura vida, AJ.
Pura Vida, Kaipo. This is where I am right now at the Pura Vida booth. Like you said, a Costa Rican motto means pure life, but here we're talking about live free. So you can come over to this booth, you can spin the wheel and win a variety of epic prizes. You have rings, you have bracelets, you have hair accessories, and I am proud to tell you that this company, founded in 2010, probably a few days after the opened, I was one of the original wearers of the Wave Ring. I wore that thing until it broke. It was one of my favorite accessories. A lot of the surfers out here rocking Pura Vida. They do a lot for charity as well. So if you're coming down to Seaside to check out the World Juniors, be sure to come on by the booth and spin the wheel.
Oh, great job. And yeah, Pura Vida. Yeah, also Pura Vida, that foundation also helps us out with the Rising Tides cause that we do at Championship Tour events, and pretty cool. Great partner for us to have here.
No, it's great that they're sponsoring the biggest event in San Diego surfing history too, Kaipo, as I mentioned before. First time the World Juniors have ever been on mainland North American soil. Kind of a huge deal, and then you add in the fact that San Diego's hosting it, especially right here at Seaside Reef. You look at the missed opportunities by certain locals to not be able to compete here due to, you know, age limitations and whatnot. I would have loved to have seen Taylor Clark compete at this spot during an event this big, but hey, now you have people like Levi Slauson and Alyssa Spencer really flying the flag well for a lot of these local people.
Yeah, big happening in San Diego, in North County, San Diego. Such a wonderful place, Mitchell. A variety of things to do. Beautiful beach towns, and when we talk about surf, a wonderful variety of surf. We're talking a 10-mile stretch. You got everything from beach breaks, piers, point breaks, reef breaks. I mean, I've been seeing the crowds of secrets out, but it's a great place to be a surfer.
No doubt, and look at the talent it's producing right now.
Chris Cote.
Chris, his brother Justin's a great surfer too. Rob Machado, Taylor Clark. I'm a huge fan of a lot of kids coming up. Ellie Temperi's great. Titus Santucci. This one kid, Brody Buck, who was out there this morning too, is a great surfer as well.
Nanao Suzuki with a couple of nice carves on the backhand, enjoying the paced approach by the Japanese surfer, really placing her turns in the optimum sections here, kicking out, and that is a great backup score for Suzuki.
Well, she's needing, a low 7 to move up into the lead. I know this was a smaller wave, but she was able to find a very clean face, Kaipo.
Yeah.
Was able to wrap a couple consecutive maneuvers right there, and with 8 minutes to go, if it doesn't, break that mini combo she's in right now, it should at least be close to bettering the 4.43. I like this wave.
The mini combo. Can you give me an explanation of the mini combo?
Well, you're not necessarily...
Is that something on the child's menu when you drive through?
You're not necessarily in a combination situation, Kaipo, per se, but you are needing, something close to the excellent or at least up there. And look at this, looking at the replay. Great first carve, beautiful bottom turn. The second maneuver was as good as it gets, really, especially for a regular footer. Then it wraps it back once more. I think the size of the wave is really going to kill this score and keep it very low. But, she's out of that mini combination right now. Look at that, Kaipo score comes in.
5.03, now the need for Suzuki, a 6.63, so a lot more obtainable number is asked for from Suzuki as we're in the final 7 minutes of this heat.
100%. I mean, a 7 in comparison to a 6 right now is a big difference.
Yep, I like it.
I mean, because you're able to identify the wave that Spencer got with the 6.33, right? You're not really able to identify a 7 like the 2 waves that Sori Lindblad had in her heat.
This is true. And it looks like, I'm going to have your take on it. Looks like the wind flow is kind of...
backed off a little?
Yeah. And maybe, are we starting to see like a southerly element? I know we have a system coming from the north, but sometimes that will swirl the winds. You know how we're all surfers, right? So we're these amateur meteorologists. But that would bring a little bit of a swirling wind with a southerly component to it, I would believe.
Yeah, and personally, I always feel like a north wind for the lefts is better. It keeps them way cleaner. They're not as jumbly. A south wind, you're just going with the grain the whole time, and it's so much harder to actually get up into the lip. The lip's coming down on you instead of going up and actually receiving you the whole time. So going to be much harder if there actually is a south wind. That's what we're expecting tomorrow. But as of right now, still quite classy. The only issue is that we do have a negative tide later, Kaipo, and it drops a lot. It gets heavy. So watch out for a couple bad wipeouts. We've already seen a few this morning, but I do think as soon as the tide hits that negative part, it's going to be very difficult to really surf.
Yeah, we go minus about a half a foot at 5:07 p.m. California time. Just to calibrate yourselves, it's 1:30 California time. So throughout the rest of the competition day, we will see that receding tide. Heat leader Alyssa Spencer, sharp on rail as always. Beautiful carve up into the lip there with a controlled tap of the lip. Foam climb and throws that one away. Does she improve upon that 5.33 Mitchell Salazar?
There's a chance, but I think the one section that she had on the 5.33 a lot more critical than that. Is still a decent combo though. And I don't mind going on this wave either with 5 minutes to go. I just think you're putting yourself in a position to succeed the whole time. And this is one thing I always tell surfers, especially younger kids, they don't have as much experience competing. It doesn't matter if you win with 18 points or with 11 points. You're still winning the heat, Kaipo. Beautiful wrap right there to start things off, straight up into the lip after that. And maybe didn't have the same amount of pop as she did on the second turn in comparison to the 5.33. I still think this is good surfing, though.
I like that that quote is a win's a win. And, if you got to surf for a couple of 5s or 6s to get through early rounds, surf the 6.
Exactly.
And you don't necessarily have to go for the 9-point ride because it's a surf competition. And it's been said before, these are not sprints. These are marathons. Round upon round upon round, wave after wave after wave to get to that podium.
And you can't be thinking to yourself, okay, I was able to do this because I had luck in one event. No. You should be doing the work outside of the event and not relying on that within the actual competition. Actually put in the work outside and see how you fare after, and I think that's what Spencer has been doing so far because she's clearly out in front and she bettered her situation with her last score, Kaipo was saying.
Another 6.33, mirrored the second ride of 6.33, so Alyssa Spencer north of that 12-point range, and what we've seen statistically is that 12 points is going to give you a win in these rounds. Pua DeSoto now. Nice carve down for DeSoto. Back up into lip, aggressive snap up into lip. Pua skips on the bottom turn, but controls it off the top. However, the jumbled water gets the best of her.
And I don't think we've touched on this yet so far in this event, but coming from warmer waters into water that's fairly cold, Kaipo, you're wearing booties, you're wearing at least a 3 mil wetsuit out there. It's a big difference, and I know that might not necessarily have been the factor here on this wave, as we see a beautiful wrap there from Pua straight up into the lip. I love that second turn. But see right there, that little white water right there, the combination with the booties, like that's not something you're normally used to. You can normally grab on with the edge of your toes instead.
I can tell you, from an island boy, it's you come from the islands, you come from warm water into the cold water. Grip is an issue because we're used to really grippy conditions. We don't have to work hard with our waxing layers and stuff because we're in the warmer water. Cold water, your preparation on your board is so important, and that's where Fuwax comes in.
Yes, it is.
Nanaho Suzuki, good size wave here, paced approach, long bottom turn. Nice snap off the top. Suzuki putting it together on this wave. This see if she can time the finish. And again, the convergence of those two walls of water sweeps the boards from Nanaho Suzuki's heels. And she goes down. She was on her way to a big number.
And that's the second time that's happened this heat so far already, Kaipo. On the 4.43 and on this last wave right now. She's needing a mid-7 too. Just don't see it happening right here. Bigger size wave. Was on a set. Love the fade that she has right at the beginning. Decent little wrap right there. Then waits for it to really stand up again. And that wave just unfortunately never stood up to a point where she was able to attack it vertically. And either way, falling right there at the end wasn't going to even improve on the 503. So, you know, maybe a missed opportunity right there by Suzuki to at least diminish the requirement.
Yeah.
But still, with a minute to go, Spencer's in complete control of this heat right now, Kaipo.
Yeah, Alyssa, great start. And, you know, she's surfing for a junior world title. She doesn't need that ticket to the Challenger Series. She's already going to be on the Challenger Series when we start that series in 2023. But she would love to be on the list of names for junior world titles like a Laura Enever or Nikki Van Dyke or Isabella Nichols or Macy Callahan or even Akira Pinkerton.
And she is the 2019 runner-up to the World Junior Championship too. Lost the final to Amuro Suzuki over in Taiwan.
And here she goes. This is just going to be a ride-in for Alyssa Spencer. Or maybe not. She kicked out. Someone should have told her just 20 seconds left. Come on in, girl. You won.
Well, I mean, that probably would have been the smarter thing to do, but you know, either way, you have a good heat total out there. Pua did drop a decent score right at the end. Here she goes, one last opportunity, and that's not going to be the score she needs. So, I mean, not only did the local surfer really present great surfing out there, Kaipo, I think she really put on a masterclass of where to position yourself out there at a place like Seaside, too.
Yeah, I'm sure the other competitors are taking notes, and there you see a poised, talented Alyssa Spencer. She's moving on. She doesn't have to worry about that round 2. She's straight into round 3. DeSoto Suzuki will be in round 2. We'll step away, but when we get back, we got more action from Seaside. This is the SAMBAZON World Junior Champs, hosted by Best Western. Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. We're in heat number 4 for the opening round for the women. And we have another international field out in the water in Seaside Reef. Kind of been pumping all day long. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar talking you through the action this afternoon. And our heat out in the water I find is a very, very interesting one. We have in the red jersey Luana Silva representing Brazil by way of Hawaii. Janir Gonzalez Extabari from Basque Country. Did I do okay with that?
You did great.
All right. And Erin Brooks, a surfing phenomena, just 15 years old, representing Canada.
Last year's ISA World Junior Champion in the under-16s, and you look at the #1 seed out there of the event, Luana Silva in the red jersey and Janita from the Basque Country. 2 goofy footers up against the regular footer. This is going to be a fun heat, Kaipo. Luana Silva to me is not only CT talent worthy, but here she is up and right again. She is very worthy of surfing big waves too.
Here we go, Lulu on the backhand. Oh, little
Jinxed
cavitation in the fins, and the jinx by Mitchell Salazar, and Luana Silva goes down, but it's okay. She's got 27 minutes to make it up. Yeah, she is an inspiring story. Luana Silva from the North Shore of Oahu, again, as I said, representing Brazil, just 18 years of age. You said she's talented enough to be on the championship tour. She did that half year as a rookie in 2022. Unfortunately, was a victim of that mid-season cut, but did have some brilliant performances. Quarterfinals at Sunset, the second event of the year over there on the CT, and a quarterfinals on the Challenger Series over there at the Sydney Surf Pro. Luana has all the talent, Mitchell, just needs to put it together in the competitive format. I mean, she was dominant in her amateur years, but now on this global stage, I think she hasn't shown us competitively what she deserves to get.
I agree. Here's Brooks.
Erin Brooks. Beautiful carving, just the control from the youngster as she flies out there. And so that will be the opening ride for Erin Brooks. Like you said, ISA World Junior Champ.
Yep.
That was in El Salvador in 2022.
It was, and in the U16s too. And you mentioned she's only 15 years old. She has a lot of room to grow, which is saying a lot because she is already very talented. I would have to say when it comes to women surfing, she has probably landed 2 of the best airs I have ever seen by a woman. And not only is she a very fast surfer, her technique is impeccable. And at a point break, reef break, beach break, anything you want, she can do it.
Yeah. What about all the edits that she was putting out from Mentawai boat trips and some of the barrels that we were seeing for her at Kanduis and stuff? Just the ability to ride long Indonesian barrels, very impressive. She's just 15 years old.
And the interesting about her thing about her is that she is so small that a lot of those waves aren't necessarily huge, but they just look even bigger. So imagine when she's actually able to capitalize on a wave that's double, triple overhead to her, which would be 6 foot for us. She's going to be one of those surfers that you're thinking, okay, world champ material for sure, because she's got the whole game plan going for her. And looking at the replay here, Kaipo, decent little wrap to start. The wave goes fat there at the beginning. Love the speed that she executes right there on the second wrap. Nice patience and good variation. I mean, even though it was basically the same turn the whole time, they were all different. So a little different variation of each turn every single time. Score comes through. It's the best one of the heat so far.
Yeah, 4.17 for Erin Brooks and an early lead. Yeah, triple overhead for Erin Brooks is like 4-foot Hawaiian. Janir, the bass surfer here, looking with impeccable timing and smart to cut that one short right there, not try to force the issue, but some nice carbs in the forehand.
And there are some great surfers coming out of the Basque Country and Spain in general. Janita is obviously one of them. Lucia Machado. Leticia Canales was also on the Challengers every now and then. Garasi Sanchez is another great surfer. I think they have a lot of talent. And what Europe has as a whole is that they're very organized when it comes to the competitions too. A lot of competitions in the southwest part of France, a lot of competitions in Portugal, and in Spain too, Kaipo.
Yeah, great pastry too coming out of Europe. Janir.
I would have to say when it comes to pastry, they're probably the best in the world. And that's saying a lot because I'm Mexican and we love our bread too, Kaipo. But the decent wave here to start for Janita, 3.33. It's going to be a fun heat with you right now because we have two goofy footers out there and we have Lulu, who's a surfer from Oahu. This is going to be fun. I'm enjoying myself so far. I hope you are too.
I'm having a really good laugh. Almost tearing up. All right, well, let's get it under control. We're at the 23-minute mark, and Aaron Brooks is out in the lead. Janire in second place with that 3.33. Luana Silva with a 2.33, but we expect much more from Lulu. She has priority. You can see the red P by her name, and plenty of time on the clock here at her opening round at Seaside.
Look, I think what Lulu brings to the table, Kaipo, in comparison to a lot of other ladies in the draw, is that she's not afraid to really attack those big sections, especially coming from Sunset Beach. You mentioned she had the quarterfinal finish there during the CT event. I saw some clips recently on social media of her ripping when it was big out there.
Well, you know who's ripping right now. It's Aaron Brooks. A couple of turns there, ducks out the back, opened up with a 4.17. She has the lead, and she's done a good job of backing up that opening ride.
Last section's getting dangerous right now. It's really dumpy, and if you're not careful, you don't measure that section well with enough speed, it's going to be a very gnarly wipeout, and you really got to watch out because you could not only break your board, you could injure yourself pretty badly too.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at that part, Mitch. It's yeah, and we got less and less water as the tide continues to recede. Here's a replay of Aaron Brooks.
So took her a while to really get around this section right here, but once she did, she really found the open face and executed a beautiful carve right there. It's going to be a decent score for just the one turn, and it's in.
What's the odds? A 4.17. So opened up with a 4.17, backed up that 4.17 with a 4.17. Two-wave total of 8.34, and the lead for Aaron Brooks.
It's not very common. You usually see, the same score, especially for the same surfer the entire time. There's different ways to get to a score, though, right? And that's what happened in this case. Surfing for Canada is Aaron Brooks. One of her parents are Canadian, and Dom Domick from Surfing Canada is here to support her on. And, they're really expecting her to go a long way, not only 15 years old, but she's definitely one of those people that can really change the world of surfing when she becomes a global superstar, Kaipo.
I agree. Hey, another superstar in the works. 12.66 for the win. Alyssa Spencer went out there and did it easily. It seemed that way. Alyssa's with AJ.
Certainly did make it look easy, that win, but I know it was anything but. A lot of training, a lot of time at this wave came into play for you to get the win today.
Yeah, definitely. The conditions are really hard out there. It changed a lot in just the past couple hours. The swell kind of came up a couple feet and the tide dropped, and the current got pretty bad. So yeah, it was definitely really tricky, but I was able to find a couple.
Now, I know after the Haleiwa Challenger, you took that loss really, really hard, but you wanted to refocus, re-energize for this 2023 season. What have the last few weeks been like for you as you've prepared for World Juniors?
Yeah, Haleiwa was obviously a really tough loss for me. I've been in that same position the past couple of years, so to fall short again was really hard for me, but I kind of just looked at the year as a whole and took everything that I could learn from last year and, yeah, just re-centered and refocused. And I was so excited for this event once I knew it was going to be in my backyard, so I just kind of looked forward to the positives and, yeah, focused on what I can do here.
And you started off very strong. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Wow, I was actually hypnotized by that pink Channel Islands resin tint with that rail lap right there. Good job from the crew over there at Channel Islands. That was a beautiful looking board. Aaron Brooks here, live action, throws the tail. That was a big aggressive turn. Wasn't able to put it down, but I like what she's doing.
I like it too. And I think when you look at what's happened so far in this heat, this is actually a very smart strategy because both Lulu and Janira have not had any kind of success so far in terms of finding a score better than the 3 so far, Kaipo. So I think what Aaron's doing is not only searching for those bigger and better sections out there, she's at least putting herself in the spot too, because both Lulu and Janira have really not been in great position to catch those good waves. Here's the replay though. It seems like Janira was up during the interview. Nice down carve right there to kind of set things up down the line. Did she make it around it? Yes, she did. A little late to the party, but still was able to complete it right there and fits one more in for a little good measure too, Kaipo. So should be a decent score. Lulu was up as well, setting things up right there. Love the patience on the fade. Straight up into the lip, much better from Silva. And then this wave kind of shouldering off here at the end, but was able to capitalize with a couple extra turns right there. So to me, that should easily be the best wave of the heat. And with 18 minutes to go, she's going to put herself in the lead, as Brooks was looking to really go hammer time right here on the second turn. Deep bottom turn, but as you noticed, just lost the engagement of her rail right there when she was coming out of the turn. Still, I like the attempt.
Give me an estimation on the water temperature right now.
57, 58.
57. We see Aaron Brooks with booties on. So the question is to you, Mitchell, to booty or not to booty today at 57-degree water?
I'm a person that I don't necessarily like wearing booties, so I'm usually just a 3 mil and that's it. Let's paddle out. But there are certain people, like Dom Dominic right there on your right, proud Canadian. He loves wearing everything when he gets a chance. Booties, gloves, hood. And it's just a matter of personal preference, too. Like, your body's just used to something by then, and you just need to wear it the whole time.
Yeah, it's hard to get Peter Mel out of his booties. You know, those Santa Cruz guys, once they put those things on.
In the summertime here, they're wearing a 3-2 and booties when the water's like 70 degrees. I'm like, what? Him, Sam Coffey, John every now and then. It's like, no, I'm wearing trunks right now, guys. Like, why are you guys wearing your booties?
Well, the booties give you grip. You know, so I think once the people, kind of adjust to having that, then you just got a really, really grippy sole right there. You talk about booties, yeah.
Nolan Raposa is one of those guys too. Him, Tyler Gunter, Dylan Horde, they all love wearing it, especially for airs, because your feet don't shift up and down that much either.
There was a San Diego surfer in the 80s, rest in peace to David Eggers, and David Eggers would wear booties no matter what. Sometimes he would have the spring suit booty combination, which is really fashionably kind of an awkward combination, the spring suit booty combination.
Yeah.
But it worked for him because he was one of those early air proponents, and exactly what he was able to do is had a pretty, progressive and for the time, a developmental air game as, aerial surfing kind of came into play with guys like Dave Eggers, Matt Archibald.
Yeah. Christian.
Everyone has to say Christian Fletcher, but yeah, there was a lot of guys in that early air movement.
Yeah, and I would think that his completion rate because of it was probably much higher, right?
Yeah, for sure. And this is Anan Matsuoka. And there is a time of reflection and centering before her heat against Sol Aguirre and Zali Kelly coming up, heat number 5 of this opening round.
That's a hard heat. I surfed with Anon yesterday afternoon, actually. And I was quite impressed by her, the young goofy footer out of Japan. She has a lot of talent, but her wave selection to me was really what stood out the most. Should be a fun heat, the next one, because Sol Aguirre in these kind of conditions going to be very difficult to beat Kaipo. She comes from a left-hand point break in the north part of Peru.
Yeah, and Sol Aguirre, that we saw her in on the CT at the Rio Pro, was very, very impressive. Almost beat Carissa Moore in her matchup against Carissa in that competition.
And it's crazy because if Carissa would have lost that heat, she probably wouldn't have had first place going into the last event in Tahiti either.
Yeah.
Carissa actually ended up winning the event in Rio, and that basically put her up into the WSL Final 5. So, yeah, Sol definitely has the talent not only to make it to the CT, but when you look at the power of those waves, Sunset Beach, Pipe, especially going into Oz, Margaret River, and Bells, she's got a good chance of doing well over there.
Yeah, I love the way the schedule's lining up. We have yet to release next year's Challenger Series schedule. We are in the works of that, but we will have that Challenger Series again. The winner for both the men and women will have that invite into the Challenger Series. We do have a reduced field for that Challenger Series now, so we're going to have just 80 men and 48 women. So a smaller field for the Challenger Series, but what it has turned into being is our second season at the World Surf League. And actually, to me, it's as exciting as a lot of the Championship Tour events because of the variety of surfers you get to see.
That's what I always liked about the World Pro Junior Championships, Kaipo, is that before, when we had a larger field and what was previously known as the 6-star primes and the primes, it went up all the way to the round of 128. So both finalists here at the World Pro Juniors were able to get a spot into that. First place used to get a spot into the round of 96, I believe, and second place got a spot in the round of 128 for every event. But here, you don't even have to do the challengers, and now you're in your regional QS, excuse me, and now you're in the challengers because you won the event. It's a pretty good deal if you ask me.
Yeah, Sol is hiding from us right now pre-heat. We had a little glimpse of Sol Agiri. Sol means sun?
Yes. But I talked to her yesterday, and I'm like, how you feeling? She's like, Sol Ida. Solid.
Sol Ida, I
Yeah.
get it. Ha ha ha, ja ja ja. Here we go. Luana Silva on the backhand. And Luana has taken the lead since we've been having all this conversation, and she's just going to back that up because her previous wave, a 6.17, we saw that coming with the great pace she had on the backhand.
Well, she's easily bettering the 2.33 right here as well. So this should be a decent score for her. 13 minutes to go. Still wouldn't say that it's anybody's heat, though, Kaipo, because, or still would say, excuse me, that it's anybody's heat just because Brooks has the 4.17 as her backup, too.
And here we go with Erin Brooks. Good sized wave and some great surfing. Nice carve the can. She finished up into the lip and she goes down. And that was unfortunate for Erin Brooks. But you know what went down really well for me? My board and brew sandwich for lunch. That thing went down, and that thing went down quick, and it was delicious and ono all at the same time.
I like it. The turcado is what I had. I was stoked on it. Turkey and avocado. Looking at the replay right here, I mean, just a setup turn right there for Brooks. Was able to wrap it back well, and I just think right here, not enough speed going into that last section. She really needed to project out in front of it rather than up and over it. If you try to land at the same time as that whitewater Kaipo, it's usually going to take you out. Case in point right there. 12 minutes to go. She still has plenty of time. But with Lulu bettering her last two scores, 6.17 and a 4.1, both Brooks and Exavarri really need to get to work right now.
Yeah, this is true. And Luana Silva, you know, we kept on talking and the accolades of Luana Silva. And coming in on the championship series at the end of the year on that, on the Challenger series at number 16 on the leaderboard, she did not get that ticket, an automatic ticket to the Challenger series for 2023. So this could be a pivotal moment. This event could be a pivotal moment in the development of Luana Silva. Get her back on that Challenger series and give her another chance to get on the championship tour where I believe she belongs.
True, and it was really the last two events that made things difficult for her. The first round exit in Saquarema.
That was shocking.
It was. I remember we were there and we just couldn't believe what we were seeing. She had one decent score in the heat and was never able to back it up. And you look at the Challenger Series, you have 30 minutes to get two scores, right? And you're normally surfing 20 minutes in the amateurs. If you're so successful in 20 minutes in the amateurs, it's an extended period of time now. You should be even more successful in 30 minutes. Usually, a lot of times, people that are successful as amateurs aren't necessarily good professionals afterwards, though. Isn't it surprising?
I lived it. Yeah, it is. It is surprising. It is surprising.
I just find it to a point where you have more time, you're getting judged on a better criteria for the most part, and you also have the use of priority. It's very surprising to me that a lot of these people aren't able to adapt.
I mean, that's what happens, Mitchell, right? Is that priority can be an anchor sometimes. And sometimes when you have priority being over-selective, you can paint yourself into that corner, and it's hard to get out of that, you know, when you have kind of that anchor of priority. So priority is one of those skill sets that you have to learn as a professional competitive surfer. But you know what? I got AJ McCord out there, and she's got a nugget of information for me. What do you got, AJ?
Kaipo, Erin Brooks is one of those names that you should get very familiar with saying in terms of women's surfing. She has burst onto the scene in the last few years. She's from Bourne, Texas, which is about 160 miles from the ocean, 160 miles from the wave pool in Waco. She didn't start surfing until her family moved to Maui at age 9. She started surfing, and from her very first wave, she was hooked. She's been poured into by a lot of surfers. She's the only one in her family who surfs, but someone like Shane Dorian has started pouring into her, helping her her learn the sport, and she's already pushing the limits. At the Padang Padang Cup last year, there were 16 competitors. She was the only female, and she was the youngest at 15. She crushed her way all the way to the finals, ended up getting 4th overall, and I know you guys remember this clip. She was in the wave pool doing backflips, so she is already pushing the limits of surfing, and I'm so excited to see where this young lady goes.
Yeah, thank you, AJ. Yeah, we saw it coming with Erin Brooks from a very young age, even before her competitive success, because one thing that that is noted is that Erin would like stealthily hang around a lot of our World Surf League competitions as a surf fan, even before she had success, and wanting to be around some of her idols, like a Rosie Hodge, to hang out. And now we got Erin and Rosie sharing the same sponsor. You can see that transfer of kind of energy and support from generation to generation. I mean, we saw this coming with Erin. I think we're seeing it coming with the same thing with like a Sierra Kerr. There's a lot of bright lights in the world of women's professional surfing right now.
Erin Brooks and Rosie Hodge out at lower trestles. Sounds like we're not getting any waves.
Nobody gets over. Yeah, all the rights go to Rosie and all the lefts go to Erin, and that's just how it goes, Mitchell.
And then you see Masaki Kobayashi out there in the lineup too, and there's even less waves that you can potentially catch too.
Yep.
So no surfing at lowers for a while.
No, that's why I go down the trails and stuff and just look for some solitude down there. It's a tough crowd out there at the peak.
Sounds like a better time. Look at this heat though, 7:30 to go. Janira's still in the heat, Kaipo, needs a 6.3. She has priority. Lulu on the inside with third priority. She's looking to better the 4.1 at any cost that she can. And I think right now with the amount of time that there's left, there's easily enough time to be able to catch 2 waves. What I will say, though, is Lulu betters that 4.1. This is game over right now.
Janire looking down the line to place a turn.
Nice.
Big off the top there. Difficult section. It's just going to be one turn that she's going to lean on for that 6.3. Is that possible?
I don't see it out of this wave in particular. Remember Alyssa's 5.33 in the heat previous to this one. One great turn, a lot more spray. I think the timing on that one was better. Say she does better, the 3.97 or close to. Either way, it's going to be right around there, Kaipo.
Yeah, she will likely reduce her requirement, when that number comes in for Janira Gonzalez X the body.
Doesn't seem like she did, though. I think it's the 3.7 right there. So,
wow.
Still needing the 6.3. Yep. I think they're just being super critical with the section and where they're executing it right there. Say she would have had better timing, more spray, I easily would have been seeing a 5 out of that, which means that would have been right back into the game, needing another 5 after that.
So now we turn our attention to Erin Brooks' priority with the youngster, the need of a 6.11, and all Erin Brooks has to now really, in context, is know that that number's out there, because we already see Luana Silva with a series of turns for that 6.17. So if Erin was able to replicate that on her forehand, she should be able to get the number and take the lead. She's got enough time on the clock, and she's in the right position with priority.
One thing I'm very particular of, both when I used to compete and when I've helped people out competing, Kaipo, is efficiency with your waves. Look at what both Lulu and Janita have been able to do on 3 waves. Lulu with 3 waves in the lead, Janira with 3 waves. She doesn't have anything better than a 3. Erin Brooks, on the other hand, has 5 waves and hasn't broken a 4 yet. So I think in terms of efficiency and being very selective with your waves, I like Lulu's strategy right now, especially now being in second priority. I'd be adding as much pressure to Brooks as I could. 5 minutes to go. It's right now. This is a big set, though, Kaipo.
Here she goes. Erin Brooks drops into this one well overhead. A nice opening carve up in the lip there. It hangs on through some turbulent water. Dives head first. 6.11. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yep.
Her support squad likes what they're seeing. What do you think, Mitchell? Oh, we're going to get to Luana Silva on the answer back here. Little toss on the heels there, but makes up 2 vert backhand re-entries, and she may have made the job a little bit more difficult for Erin Brooks. Janire right behind her, so nice exchange by all 3 competitors.
Ooh.
And Janire with some smooth surfing on the forehand, needs to close it out. She's just going to stick to those 2 turns. She just jumped off the back of the board on that one. Interesting.
Best exchange of the heat right there with 4 minutes to go. I agree with you 100%. I think this score from Brooks is not only going to be the 6.11, I think it's going to be a bit more. Silva had the chance to better the 4.1. I think that there was a major loss of control on both turns, though. She was completely out of sync when she was coming out of them. Look at this first turn, though. I mean, technique totally on point there by Brooks, and straight up into the lip afterwards. And remember, this is a surfer that maybe isn't even breaking 100 pounds yet. So she's going up into a 6-foot wave. That is extremely difficult to do. And there's Lulu, late to the party right there. Comes out of it a bit awkward, and even on the second one, too, more of a place turn. So if she betters the 4.1, it's just barely going to be better than that. And then Janita, I really love this wave right here. The 2 carves, 2 deep bottom turns, especially the second turn was beautiful. That should easily be her best score. We'll see, Kaipo, 3 minutes to go. If Janita gets out there in time, gets first priority, this could easily still be her heat.
Wow, so really important scores that we are waiting to receive from our judges. Remember, Erin Brooks needs a 6.11 at this moment to go into first place. Luana Silva, if she betters her 4.1, she's going to heighten that requirement for Erin Brooks. And Janita, she just teed off on that waves. Here's scores for Erin Brooks coming through. It looks like Erin did the job.
By a long shot, too, Kaipo. Waiting on one more score. I love those 7.5s. I love that they went into the 7-point range, really comparing it to Sori Lindblad's best waves in her heat. There's a score, Kipes.
7.33, Brooks to the lead. Now, Luana Silva in second place, needing a 5.34. We're still waiting for a score for Janita Gonzalez Estabari. She needs a 7.53, and we have not received her score as of yet.
Don't know, though. I mean, is
there a couple of nice carves?
Yeah, but I don't think it's better than the 7.33 of
This is
Brooks. Just, you know, the sections, still easily good surfing to me. What's interesting, though, Silva getting a 5.23, I think the size of the wave really had to do a lot with that. But now with third priority and Brooks out there already, it's going to be very hard to be able to sneak a wave under everybody else's priority, Kaipo.
Yeah. Well, numbers coming through for Janita. 7.07, so nice wave score, but not enough. But now she just needs a 4.44. She's hearing the news right now. We got eyes on her. There's the score on the bottom and the numbers from all 5 judges.
Yeah, even an 8 in there, too. Don't necessarily mind it. I did think Brooks's wave was better, but she's right back into the heat. She has first priority, and that was maybe the smart thing about kicking out early on that wave and not necessarily going for the last turn. Get out there, recognize that your opponents are in front of you, and recover first priority. So with 60 seconds to go, she has a chance, Kaipo. She needs a mid-4 right here.
What a competitive heat when we look at the numbers. 11.5, 11.4, and 11.2 wave totals all the way through. So this has been a highly competitive heat with some decent scores getting put down. For opening round, actually, impressive scores.
Yes, and for how conditions are right now, 11 points could easily have been 16 points any other day, too.
This is true.
This is a really tough heat to really compete in. 35 seconds to go, Kaipo. If I were Janita right now, I'd be moving.
Get going.
Yeah. Anything you can find. I mean, a 4, don't necessarily say it's going to be easy to get it on a smaller wave, but it's attainable, though. Give yourself a shot right here. 20 seconds. Where is she?
You know what? She's not, though. She's caught in a bit of a rip, or everyone's in the doldrums right there. We're just going to watch this tick down. So it looks like the standings are going to stay as they're on the screen because we're nearing the hooter and the end of the heat.
Youngest surfer in the draw, getting a heat win in the first round, Kaipo. Making herself known that she's a contender to win this whole thing.
Yeah, and it wasn't an easy heat either when we look at these numbers right here, but it's going to be Erin Brooks. We'll see her in round 3. We'll see Luana Silva and Janita in round 2, day 2 of competitions. We're stepping around. Be back right after this. More surfing, Seaside. It's the World Junior Championships.
SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western are brought to you by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai every day, and by Best Western Hotels and Resorts.
Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge. The level keeps rising and no sign of stopping here. This is a big heat. Zali Kelly, Sol Aguirre, and Enon Matsuoka. Australia, Peru, Japan represented here. Rosie, what are you looking forward to in this heat?
Oh, more of the same. Just some good old hot action from the women. These last few heats have been amazing, super exciting, and you know the conditions aren't easy out there, Chris. That swell is picking up, the tide is dropping out, the wind's picked up, so these women are bringing their best.
Well, they got 30 minutes to prove their point. Top two scores will be totaled up. First place surfer will advance past the next round, a free pass through that brutal second round. Second and third place surfers, well, they're going to have to contend with the rest of the second and third place surfers in that second round, which is stacking up to be, I would say, the best field we've ever seen in World Junior competition.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big call, and we're only halfway through this round. So, yeah, there's so much to see. There's so many women that are just pushing the level all the time. I think this is one of the most exciting generations that we're seeing. These teenagers that are able to just push the limits. They're so progressive, and they're getting really good in waves of consequence. So there's a lot to be said.
Absolutely. Zali Kelly on screen now from the Sunshine Coast. She surfed in 7 Challenger Series events, 8 QS events, 2 Pro Juniors. She got a third place in Tweeds. She's been winning QS events since she was 14 years old. She won 2 events at age 14. And all of this coming from just a small farm in a place called Pumpkinville.
Okay.
And I probably said that Australian town name wrong, but it's a small town. She lives on a little farm, and she's come a long way, literally, to get here to Seaside Reef, around the world on the Challenger Series and the QS. And now she finds herself in the World Junior Championships. Zali Kelly, that's a name I've been hearing more and more of throughout the last 2 years. She's really rising quick.
Yeah, I got my first look at her at the US Open a couple of years back, and just so impressed with her. She's one of those women that also picked up surfing a little bit later on in her life, and it's crazy to see just the depth of talent and then also just her progressive approach. I think that's something that she's definitely a positive attribute.
No doubt. On screen now, surfer in blue, Sol Aguirre, 4-time South American Junior Champion. She's had 2 attempts at the Challenger Series, 2 QS wins on the year, first, second, and third place finishes on the Pro Junior Tour. She's from Los Órganos, Peru. And honestly, when I think of Sol Aguirre, I think of how good she is and what she does representing Peru. I would feel very comfortable in calling her the next Sofia Milanovic. I know that's a big claim, but she really is on a similar trajectory with 4 junior championships coming out of Peru, and now a really solid string of events on the LS and on the QS series. Sol Aguirre, the next big thing out of Peru.
Well, that's what she'd be striving for. I mean, definitely she'd be having Sofia Milanovic as one of her heroes. Sofia obviously put Peruvian surfing on the map with that world title. I know that there's a lot of legendary surfers in Peru, but definitely for the women's side, she is just that person that has taken that country to the next level.
Quick look there from Sol, and you couldn't meet a nicer person than Sol Aguirre on the beach. I mean, always smiling, just an incredible representative for Peruvian surfing, as well as just surfing in general. Great to see her here in competition. I've seen her around the world. She's definitely kind of made a name for herself. We saw her at the US Open this summer. She's been in a bunch of events. So for her now, competing in what could be her last chance to compete on the Pro Junior level, she's in the lead for now, but no scores of note just yet. As we see Zali Kelly just up and down. So a lot of water moving around. It's coming at you in all directions. And with that tide still dropping out, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to find these diamonds out there as the water gets a little bit rougher. But Anon Matsuoka, 17 years old, out of Japan, looks like she found something to work with. A couple good turns on the outside section. The inside got the better of her. But she's another great surfer out of, I would say, Surf City, Japan, Chiba. She's your 2021 JPSA champ, and she was also Rookie of the Year. She won the Asia Open early. She got a first place finish at NIAS. She served 7 QS events, got a second in the Philippines event, so she's definitely had a strong year of competition already. And now that we jump into 2023, this is kind of the beginning and the end of the Pro Junior circuit. So for a lot of these surfers, the senior class, this is their last chance to potentially win a World Pro Junior title.
Yeah, just such a good opportunity. So good to see this event back on the map and for these juniors to just highlight their talents.
We've got 23:01 to go. The first scores are dropping through. Nothing big yet. Plenty of opportunity out in the lineup. And when opportunity knocks, surfers have the tendency to rise to the occasion. As you see Zali Kelly right there, free falling out of the sky onto a nice looking left-hander. So a couple turns out the back. This is a big, meaty section to work with on the inside. Kind of a double up. That was not an easy part of that wave to do a turn on, but she executed nicely. Got the turn done, jumped off her board. I like that. I like that commitment to the turn. I also like that she kind of found that wave out of nowhere.
Yeah, that wave had a clean face to it. You know, you're looking at all these lumps up the face. When you find that wave that's really sucking out nicely, drawing that water up the face with that lower tide. You know, what happens on that back end is you can often get slingshot out into the open face, but for her to keep in that critical section was really well maintained.
But we got 22 minutes, surfers finding their way back into this vexing lineup. That gives us a chance to catch up with one of the highest touted surfers on the planet. Definitely one of the most explosive. I'm talking about Erin Brooks. She's standing by now with AJ McCord.
Explosive is a very good way to describe your surfing, Erin, and you showcased it again today. What did you see in those waves that you were able to take advantage of?
Well, I mean, the waves have a lot of size right now for California, and I live in Hawaii, so I was really excited to surf some bigger waves, and I just had a lot of fun out there.
Now, you're relatively new to the surf scene, but you have burst onto it and immediately started just pushing the envelope for women surfing and surfing in general. What drives you to do that?
I mean, all of the girls my age, like all of the ladybirds definitely push me, like Sierra, Katie Vela. They're all so amazing, and I actually look up a lot to the men like Italo, and it's actually really cool because sometimes he messages me on Instagram and gives me some quick tips on my airs and stuff, and it's really cool.
Do you remember what was the last thing he messaged you to give you a tip about for your airs?
It was probably about my flips, but he was just encouraging me to keep pushing the limits, and he's super nice.
There you go. Well, we appreciate your time. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Erin Brooks, one of our youngest competitors, and definitely a standout in that last heat. I mean, it's pretty cool when Italo Ferreira is messaging you, giving you props, and I love what she said there. Oh yeah, he was talking about my flips.
I know, I was about to say that.
There's only a few surfers in the world that can say my flips.
My flips. Yeah, she's unbelievable. I think just the dedication that she's had is so crazy, and just to see how much she's been traveling too. I think, you know, during the 2020 year, she was on the road pretty much constantly and just making the most of every opportunity that comes her way.
Yeah, I mean, to say Erin Brooks has a bright future is probably the biggest understatement of the day. Put her on the list. Currently, there's a list of 24 women that are potential favorites to win this event.
That's true.
That's a safe list.
Yeah. Well, I think it's the best thing is that we've got surfers from all the regions. We've got the 10 wild cards. So it is just this big, just lucky packet of talent. Like every time you're pulling your hand out and looking at heats and looking at different surfers, you're just uncovering this new, like, fresh perspective on these young surfers that are just coming through the ranks, that are trying to make their mark. But it is just such a good insight into what the future of surfing is going to look like.
Well, the future for these ladies in the lineup right now is a lot of paddling, because with the storm kind of coming in and coming down the coast, the waves have chopped up just a bit here. Beyond the chops and chunks coming up the face, when the tide drops here at Seaside, it really becomes a river going straight out. So staying in the right spot is obviously of critical importance, but it's not going to be easy. So you're going to see surfers paddling, standing up, sitting up, assessing the situation, paddling. So there's going to be a lot of movement through these last couple of heats. So 18:50 on the clock. Zali Kelly comes through with a 4.33 as her high mark, and Anand Matsuoka with a 4.33 as well. So we've got a tie for first for now. Solagere at the back with priority.
Yeah, that tide is going to drop to about a negative tide around 5. So there's still a lot of tide and time to go out. And this wind, everything, like all of these elements is, you know, this is why you train. This is why you kind of spending the time in the gym, why you spending the time in the lineup when you don't want to go out some days. You're like, I should go out because what if I'm in a World Junior Champ and the conditions are a little tougher than what I was anticipating. So this is cool to see the women kind of out in the elements and trying to make the most of it.
Yeah, that look we saw right there is usually a long, big, sandy beach, but Storm ripped all the sand out as we see. Speaking of ripping, Solagete now, backhand is super consistent. You know, it is rare to see her fall or make mistakes. She's proved that throughout the year with all her big results. As we see a quick look there, I believe that was Anon Matsuoka from Chiba, Japan. And another thing these surfers are going to have to deal with, I guess more so would be the judges, is a heavy glare. It's going to start to come up. And, you know, luckily we have an international judging panel. They've done this at all the breaks all around the world, male and female, from every corner of the globe. They'll be ready for it. And, you know, they'll be on top of it. We see here Solagete. I love this wave right here.
Yeah, Sol did so well to connect the dots on this wave. You can tell there's a lot of lump. She stays really compact down at the bottom of the wave, never gets too far out on the open face, and is really able to utilize those sections that are coming at her. Except for that one.
I like that she stuck with it because the wave did not look good right when she took off, but it was a grower. It went down the line, and then it started providing a lot of opportunity. I would venture to say that could potentially be the highest single wave score of this heat so far. Just the way she surfed it was really nice to watch. And, you know, she kind of had the perfect mix of aggression with precision in where she did her turns, and it does come through at a 6-point ride. Now we have Kelly up on her backhand. So this wave kind of starting to reform through that middle portion. Picking your spot to do your turn now becomes of paramount importance. Before, earlier this morning, it was a big open wall. You know, anywhere you wanted to turn, you could do it. But right now, there's only a few options, I think. So you saw both surfers on those last two waves take off, kind of carve it, set it up, and then it got critical through the mid portion of the wave. So it's all about maximizing your moments.
And do you know what it does too? Is it forces you to stay close to the whitewater. And I think sometimes you find yourself on a long, stretched out wall, racing down the line looking for that next section, where here you know you've got to kind of stick close to the whitewater so you don't kind of run into those unexpected lumps and bumps. So maybe not a bad thing that the guys are just kind of reading the waves a little differently to what we saw this morning.
So scores dropping through now. Zali Kelly comes through with 2.93. So Anon sitting on that 4.33. Her second wave most likely not a score of note. 15.30 on the clock. A lot of waves rolling through. Just that visual. This is when you're checking the waves and you go, how bad do I want this? How many waves do I want to duck dive?
This is all for fitness. If you're free surfing, you're like, yeah, I'm doing it. I'm
just going to go get some exercise.
Gonna just get some exercise, maybe catch 3 waves. I like surfs like that.
Well, conditions like this definitely help with crowd.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd say on an afternoon like here today, we see here at Seaside, you'd only have about 12 people out there.
Yeah.
They'd all be really good surfers.
Yeah.
So it feels like 24 people. With 14:50 to go. At the moment, Matsuoka needs a 2.93. Solagete needs a 1.26. So a very tight matchup so far. And again, all 3 of these surfers have stellar resumes. And for most of them, Anon is 17, but for Zali and Sol, this could be our last chance to see them in junior competition. 14.5 minutes on the clock. We've seen some big scores throughout the day. Nothing in that 9-10 range yet, but we know with the field we have on hand, we will see excellent scores. We might see one from this surfer on screen right there, Daniela Rosas, another ripping Peruvian surfer, an Olympian. She comes to this event currently ranked number 1 in the QS.
Not bad.
So she could be the other next Sofia Milanovic. There's a couple next Sofia Milanoviches, and again, feel confident saying Daniela is that good of a surfer. She'll be on the championship tour, no doubt, very soon.
Well, the fun thing is Sofia Milanovic was the lone Peruvian on the tour. Now you've got, you know, more than a handful of these young up-and-coming talents from Peru that get to travel together. They're from the same country, so there's that common presence. So really cool to see how that's Sophia made her mark to really open the door for those younger surfers to try and strive to be on the championship tour.
Well, we got 13:25 to go. We've already seen some big scores on the day. And you see right there your top wave scorers for the women. Sawyer Lindblad with that 7.5. Aaron Brooks with the 7.33 from that last heat. A couple sevens, a high 6 for Alyssa Spencer. So that tells me that the judges are happy with what they're seeing. But in order to crack above that 7.5 mark, which we haven't seen yet here on the women's side of competition, you're going to have to do some extraordinary surfing. Can come on the strength of one big turn, one big air, but most likely it'll be a combination of major maneuvers, that line taken straight from the judging criteria. So we're looking at the same criteria that we'd see on a championship tour event, correct?
Same criteria, same judges, and similar kind of compressed scoring, because they really want to keep that top echelon for excellence. You want to be wowed to really crack those numbers, so the judges making it clear that, hey, you got to attack those big sections if you want those excellent scoring numbers in your scorecard.
Yeah, some of us went through school, like myself, where C's were acceptable. Others, it was A pluses. And the surfers that you're seeing right now, the 24 women that we have competing, they're all A plus students. They're all going for 10s every time they paddle out. And we will see excellent scores throughout the week. So we have until Sunday, but we really only need, well, at this point now, about 3.5 days left of competition. That's great because we're going to be able to pick and choose the best days of our waiting period. With the storm coming in, we'll see what happens for tomorrow. This wave can handle big stormy surf. You know, it's not ideal, just like anywhere else in the world, but you know, if in a pinch, it could work. We leave that up to Travis Logie to decide. Today was an easy decision. It was perfect this morning.
So good this morning, and I think this next week is shaping up to be pretty fun conditions. So they've got themselves a good window, Chris. What do you think looking at it?
I agree with you. I think we have probably the best window that you could ask for. You know, it is nice, of course, to run back-to-back days, but it's also kind of cool to take a break midway through, reset, and then just have a big, strong finish. So looking down the line at what we have, we've got plenty of days to work with, plenty of swell. I mean, we could be watching maxing Seaside Reef at the end of the week, as it is saying it could be upwards of 10 to 12 feet, you know, coming into Saturday, Sunday. We'll see what happens between then and now, but every single day it's looking about 4 to 6 feet, which is prime time for Seaside Reef, as we see Matsuoka, powerhouse surfer out of Chiba, Japan, trying to find a section. Patience, waiting, sets things up. You just follow her eye line as she's just searching for something to get involved with. So a good solid snap to finish. A couple setup maneuvers at the very beginning, but she did have a lot of speed, nice flow, good clean style. So that'll be something to add to her scoreline.
Yeah, that's just looking at the way that she's entering into the waves too. Just such a solid kind of paddle into the wave, and then such a low center of gravity. I think it really suits her these conditions, because she looks like she can just jive through those bigger lumps and bumps. She's smaller in stature, but because she's so low center of gravity, she's able to navigate all the chop on the face.
The judge is going to be locking in scores. Here's a look at that last one. I like this wave. She made the most of it, I would say.
Definitely, and just quick to her feet, and then also just kind of widens that stance just to cut through all of the lump on the face. But look, she never fully extends her body when she's going through her maneuvers. That last move, finishing clean.
Big smash to finish, a 5.10, so her highest score so far. She's now in the lead. So with a 5.10 and a 4.33, Anand Matsuoka has jumped into that top spot. Zali Kelly drops to second, Sol Aguirre in third, but Sol does have that 6. So her highest scoring wave is the highest scoring wave of the heat. Right now she's hunting a backup. She needs a 3.43. She's got 9 minutes left, and she's sitting out the back with priority. So things are looking good for now for Sol Aguirre.
Yeah, that best wave of the heat is a huge advantage at this moment, at the time, with the priority. Like, looking at the way that this is shaping up, I mean, Sol's got a huge opportunity in front of her to skip from third to first.
Starting to see a little bit of white cap action way out the back. Indicator of things to come. Yet another solid heat coming up next. Surfer in white, Ilan Vast and Eva Leula Wong, coming from the North Shore of Oahu. And what I like is when you see these lists of names coming up, if you're thinking, okay, junior competition, the waves are getting pretty big, pretty unruly, but then you see the names we have and nobody's worried about any of these surfers. They are that good. All three of these young ladies will charge given the opportunity.
I mean, those two women that we just saw walk past, they have probably surfed bigger waves than both of us combined.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, growing up in Tahiti, growing up in on Oahu, they are not afraid. I mean, Eve, her performance at Haleiwa, making the final in her first ever Challenger Series event, these women are like the best of the best.
Yeah, this is a solid day at Seaside. At Haleiwa, this is an off day. It's 2 foot. 2 foot Hawaiian.
Yeah, leave it to the keiki.
Well, it was funny when we had that mega swell here on last Friday. It was big. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was huge. People were riding 8 foot boards and all that, but when you compare that to a normal day on the North Shore during the winter,
yeah,
medium sized.
Medium, just small kind.
So it'll be fun to see this next batch of surfers hit the lineup. Meanwhile, Sol Aguirre with the best turn of this heat so far. Backs it up, finishes strong. That was a solid wave for Sol Aguirre. Remember, we had said she has priority, she has the lead, she's out in the takeoff spots. It was only a matter of time to where she activated, and she did it in a big way. Can't wait to see what Sol Aguirre gets for that last score. So she does have the highest single scoring wave with a 6 for now.
Do you know how we were like, oh, no one's been in the excellent range just yet? I feel like we'll get another look at this wave. So that first turn, pretty slicey and dicey. This right here was really nice. And then the under the lip hook. So 3-turn combo on this wave. I mean, it could go excellent, it could go just shy, but I really, really enjoyed the way that Sol surfed that wave and negotiated all of the sections.
Me too. It was radical, she was going fast, there was power, tons of spray. She didn't, sugar foot around. It was all done in the critical areas of that wave. And the second turn, again, for me, right off the bat when I saw that on screen, to me that was the best turn of this heat, at least. Definitely getting the attention of the judges. They're going to be taking a minute to kind of react and throw that number out. She waits to hear it. 5 minutes and 45 seconds ago. Remember, she only needs a 3-4-3 to jump into the top spot. I think she got that and more.
Definitely. I mean, just so far one of my favorite waves.
Well, that's a great look at what these surfers are contending with. Polar opposite of what we saw this morning. It's getting wild out there.
And it's so easy to watch from the beach and be like, oh yeah, there's one. But like to actually put yourself in that position.
The second wave will give you a nice ice cream headache. The third one will really lock that thing in.
I think, did the score drop in, Chris? Or
It did. And it's better, a 6.4. So not quite up in the excellent range, but it's enough to get her well into the lead. She now has a 6.4 and a 6. So that means that Anand Matsuoka would need a 7.30 to jump into the top spot, and Sally Kelly would need an 8.07. So close to comboing the third place surfer. But we'll see. Answering back now, Anand comes around that section. Carving snap there, getting through this kind of weird, wild section, closes out around her. So making the transition from the outside to the inside, not difficult now, but finding a good spot to finish your wave, that's going to be the tough part. When the tide drops out here, it really starts to kind of clamp down on that inside parking lot section. As you see right where these surfers are paddling back out, this is now becoming a battle of fortitude as well.
oh man, I was a little bit disappointed on this wave for her because that first turn was so nice. I was like, okay, give Anon one more opportunity, and it just kind of all came to a head there. She had to be maybe just a split second ahead of it to make connection with that, and you can tell there's so much water churning there. The sand's getting frothed up as the white water, as the wave breaks and the white water makes its way towards you. So it is not easy to get back out when you're in that impact zone.
3:42 on the clock. This is where time is going to start flying. But don't go anywhere, because coming up next, arguably one of the heats of the day. 3 incredible surfers all coming into this event with a lot of momentum. Solagire kind of showing us how it's done right now. Super consistent. She's only ridden 3 waves. 2 of those waves have been solid scores, a 6 and a 6.4. And speaking of the Peruvian contingent, Rosie, I know you competed against Sofia Milanovic. What made her such a special surfer?
Wow, it's her style, just her power. I remember Sofia was one of the first women that I ever saw doing like grab rail reverses, which was super cool. She was so good in the barrel. Her backhand was lethal. Yeah, she was just one of those women that kind of just brought this fresh energy to the tour. And one of the first women to dethrone Lane Beachley too after those 7 world titles.
It's like taking Michael Jordan.
Yeah, right.
2:20 on the clock. Sol Aguirre living up to the accolades we piled on her earlier in this heat. It's definitely not easy out there. I think that the sections we're seeing right now are more critical, so if you do have the opportunity, you might be able to get a big number for a 1 or 2 turn wave. But now it's just going to be a little bit trickier to find those waves that will give you that opportunity. So heat 5 in this opening round for the women. We have 8 heats in each opening round. Top surfer skips the second round. 3rd and 4th place surfers, well, they got to fight their way through that second round, which is not getting any easier as we are fielding some of our highest ranked seeds in the second round.
It's crazy because behind us, the ambient noise from the ocean, you can just hear that constant roar of water just filling through the bay. So there's so much water moving at the moment, and it kind of doesn't do it justice unless you've been out there paddling and really felt the energy in the water. Sitting here on the couch, I think it's a lot harder out there than we even realize.
Oh, for sure. As you see now, Matsuoka, she's a fast surfer, really powerful. That wave did not do her any favors, kind of just fought her the whole way. 3.07-ish on her last wave. She needs something above that 7.30 mark, but only 51 seconds to go, and where she's trying to paddle back out is not an easy spot to be with so many. You can see on screen right now, the water is moving in 4 different directions.
Yeah. It is like the full ice rink. But whenever Anon is taking off, I'm so engaged in what she's going to do because she's just so spring-loaded the whole time. You're like, okay, this woman, as soon as that section comes, she's going to belt it.
The last score comes through a 3.27. Not enough to get her into the top spot, so remember non-elimination rounds. We will see more of Anon and Zali. Zali Kelly could get herself a 7.8 in the next 10 seconds. Things could change, but I think the situation is going to stand unofficially with Peru's Sol Aguirre getting the win. Strong score, 12.40 total. Matsuoka put up a fight with a 5.10 and a 4.33, not enough. And Zali Kelly back to the drawing board. 2nd and 3rd will be moving on into the second round. Aguirre skips around all the way to round 3. We got more action coming up next. You're not going to want to miss this next heat, an international super heat. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge, and we're into it. Round of 24, Heat 6 for the women. Big heat in the water. Some of our highest-ranked competitors going at it. Daniela Rosas from Peru, Eva Leula Wong from Hawaii, and Aylan Vast representing France from the island of Tahiti. All three of these surfers have had stellar years, not just in competition, but for 2022. I mean, Eva Wong, we saw what she was capable of at Haleiwa just a few weeks ago. Daniela Rosas, I mean, she has been on an absolute tear. Full season on the Challenger Series, 3 QS wins in 2022. She had a Pro Junior win at Punta Rocas, and just a few years ago, she became one of the first ever Olympic surfers in Tokyo. She won the Pan Am Games, and she's the youngest female surfer to ever ride the big wave Pico Alto. Quite a resume. I would hire her for any job with all those accolades behind her.
Well, I mean, think about that. Junior surfer, Pico Alta, like all of the things that she dabbles in and does so well. Very well-rounded surfer, and just seems like she has a natural ability in the water. So really cool to see this talent and to watch this heat.
You know, and watching her fellow Peruvian surfer Sol Aguirre get a win in the previous heat. I don't know what their relationship is. I'm sure they're friendly rivals competing against each other quite often growing up. But, you know, when your fellow countryman comes through with a win, you've got to be excited. Maybe, you know, who knows? Anywhere you can draw inspiration and excitement and motivation from, do it.
Yeah, that's such a good point. I'm sure she'd be really excited to see Sol making it through that and just give her that added push in this heat as she heads into the water. And we know, I mean, Peru's like the land of the left, right? right? So, yeah, it's fun to watch these women probably on their strength. Seaside, the left, probably plays into their favor quite a bit.
And here we go, starting off. The French surfer out of Tahiti, Aylan Vast, 18 years old. She's already won 2 Pro Junior events this year, and it's because of surfing like that. Grace under fire, making the most of a difficult situation. She got 3 big turns down the line, read that wave perfectly. Aylan Vast coming through. Talk about motivation. We just, you know, mentioned Daniela watching Peruvian come through. Well, Aylan had the opportunity to watch her brother, Callie, come through, get a big heat victory earlier today. So the Vast family right now has to be excited what the kids are doing. They got another brother, Nike Vast. So 3 rippers in the family, but let's focus now on Aylan.
Yeah, Aylan, like, good setup on this wave. That move right there was a standout for me, and then meets this section so well too. So really good read on her opening ride. It's so good to see you know, that solid first wave come into play, come to you, and you just get that gift, find that flow, and kind of shake the nerves a little bit too.
Well, the score that just dropped will definitely help with a little bit of confidence. A 6-point ride for the Tahitian. 24:50 on the clock. It's a great way to start. Eva has a 1.5. Just a quick up and down. Yet to see Daniela Rosas catch a wave. For Aylan Vast, you know, she got the invite to the Vans Pipe Masters just a few weeks ago. Her birthday was in late December. 18 years old. Mentioned earlier, she's already won 2 Pro Junior events in 2022. She's riding Infinity surfboard shaped by Dan Bainey, the best dentist / shaper in the world.
Well, he's probably super precise as
Very.
a shaper, as a dentist.
Yes.
It's like you got to have your eye. Your eye is laser focused.
Makes incredible boards. It's cool to see Aylan on some somewhat local equipment, shaping out of Dana Point.
I wonder how that connection came about too, because you think about coming from Tahiti, like California shaper, like how did that relationship come to be?
Well, if this heat ended now, AJ could ask her after, but we still have a lot of surfing to come. Eva and Daniela, two surfers you do not want to surf against in any type of waves, especially big chunky conditions like this. Both of them fearless. Now it's just a matter of positioning. I would say as the wind whips up a little bit, luck is going to come into play. It's a little bit more than this morning, where it was just kind of like the same wave over and over and over. Luck is a big part of pro surfing.
It is. It really is. I mean, there's so many times, like, that's the added element, right, is having the ocean and trying to navigate and put yourself in the right spot. It's really that tricky element, and some people just have this knack of just locking in and finding the best waves, and sometimes you can just be out to lunch not able to get a single thing. So that rhythm and that connection with the ocean is so important, and it changes every single day.
Yeah, we've already seen 3 or 4 different phases, talking about changes of this wave already today. So throughout the week, we're going to see a lot of different looks. Seaside Reef. The good news is there's plenty of swell. This wave does get even more challenging, like most places, when it's at that kind of chest to waist high range. The outside sometimes goes, but very, very difficult to figure it out at that size range. So luckily, it's going to be pumping all week long. 22:19 on the clock, getting the big win with a 6 and a 6-4 coming from Peru. Sol Aguirre doing her job well. She's standing by now with AJ McCord.
That's right. So you were talking about you've had the advantage of watching a lot of girls compete already this afternoon, but it is so different when you get in the water. What did you learn as soon as you paddled out?
Yeah, I mean, it looks easy from outside, but in life it's like super tough conditions. Like the current and the waves keep coming all the time, and it's actually super tough. So I'm really happy to manage to make my heat on these conditions. Yeah.
What was the strategy once you got out in the water?
It was just catching and creating myself opportunities. It's really tough to like see which wave is the right one. So I feel like if you see like a big opportunity to make a big turn, I think you need to go for it. But as well as like standing right on your board and don't falling, because if you fall, maybe you'll don't get waves and you'll be on the shore again. So yeah.
You got a chance to compete on the CT last year in an event, some CS events. How did that motivate you coming into this season?
Yeah, it was an amazing opportunity. It was so crazy how I went from Indonesia all the way to Brazil. But I mean, it wasn't a great chance for me to get a little taste of what my professional career could be. So yeah, I'm really stoked to be here, and let's go for the next one.
Congratulations. We'll see you then.
Thank you. Gracias a todos por ver.
Sol Aguirre coming through with the win. Earned herself a nice little bonus of skipping the second round. Anand Matsoka made it a heat towards the end with a 9.43 total. Zali Kelly comes through with an 8.93. So everybody got involved, but at the end of that last heat, it was Sol Aguirre's consistency, 6 and a 6.4 that got her through.
Yeah, I was so impressed with her. I thought the 6.4 could have even gone a little bit higher. Definitely excited to see her even step it up as we go through. Just seems like such a humble person on land. So cool to see this whole field.
20 minutes left here. Heat 6, round of 24. Out the back with priority. Daniela Rosas yet to ride a wave. So she's playing the patience game a little bit. We've seen plenty of sets roll through. Easily identifiable from the warmth and safety of our commentary booth, but as we just heard there from Sol Aguirre, in real life, it's tough out there. Creating opportunities is kind of a quote that I take from Sol. What does that mean to you, creating opportunities for yourself?
Your head is on a swivel. You're looking at everything. You're trying to just make it happen for yourself. You're looking at all the waves, trying to configure something that's going to work out. Look at the women. They're having to kind of just keep on paddling on the treadmill at the moment. I think that's Daniela to the left on our screen. Yet to have a wave and just getting tugged out of position by this rip.
Yeah, it looks like that one just clipped them. Positioning now has become a problem for a lot of these surfers, just staying in the right spot. Completely different look than we saw even an hour ago. It's getting unruly out there. You see that wave kind of closing out down the line. So it's a fine line between getting yourself right in that critical takeoff zone and putting yourself too deep. Especially right now with the wind kind of helping these waves crumble even faster. Is sitting wide the key?
And
is sitting inside the key.
I know it is. It's such a thing to think about and come up with a game plan when you're sitting on the beach and really watching the conditions and zeroing in on, can you sit on that wide? Can you sit wide and let that current kind of tug you in and use it as a conveyor belt?
The good news for the surfers in the water, there's plenty of time, 18:13 on the clock. And the even better news for Island Vast, 6.0 to start her heat. It puts her in third priority, but also puts her in a really great spot now to kind of just be able to get out there. Doesn't quite have to mix it up and paddle battle with the two surfers out at the takeoff zone. So she's going to have a kind of a nice option to just stay out of the, you know, the main fray out there with those two surfers sitting on the peak, and potentially get herself a solid backup score and do what Sol just did. Drop a couple sixes. You're sitting pretty.
Yeah, mic drop. And yeah, thinking about what we're looking at today, I mean, the landmarks would just be so helpful, just knowing your lineups out here. Here we go, rider up.
It's going to be Daniela Rosas, one of the few Olympic surfers on the planet. Big snap there, showing us why. And she's got a good section to work with. Look how much it glassed off through to this inside. Another solid section, but the backwash came at the wrong time.
That is a whiplash alley right there, but just so well surfed just before that mishap there.
So looked like everything was going her way. I think she did some good work through the mid portion, especially a critical section here. You tell us, Rosie, what do you think of this wave?
I like this wave because it really cleaned up the face. Being that mid-ranger, she found some nice open face to work with, good connection with the lip there, a lot of spray squirt out of the fins. Winds it through this section, starts to steepen up, she attacks the slip line, and everything was going right until she kind of hit that double up pump and just went over the handlebars as the nose dug. And every surfer knows that feeling of just getting flung forward, the whiplash, the oh no feeling that you're about to get worked.
Yeah, that's the flip side of every surfer knows the feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. The yin-yang.
So the score comes through for Daniela Rosas. Not bad, a 4.5. Eva Wong got involved, just a 2.0. No options there. Door was shut.
Yeah, that wave just closing out on her. But you can tell she wanted to activate on it. There was a lot of like jive in that step.
She's an exciting surfer to watch. Just seeing what she did at Haleiwa, the Challenger Series event, I don't think there was any section that came and confronted her that she didn't get right at. She did probably some of the biggest, scariest turns that we saw of that entire event. Didn't make all of them, but I mean, surfed her way into the final with reckless abandon, and basically I would put her name right on the map of kind of the upper echelon of up-and-coming pro juniors out of Hawaii.
Oh, totally. I mean, she did win the ISAs earlier. Like, she's got a good resume, and even though she was coming into that Challenger Series event, never having surfed one, she just dismantled the whole field, and it just shows. I mean, she came in that first post-heat interview, she's like, this is my first event, I'm super nervous, and then she just kind of evolved as the rounds kept running through. So super talented and someone to watch.
Say Eva and Pua Makamai, you know, both amazing surfers, but also they seem to be really good stewards of Hawaiian culture as well.
Yeah.
And you know, you kind of see the rise of these future surfing superstars, and I put Eva on that list. You see Louise Lepron coming up, and there's some coaching there. She'll be going up against Laura Ropp and Rachel Presti. The big, you know, the hits just keep on coming. Every heat pretty much feels like a final, the names we have on the list.
It's a stacked field, and we're getting to uncover some talent that we haven't seen before. Just to qualify for this event is just such a huge, huge honor.
13:50 to go, out the back with priority. Island Vast sitting on that 6 in the driver's seat, but it's still a pretty tight match as Daniela just needs a 1.51 and Eva needs a 3.91. Here we go, Island Vast. Big section here. Gets right up into it, but it bites her back. What happened there, Rosie?
Man, that was tricky. I think she went up. She had the right idea. As we watch this wave, we'll get back to that.
So Eva now deep bottom turn straight up into the pocket. A lot of wild water on this wave, but she's making use of it. Has to straighten out there, but 2 big turns out the back for Eva Wong. She needs a 4.91 to jump into the top spot. That might be close. First turn she did look good. Rode it all the way through. Good clean finish. It was a pretty wild looking wave. She managed it so well.
She did. I mean, that 2-turn combo, I think there's no hesitation. She's, we were speaking about Haliva, how she was attacking the sections. Here, it's that same kind of feeling. And we're just talking about Eva, she kind of burns off that speed there, almost gets a little bit too deep, but is able to recover. And then finds this inside connection. That was such a tricky section. And makes the most of it. So what is that requirement there? The 4.91. She could be in that ballpark.
Yeah, I feel like it's just there. Of course, I'm a very amateur judge. I tend to overscore everyone, and I get excited.
I do think, though, there was like she wanted to burn off that speed and then get critical, and there was like kind of like that chop that she hit that forced her a little bit more towards the whitewater than she wanted to be.
Now, does she get credit for the difficulty of that bottom turn? You know, because she straightened out, kind of came around that section.
Had to hold her line a little bit longer on the bottom.
Part of the flow, part of the power.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that was impressive that she able to recover that speed and regain her composure.
So judges deliberating there. She's got a 1.5 and a 2.10 so far. Island Vaz still in the lead. See what her last wave comes through at. 11:30 to go. The good news for these surfers is while it does look wild and woolly on screen, they've all dealt with this. I mean, on any given weekend, especially surfers coming from Hawaii, from Peru, you know, obviously Tahiti has its fair share of powerful breaks. So these 3 surfers are used to it. I think I would say every competitor we have in this contest has surfed more than a few times in Huntington Beach. You can't get to this level of pro, junior, or professional level surfing without going through the gauntlet that is Huntington. So, you know, they'd be used to it. For a lot of us, we would look at these waves and go, wow, that's a challenge. I don't know if I want to paddle out. Looks tough. For them, this is easy.
Yeah, these are the days that you are going out. That's like, as a pro surfer, you're paddling out regardless.
So that wave does come through nicely for Eva. A 6-point ride. Add that to her 2.10. She is now in the lead. So blue is in the top spot. White, Island Vaz coming through in the second spot. She's got a 6 as well. So now it becomes a battle of the backup scores. Eva's back up a 2.10. Island back up a 1. Daniela Rosas right there in the middle with a 4.5. Now just needing a 3.61. And she does have priority. Have you seen priority really come into play too much in these early round heats?
Definitely this morning. We saw it come in when the conditions were a little bit cleaner, but now it just seems like the surfers have a lot of space in the playing field at the moment. They've kind of been stretched out by this rip, so they're not really sitting on top of each other. So yeah, I think the priority is less commonly impactful in this round with this wind and the tide and the way that it's been affected.
We're at 9.5 to go. It is going to be a beautiful sunset. That I can guarantee you. You can just tell it's all lining up for it. Local time right now is 3 o'clock on the dot. I believe so far the plan is to get through it. 9:14 to go. And you see Island Voskamp. That's her brother, Kali, signaling to her. And he's also on board duty right now. Wonder if their shaper, Dan Bainey, is on the beach, taking notes, making refinements. Infinity surfboards under her feet. Working nicely so far. Island Vaz got a 6. And now she's trying to find something to better that 1-point ride. It's going to be golden hour down here at Seaside. Dogs are allowed on the beach with a leash.
That's cool. I like that about this place.
It's quite foreboding out there at the moment. You know, this really is the calm before the storm. It's supposed to get pretty dicey tonight. We know that we've heard reports already. Santa Cruz and even as close as LA starting to get hit by this second winter storm in just a few days. Huge waves down here on Friday, huge waves everywhere. I think if you own a phone or a computer or a television, you knew about that.
Yeah.
It was all over the news. It was everywhere. There's Rachel Presti coming up next. And surfer in blue, Laura Ropp. East Coast being represented, Rachel Presti. Luis Lapront will be the third surfer in Heat 7, round of 24. They're basically standing where surfers were finishing their waves earlier this morning.
I was about to say, this tide has been, there's been a lot of water that's moved. The coefficient in the tide is pretty substantial. We had the full moon just a couple nights ago. It's all happening, Chris. All the conditions, all the elements that you've taken into consideration when you surf. Sometimes you don't, like, people are like, you put a wetsuit on, you grab your board, put your leash on, go surf. What's the big deal? But there's so much to think about with the tides and the wind and the swell directions.
So in 2 hours, it's going to be low tide and it's going to be dark. So it's dropping all afternoon. So we see Daniela Rosas now. She's waited patiently for this second wave. She started the 4.5. Nice, clean, open face. Good section to work with on the end, and more to come. We'll see this wave is starting to build down the line. Cool kind of reactionary turn, trying to decide, do I go up into the lip? Do I play a little bit safer, just try to get a carve and straighten out? I like that decision because she did some work out the back. She didn't want to waste that inside opportunity. So she's trying to surf for a 3.61. Rosie, was it better than a 3.61?
I think this could be a 3.61. That first turn was really nice. Her wave selection has been great. I mean, she's only had 2 waves, but both of them have had this cleaner look to them. Gets a little bit lateral here. This last turn, I mean, she could have, there was potential to kind of meet that lip line and be a bit more critical on that last turn, but really well surfed and one of the cleaner waves that we've seen in this heat.
That was the kind of decision that she had to make split second. Do I risk it, get up involved with that lip? Do I straighten out? And even though she kind of straightened out, she made it look a little bit more like a turn. And she did kind of release her fins, a little airdrop there. So I think the judges will give her some credit for keeping it clean there and finishing nicely with 5 minutes to go. Quick look at Ava's last wave.
Yeah, Eva getting another look here. Just decides to kick out of that one. A lot of wobble on that face and some frothy foam, so not going to do her much good.
Inside of 5 minutes as Daniela Rosas makes her way back into the lineup. If this score comes through big, we could see back-to-back Peruvian wins as Sol Aguirre just won the previous heat. Daniela Rosas is going to get some great news if she could keep her head above water with all this tumultuous foam and wind and wildness happening around her. And the score does drop. It's well within that range of 5.67. Daniela Rosas now jumps into the lead. Ava Wong needs a 4.17, and Island Bast needs a 4.17 as well. Keep your eyes on those surfers in blue and white, both holding 6s as their high mark. So each needing a 4.17. So if you think about that last wave for Daniela, she needed a 3.61 when she stood up. So did nice work down the line and got herself a 5.67. As we see now, Island Bast comes around a chunky section, gets involved with a lip, knocks her off her board.
She's going for it. I mean, the last couple of attempts that we've seen, she's definitely given it a good dig and just hasn't got that completion. Good to see just her the composure that she's holding on the wave, and just unfortunate that it's not all falling into place for her.
We're getting a little bit of confirmation regarding the Infinity Surfboards question from Island Vost, from our friend Milby Shannon.
Oh yeah, Milbs.
WSL family member. Basically, Dan Bainey goes to Tahiti quite often, has been for a long time. So a lot of Tahitian surfers actually get boards from Dan and Infinity. Matea Hakili. Poto has got some boards. Tika Nui Smith from Maria. So a solid list of Tahitians riding those Infinity surfboards, and
that's some cool insight.
obviously they're
Thanks,
great
Bobby.
boards. If those guys are riding, they could be choosing any board they want. But Island right now, most likely riding a Kalani David model, a 5'9", something in that zone, for typical dimensions. Thank you for that information, Milby, who took a break from, I believe he's getting some snow tubes up the mountains right now.
He deserves it.
2 minutes, 26 seconds to go. You know, in Southern California, when you see these storms kind of come through, gives you a lot of options. We know there's snow in the mountains right now. We know there's swell coming. There's also rain, so you take skateboarding out of the equation for a day or two. Still got options, Rosie.
So many options. I mean, the fact that the mountains are so close to us and the snow's been really good this season. Well, Pete was saying it's supposed to be a La Nina season. It's pretty unusual to see this much snow and this much swell on the La Nina.
Sambazon activated. Earn your acai bowl. And Solegere to the left there definitely earned hers, getting that heat win. So minute 38 to go. Yeah, it's cool, Rosie, from right here where we're sitting at Seaside Reef, 2 hours and 10 minutes you can be at Mountain High.
Wow.
Or the closest ski resort that we have. Mountain High is just up the freeway. My kids and I have done the California trifecta a few times already, and hoping to do it within the next few weeks, where you surf, skate, snowboard all in one day.
That's nice.
Not a lot of places in the world that you can do that.
No.
Jamie O'Brien did it in Hawaii. There's one place.
Oh yeah.
Eva Wong. That's what she's really kind of become famous for, right? Big sections, fearless approach.
This is going to be an interesting wave. The 417, big turn on the outside. We'll have to see the replay, see just how critical she got, to see if it'll factor in.
Looking for a 417. Did she get it for one big turn?
It's definitely possible.
30 seconds left. Could have been her last chance.
I would say it's 100%.
100% her last chance.
Yeah, for where she is in the lineup right now. But she can prove me wrong. We'll see. 417 required. So taking off, eyeing off this section, has to get around a lot of white water. Man, this is such a tricky wave.
Oh, Haleiwa left?
Oh, that was one of the better turns. And the crochet keeping, staying on her feet. 417 required. That's in the judges' hands now.
Last look at Island Vost. Let's see if it's official, if she was up before the buzzer. Big section
Whoa.
to work with, and bam!
If that was counting, I'm going to say that is potentially the score too. This is getting interesting.
Can I retake back my turn of the heat and re-gift it to
Yes.
Island Vost, who just absolutely smashed that last wave? Okay, as these scores are coming through, remember, Eva Wong needed a 417 or above. That score comes through, and it's exactly a 417. Now that means that Island Vost needs a 418. Did she get up in time? I know on the strength of that last turn, that had to be more than a 418.
Yeah,
the question is, did she stand up before the horn?
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting part of this equation. And wow, Eve just throwing down the hammer, getting it on the nose, the 417. So this is getting interesting, though. It's going to count. Here we go, Chris.
Yeah, we are. Well, spoiler alert, she got it. Island Vost comes through, gets a 6.5, jumps from third to first. And there's the big smile we see. She just got the news. She finished with a bang. That huge backside snap to catapult her from the depths all the way to the top. Island Voss gets the win. Wong second, Rosa's third. What a way to finish. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. You're watching the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western, and we saw an impressive heat. If you're just coming back online now, Island Voss with a buzzer beater finish to take a win. New surfers out in the water right now. Rachel Presley, Laura Rupp, and Louise Lepron. I'm Kaipo along with the Hall of Famer Peter Mel.
How's your hardwood floors in your room at the Best Western?
So nice. I got a little kitchenette and stuff. I'm cooking it up and stuff. I got all kinds of like different
free breakfast,
recipes.
Kaipo. Free breakfast.
And everyone knows I love a free breakfast.
Yes, that's right. I think if anyone knows Kaipo, he loves a free breakfast.
All right, well, check out this heat in the water. We got Laura Rupp. We talked about the Brazilian storm. Well, we have yet to see an impactful female pro surfer since Silvana Lima come out of Brazil, but Laura Rupp could be the answer. And she's been an impressive youngster. Still got a long ways to go in front of her, but she might be just another bolt in the Brazilian storm. Just 16 years old.
Another bolt? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Good, I like that.
Rachel Presley, 20 years old, representing Germany, as well as Louise Lepron from South Africa, just 14 years old.
Wow. Well, one of the youngest in the competition, right? Like,
yeah.
They have to be.
Yeah, 5'2", 92 pounds.
Still has like another 4 or 5 years in this. All right, let's do the math. Yeah, another 6 years in the junior series.
And the junior series, what's at stake here? Well, it's a World Junior Championship at stake, as well as a ticket to the 2023 Challenger Series. That Challenger Series will be kicking off in May of this year. And we have yet to release the official schedule for that Challenger Series, but
we're still Snapper Rocks, right? Is that kind of the rumor? You're not going to even announce it? We got to wait.
We got to wait.
We got to wait till it's like not. What is it? Tentative? It says tentative, right?
Yeah.
All right. I get it.
I don't like to speculate, Pete. You know me.
Well, I'm sure it's in the works. I mean, obviously there's been a lot of intensive work on that Challenger Series.
Here we go, Laura Rupp. We're talking about her. She's on the first wave on the backhand. Nice carve off the top. Looking for a section down the line. Has to skip through that section. Nice steep wall with this low tide. Extended carve and bails out just in time. So nice couple of turns for the opener for the Brazilian surfer.
She'll be getting the best score of the heat, obviously. And not a bad start. It really wasn't. You know, a couple nice carves. Did have to jump off before the final move. I mean, ultimately, you would love to be able to get that carve done and then one more blast at the closeout. Didn't happen for Laura, so she has some work that she can do later in this heat. But taking a look at the replay here, you know, she did get this first section. It did flatten out, just gets the kind of carve, and then at this point, she had to chase it, get around the section. This is probably the best turn of this wave. beautiful rail arc and then just could not get up for the closeout hit. So really a lot of the emphasis of that score will come in that second maneuver.
Yeah.
Mid-range score.
Yes. It's going to start with a mid-range. Hey, we talked about that buzzer beater and the impressive Tahitian surfer. Moving on into round of 33, Aylan Voss. Aylan is with AJ. AJ, take it away.
So you talked about how in this heat it was a little hard to understand where you were, but you knew you needed a score coming into that. You see that wave coming out the back. What did you know that you wanted to do on that wave to get the score?
Yeah, I was at the third place and I knew I needed the score. So yeah, I just focused. It was so stressful because the last wave I heard the buzzer beater on the wave. So yeah, I knew it was my last opportunity to get the good score because we didn't even heard anything in the water. But yeah, when I was on the wave, I was so focused and I knew that I had like no chance to fall. So I had to no fall and just made it.
And you did make it. Cowley, you're the second Voss to end up on the glass with me today. What advice did your brother give you coming into this heat that was helpful?
Yeah, he told me, like, he and my coach told me that to stay always, like, outside from the peak because of the currents and the wave really fast outside, like, yeah. And then to be never fall, just this.
Never fall, that's good advice. You are on to the next round. Do you want to say anything to friends and family back home?
Ouais, je voulais dire que voilà, le premier tour il est passé, ça va enlever un peu de pression et on va voir ce que ça va continuer. Merci de suivre tout ça.
Congratulations, we'll see you then.
Thank you.
Yeah. Aylan Voss, Kauli Voss, both winning their heats. Brothers and sisters, very talented surfing family out of Waiau, Tahiti. They got the younger brother, Nike, as well, as a great surfer.
It really is cool. I had mentioned the parents and how good they've done with their children. Like I said, they hold their own, very mature, share that aloha vibe, which is, you know, that island life, and being able to give that to the rest of the world. They do that.
Yeah, and there's more. There's more out there. Remember, we surfed with a young Kelia out there, a local Tahitian, and just Kelia, Miss Teaupo. She is amazing. I mean, I'm going to say right now, the talent pool coming right now out of Tahiti is one to be aware of.
Yeah, and it's a small little island, you know. But the talented, I mean, you think about the population, obviously a lot of ocean awareness around the island because everyone lives directly on the coast. So you're going to be either spearfishing, you're going to be, you know, using the ocean as your highway. You're going to learn how to boat drive, you're going to learn the ocean, you're going to learn the weather, you know, and you're living on the coastline that close like that, you're going to get everything, all the facets. And so it's obviously instilled in them, and obviously think about the end of the road, world-class, you know, wave that everyone would love to be a part of.
It's going to be part of the Olympics too. Rachel Presti on your screen right now, 20 years old, representing Germany, and she's hoping to make her way into the Olympics 2024 when we make it to the end of the road there in Tahiti at Teaupo. Rachel Presti had a pretty successful year on the Challenger Series, finishing off the year number 25 on the leaderboard. Got a quarterfinal finish over at that Challenger Series in Bolito. So well on her way in her young pro career.
So true, you know, and again, just being able to kind of compare yourself to globally against all of this, you know, the Challenger Series surfers. Every single one of those 96 this year, but 84 going into next season, are going to be a high level of surfing happening. And they're going to be from all different types of the country, you know, because the regions are how you qualify. It's going to be pretty cool to see how this helps develop the regions as a whole going into, you know, 25, 24, 25 and on.
Yeah, and it really is the World Surf League's second season. So when we look at the championship tour and that mid-season cut, it will go seamlessly for the surfers who do not make that mid-season cup on the championship tour. They will be onto that Challenger Series and have a chance to get right back on the championship tour without having to take a year off to surf in the qualifying series. That used to be the case at the World Surf League. No longer. We have a more direct route for the championship tour. Louise Lepron, a young South African surfer, like I said, 14 years old, just 5'2", under 100 pounds, had already had some success in some qualifying series event, the Sea Harvest pro. She made the quarterfinals there, and again, so young and gaining some really valuable experience here internationally.
Yeah, we were touching on a 16-year-old earlier. This one here, with Luis is 14. So you would have to say this is one of her first trips to America, close to it, especially when she's got a jersey on her body and competing at this high level here. So this is a huge experience for her. This first round of 24, big moment.
It is, and it is a moment for all of our young competitors to really have to contain themselves as well, not get too far ahead of themselves. I think there is some safety in the fact that this is a non-elimination round. Second and third will move on into that second round of competition where we'll go to a head-to-head matchup, which will be an elimination round. But this is a nice test drive for all of our competitors today.
It's true. And it's not easy. I mean, if you compare to what we saw this morning with the smooth conditions and the offshores, this is really low tide. Our 5 o'clock, we actually have a minus tide, which means that it's actually below the 0 point level tide, which means it's a very low tide. So there's a big coefficient between the high tide we saw this morning to the low tide at 5 o'clock this afternoon. So we're seeing a pretty drastic change in what they were surfing this morning, maybe for your warm-up. And then think about the winds picked up. It's a good 15 knots out of that kind of west-southwest. Again, ruffles the face a little bit. Very contestable, though, because there's been lots of waves, so lots of opportunities. But again, just picking the quality ones. There's limited quality ones out there.
Yeah, look at all that water just gone. That was all underwater this morning, and the receding tide continues to make that sandbar and reef a lot more shallow. And you know what, Pete? The challenge is going to be that crunchy inside end section, because there's very little water left on the sand reef there as these surfers are finishing the ride. Rachel Presley up here on the backhand, nice carve off the top. Second carve for Presley, nice lined up wave, and times the finish well. Wants a little bit more, and hoping for a reform. Is going to get the reform. One more little snap on the inside for the bonus. So there you go. Rachel Presley really working that over that wave.
And the wave choice that she had there gave her the opportunity for all of those maneuvers. So again, sacrificing a little bit of size of the wave to be able to get the one with a nice open line on it. We'll see where the judges, quantity of maneuvers there. There was a lot of them. She was top to bottom using the rail.
And the paddle back out with this lower tide, Pete.
Bit of a challenge.
I mean, hey, there's a lot of energy in the water. These are juniors, but it's an exhausting paddle to get back out.
You got to manage it, manage your energy. When do you need to be sprinting and working hard? When is those times you just kind of keep your, hold your ground until you get, those opportunities to make yourself out through the break here. You don't want to push too hard when you know that you're not going to get anywhere, right? I mean, you can't fight the ocean too hard. Just stay in a simple place, a nice pace in your paddle, keep you in the spot, and then all of a sudden it clears up in between waves, and then you can kind of make more of a sprint paddle to get back outside.
Well, we can see some waves in the afternoon glare here coming through. Those ones a bit walled with the low tide. We'll see if there's any corners on the second wave of the set. Laura Roth out in the blue jersey does have first priority at the moment. Another closeout running through here, so nothing but eating up the clock. Score checks in for Rachel Presley and her opening ride, a 4.83. Luis Lepron also did get a wave, a 1.93, so there is your standings on the scoreboard.
It's just an interesting comparison there, right? So we saw Laura Roth with her basically one strong single maneuver, but a lot of the maneuvers were done on that outside section, whereas we saw Rachel string the maneuvers together, did get a slight increase by half a point higher than Laura with just the extra maneuvers there, but very similar scores. Watch the replay here of White, Luis on the outside. We've seen that big wraparound cutty come into play. Then the final section there, which is important, she pulls that down. She's going to have the highest number of the heat.
This was a 4.83, Pete.
Yeah, this is a nice comparison, right? So then we saw this one here, flatter face, but just stringing off the maneuvers, and it kept getting them. Nice final strong maneuver, but the size of wave hindered the score slightly. That's why you saw it not go upwards in the 5.56s range. because they know that it's bigger sets, which are more critical sections if you can get those set waves and those big sections.
And live action, Laura Ropp on her second wave, utilizing priority. Nice snap off the top for the Brazilian, and then she just has to bail off the tail of her board as that wave just hit the shallow sandbar.
And it pops up so quick. I mean, you think you could fit in 2 maneuvers there, but we've seen it time and time again. You get the carve done, and then you think you have time to get back up there, and then the lip's right on you. So you almost feel like you need to sacrifice that kind of carving maneuver just to stay down and hit the final section, because that's going to be your best critical section.
What do you think? Check snap and then big closeout maneuver?
Yeah, just hold the speed well. You know, maybe sit back off the tail block and set it up that way. I mean, especially if you know it's going to close out at some point. Although if you can fit in 2 maneuvers, and like I said, if you can get the carve and then the finish, you know, that's the kind of the 2-for-1 combo that you can kind of fit it in. It just feels like you can, and then all of a sudden you can't.
Sarah Wakita taking notes of the lineup right now, as she's going to be coming up in the next heat with Francisca Veselko as well as Ella McCaffrey. Sarah Wakita from the North Shore of Oahu, representing Japan, and getting some pointers on the beach, maybe some landmarks, picking out which wave of the set to take.
You know, it's interesting in regards to the landmarks. There's not a ton of setups here to be able to kind of line yourself up. But one thing I did notice that you see on the reef here is the boils.
Yeah.
Right. And I think you know, I was kind of overhearing, you know, Josh talk to actually Sierra Kerr after their heat and have a little breakdown, and they were talking about the big boil and then there's the little boil, and if you catch it kind of underneath the little boil, and explaining a roadmap of the actual reef and how the boils pop up and knowing where to be at certain tides with those boils. And those are great identifiers, because those don't move around. The boils are there.
The boils. So here, this is an interesting scenario right here. This looks like Rachel Presti in the glare coming in. Now, she was on the paddle back out. I don't know if she's spun around. She hasn't caught a second wave. I don't know if she's spun around and is choosing to take the channel out on the right here at Seaside to get back out, or if it's going to be an equipment change. We'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, there is the ability to kind of use that current pulls out underneath the reef there and moves out around to the north end. But it looks like to me she's actually going to do a bit of a change here.
Okay, well, this is the pit stop, and the clock's on. But I think, I don't know, it could be that run around back to the channel. We saw those sweeping lefts. It's hard to paddle back out through there, especially when one of these, 6-wave sets come through. Let's see what's going on.
It's the triathlon right now. She's doing a runaround or having a chat. I mean, there's no extra board there, so yeah, it's a little bit of a runaround. Just chill out. There's a little coaching here. I'm going to see if I can lip sync it.
Wow.
Yeah, taking the time. I mean, she got a half an hour heat, right?
I know, but we got 12 minutes on the clock right now. We're getting an explanation there on the beach to Rachel Presti. She is getting some words. It looks like it's Jimmy Hogan down there.
Ah, okay.
And Jimmy Hogan, the original GOAT, as in Billy Goat.
Nice explanation, Kai.
Well, because there's the GOAT, which is an acronym, greatest of all time. That's Kelly Slater. But we used to call Jimmy Hogan the GOAT because of just a Billy Goat, because he's a GOAT.
Good.
You're the Condor. Hey, all of us from the 80s and 90s, we got a bunch
nicknames?
of nicknames.
Flying Hawaiian.
And I'm the Flying Hawaiian. That's right. All right.
That wasn't because of your surfing skills. It was your skateboarding and surfing or snowboarding skills.
Are you trying to somehow?
But you weren't the Flying Hawaiian.
Are you trying to discount my nickname somehow?
Let's.
Yes, it came from snowboarding.
Thank you. Hey, don't try to put me under the bus there, dog. It was because that's where it came from.
That was flying all over the place. 40-foot airs. All right, 11 minutes.
When was the last time you did a 40-foot air?
2 decades ago.
Okay. Let's go. Up and ride.
Here we go, Laura Ropp. This is our heat leader. Already got a 4.33 and does a good job of comboing up that wave. And she will extend her lead right under 11-minute mark.
So Rachel Presti, with that runaround and a bit of words with the coach, she's in a good position. She's still holding the highest single wave. She's going to get herself back out into position probably pretty quickly because of the way she positioned herself in the rip that's going to pull you out along the right. It's just a matter of now, can she find that quality wave and put another bigger number than the 4.83 and get the lead?
I think that shows confidence too, to come in, have a word, and then paddle out through kind of the right where there is more of a channel right now at Seaside if you do pal around that right.
Yeah.
So
the rip helps you.
It does put you into position.
Whereas the left, you're going to be fighting the closeout section all the time. And yeah, it's a little bit more challenging for sure to get out.
This is a 3.83 right here.
Yeah, nice little combo. Again, didn't improve on her highest number so far, but added obviously a nice 2 points to her total through the 1.9. But if you look at the totals, 8.16, that's not cutting it. You need to be double digits or more.
Yeah. Well, Laura Ropp, impressive surfer. And what do you think, Mitch Salazar, as we talk about the Brazilian?
Well, Kaipo and Pete, so far since the inception of the women's junior, since 2005, the year that actually our tours and competition director, Jessie Miley-Dyer, won its inception event in North Narrabeen, there has never been a South American women's champion, whether Brazilian, Peruvian, like we have Sol Aguirre in the event too. And it hasn't been because of lack of surfers. It just hasn't been, due to the events that they've been located at, especially at North Narrabeen. That used to be a good event for somebody like Jadson Andre that made back-to-back finals in 08 and 09, but for the women, there hasn't been really anybody that's broken into the semis or better. This could easily be the event, though, especially when you look at Laura Rapp and the season that she had in the Challenger Series. Quite a good one, especially when she's still one of the younger surfers in the event, only 16 years of age, here with Ryan Kainalo and the whole crew from Brazil. But you also look at Sol Aguirre and the kind of game plan that they have to have competing in Brazil as South Americans, and Brazilians having to compete in Peru and Chile quite a bit in that same region. It's a good one.
Yeah, it is. It is a region that we are keeping our eyes on, the South American region. Of course, the star of the South American region being Brazil, but we've seen some quality surfers coming out of places like Peru. We've already had a world champion coming out of Peru.
Hey, how many world titles have come in the last 10 years from Brazil?
Yeah.
Right? So
5.
Yeah. 6, right? 5.
Final answer? Give it to me, Pete.
All right, name them all.
Well,
Gabriel
we have Gabe with 3.
Yes.
And then we have
Italo.
Adrian de Souza with 1, and Italo Ferreira with
Felipe,
1.
so
and
6.
Felipe is 6. Yep.
That's what you said, right?
I'm sure I did. And the quick one for Louise Lepron, 1.93. We'll see what score comes in for her next. Yeah, I mean, we talk about the Brazilian storm and the way that professional surfing on the men's side changed. The real switch happened in 2014 when Gabe Medina won his first world title. I think that sparked it for the whole nation, the surfing nation of Brazil, saying, hey, we can do this. And since then, it's been pedal to the metal, nonstop.
We've been wading through the Brazilian storm for almost a decade.
And there's no letting up. I mean, there's still a lot of low pressure there.
Yeah.
Here we go. Rachel Presley takes a right. So let's see how this works out for the surfer representing Germany, and that dissipated into deep water, as we know, more of a channel there on the right.
Yeah, and it ends quick. It just jumps off the reef. Basically what happens is it stands up on the reef. You look like it's going to be a solid one, and then as soon as you get your bottom turn done, it goes into deep water and just goes flat completely. A very difficult wave to get a good number on. You got to find the lefts here. I think she knows that as well. It's just an opportunity. She thought maybe I could, get a quick one real quick. But at this point, she needs to get outside, hold position with this next 7 minutes, and get a good number on a left.
Okay. Well, our heat leader does.
That was my coaching.
That's really good coaching, actually. Heat control right now with Laura Ropp, the lead and the first priority, 6.5 minutes to go. Rachel Presley will need to get back into that priority rotation to give herself a chance. And Louise, 1.93 or 1.63. So Louise still yet needs to put up a consequential score in this matchup.
Yeah, if she wants to catch up, it's tough, though, with 6 minutes to go. Gonna need 2 numbers. It doesn't show that right now, but ultimately carrying a 1.93 and a 1.63, you want to have 2 5s bare minimum. But this is a unique heat. We could see, a surfer win this one and stay in single digits because she's looking at another right.
Rachel Presley going right again. Little bobble on the takeoff. And all of that reverb from the channel made her pay. Here we go, Louise on the forehand. Finds a nice left. Nice opening carve. Louise again easing through that snap with a little bit of release. foamy inside section and just ducks out of there as it just goes to just very little water on the inside sandbar.
I like the read there. She kicks out rather than going for the full closeout move and risking just getting caught inside for the rest of the heat. Ultimately, she's going to get a fair number and is going to be her best number. There it is. It's already in.
3.5, so an improvement for Louise Leprand.
And now doesn't need much.
4.66 is her requirement. Requirement for Rachel Presley, a 3.33. Very tight heat still.
It is.
It's been a slow heat, but it's still anyone's game in these final 5 minutes.
And look at Rachel. I don't think, maybe she is eyeing, I'd love to see where she is in the lineup, because we haven't seen her hit in the priority ladder at all. So she may be surfing a different part of the reef and not able to get into position to give herself the opportunity with any kind of priority. I mean, she's still outside right now, right? But they have yet to give her any priority.
Yeah. So up in the judges' tower, we do have a specific priority judge, and that judge has an imaginary zone, if you would, which would be the takeoff zone. Once a surfer gets into that zone, that's when they're designated their priority, what number they are in line for the priority for wave catching.
And look, Leprand just got it, so you can see there she is in the lineup. And if we could scan back, here we go. Good job there to be able to understand where she is in the lineup. She must be at a different break.
So she's definitely taking a big chance right here, Rachel Presley, and it is an unorthodox approach to this heat. So she looks like she's given up on the left, decides to surf the right, which is kind of got a big channel. It is against the grain. There's a lot going on in that right to find the quality wave, Pete, but maybe she's going to do it right now. Here she goes. Winds up, a nice cut back. And has to work through a flat section, needs to load up for a finish, and hung up on the snap.
Yeah, that right is so difficult to surf. Again, because it just is surfing straight in.
Yeah.
You don't get any projection on your turns, especially when she's going to go up. You can make it to the connection so finally get a final move on the closeout section at this point in tide. But it is a daring call.
Well, under 3 minutes, and let's see if Presley will change her strategy. She just got a 2.03. She's chasing a 3.33 at the moment. And Louise still in the game, needing a 4.66. Louise with second priority. Heat control, Laura Ropp with the lead and the priority. 2 minutes 35 on the countdown.
Guess the advantage to kind of putting yourself on the reef there is that you're not going to have to deal with your other competitors, so you're going to have free reign of any wave that comes to your zone.
It's kind of almost like a free surf strategy, though, to tell you the truth, not a competition strategy. Here we go. Laura Ropp glided into this one, got one snap out the back, but that's all that's going to be on offer. Louise right behind her. Smooth cut back. Lay back, hack. Showing some flexibility there inside sections and kicks out before the shore dump.
And needs a 4.66. I think she needed to get that final move if she really wanted to see the score go upwards into that zone.
And this is where Rachel Presley's strategy may not pay off for her, because given if she was on the left, she would be in first priority right now, Pete. And there are some sets coming. And we see Rachel duck diving right now. So a bit, again, an unorthodox positioning out in the lineup for this heat for Rachel Presley.
I would agree, Kaipo. I mean, you can see that the next heat getting into position out there. They're from the heat coming up. So Rachel definitely looking at this right, feeling like that's an opportunity for her to get the number needed. It is only a 3.33. I mean, so it's one quality maneuver can do it, can get it done.
Big closeout snap will do the number for Rachel Presley. So let's see how this plays out. Laura Ropp did not improve upon her score line with a 1.57 on her last wave. So all the requirements you can see on your screen remain the same for our competitors. Under a minute remaining, and Seaside's gone a little bit quiet.
Yes, it has. I mean, the tide is draining hard at the moment. We're at, what is that, 3:30-ish, right?
Local time?
Yeah,
yeah, it is it's 3:41 here in California, where we have a 5 o'clock low tide. So we got a little over an hour of this water still moving off the reef.
Yeah, and it's a minus 0.6, so it's again a minus tide. So we see this time of the year, we start to see a pretty high coefficient. I mean, you've actually had like quote-unquote king tides where you have like a 6 foot, 6.5 foot tide, and then a really low tide in the afternoons.
There's our tides on the screen. Why are they king tides?
Just, I don't know.
We'll find out. We'll get it. We're under, because you know what, we're going to pay attention to the countdown right now, and it is going to be Laura Robb who's going to skip that round number 2 and move straight into round number 3. Rachel Presley is going to remain in second, and Louise Leprand also moving on into round number 2 as the horn sounds and it officially comes to an end. There's your numbers. 8.16 two-wave total was enough for a win. Pretty good, Pete. Well, we got another heat left, so we're not done yet. Stick around. We'll be right back with more of the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, all hosted by our good friends over at Best Western.
The SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western are brought to you by SAMBAZON, bringing you the delicious powers of acai every day. By Best Western Hotels and Resorts. By Sports San Diego. And Pura Vida. Live free.
Heat number 8 in the water, final heat of the day as we return to Seaside Reef here in San Diego, California. Beautiful San Diego, California. Kika, Francesca Veselko out there in the red jersey. Sarah Wakita out in blue. And Ella McCaffrey, local girl, out there in white. I'm Kaipo along with the Hall of Famer Peter Mel. This is the last heat of the day, Pete. You want to give me a pick on this one?
I'm going to go with Francesca, the number 1 seed. This is challenging conditions, but I would say that it's kind of Portugal-esque. Just in the way that the wind is there, you know.
It's a big day at Guincho.
There you go, good read. Yeah, and again, the southwest wind is kind of that, you know, it happens there a lot. So anyway, that's my pick for this one, and it is challenging out there to find quality waves. There's lots of waves, but to find the quality ones, there's a few diamonds in the rough that you have to figure out.
Here's Ella McCaffrey on the replay, Pete.
Again, choosing the lefts, which has been the choice all day long, except for that last heat. And good work. You know, that's a smaller wave, but gave her opportunity, open face.
And Kika, Francesca Veselko. This is a 7.67, Pete.
Yeah, well, you can see why. Smoother face, wave number 2 of the set. Hammers it 4 times throughout that entire wave. Gets the solid finish. That's why we're going to see that 7.67.
And it was interesting that you highlighted her at the beginning of the heat, so you're spot on there. Look at the numbers. 2 judges went excellent.
Yeah, and we really haven't seen an excellent number today, so it's been very tough to get those judges to go excellent. But this is close. This is one of the best numbers that we've seen all day long.
Yeah, Francesca Veselko, nicknamed Kika, 19 years old, from Carcavelos in
Lisbon, right
there. Lisbon,
yeah.
Cascais, Lisbon area.
Yep.
Beautiful part of the world.
And you know,
wonderful waves.
I mean, you think about that living in Lisbon, there's several places you can go from that central location to some beautiful parts of Portugal. You know, whether it jump on a plane to go to Madeira, or you go just half an hour up coast to Ericeira, 45 minutes to Nazaré. You got Peniche, you've got the Algarve, you know. So all of those were within striking distance of Lisbon, which is one of the best cities in the world.
Yeah, and you know, for surfers, the secret's out, guys. We tried to keep it secret for
They
a while.
promote it over there. What are you talking about?
It is.
They want you to come.
Of course. Hey, look at the surfing population there in Portugal has grown exponentially, and rightfully so, because
Yeah, you better be a surf instructor.
A wave-rich region, tons of variety, tons of swell. I mean, you've been there probably
hundreds of
more than
times.
dozens of times.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's one of my favorite countries in the world.
Here we go. Ella McCaffrey opened up with a 3.5. This is her backup score. Second wave for the local girl out of Encinitas. Nice couple of snaps on that sharp eye surfboard. Ooh, and a great finish there.
One of the
lip line
things
carve
about a surfer that's surfed here a lot is the holding of the bottom turn here. You know, stay off that bottom compressed for a long time. She did that there, setting it up, waiting for it to steepen, and timing it perfectly to get those maneuvers done. This isn't an easy lineup, even for the locals, really. I mean, especially when you've got this dead low tide like this. But she's figured it out. That's going to be a pretty good number to start this heat off.
Oh, waiting for that number for Ella, and that will set it up. Sarah Wakita out in the blue jersey does have priority, Pete. Ella McCaffrey, like I said, 19 years old, here from Encinitas. Second place. She had a good run in the qualifying series this year in Indonesia. Runner-up at Krui, as well as Nias, those two QSs there.
Back-to-back finals, right?
Yeah.
It's
And
huge.
two dreamy waves as well.
Yeah, you know, in high-quality surf, to be able to get it done in high-quality surf always feels good. Oh, she's got the early lead right now, but you definitely say the advantage is with Vaselko being one of the biggest numbers we've seen in this first round of 24. I mean, she's not going to need much. She literally needs just a 0.66 for a friend. She's got to turn it in, get herself into the lead.
Here we go, first wave. Our first look at Sarah Wakita-chan. Nice carve off the top for the North Shore resident. Another carve for Sarah, and some smooth surfing for Sarah Wakita.
And all of that smooth surfing came from the wave choice. It must have been right there in between, kind of an in-between wave. You saw that there was no wind chop on it. It was nice and smooth, so it allowed her to kind of surf smooth throughout her maneuvers. Good wave choice here. Gets the speed right out of the gates, right, to carry her speed through the first section, and then loads up with the bottom turn. Beautiful snap. And nice timing here to make sure she gets the maneuver done. She didn't try to force the 2-for-1 in that moment. She waited patiently, just a solid second maneuver. So this number right here is going to get her in contention. It's going to probably be the second highest number of the heat.
Yeah, you'll find Sarah Wakita surfing all over the North Shore, Rocky Point, Velziland. You'll see her brother Taichi at those same locations. Taichi maybe over at Pipeline. Dad Takayuki, for sure you'll see a Pipeline. And mom, Sayuri, Pete. If you go to Freddy's, you'll find Sayuri right there commanding the lineup.
When you got your parents that surf, you know, you're not, they understand. You can, you know, surf till dark.
Everyone's surfing till dark. Who's cooking dinner?
Yeah.
22 minutes counting down.
Make your own. That's how I see it. Hey, make your own. You guys are responsible.
Tough dad here. 4.27.
Come on, that's how I was taught. You want to eat? Make it.
Oh, man.
That's why I became a pretty good cook.
Let's look at some of our top wave scores of the day. And at the top of the list is Kika. Francesca Vaselko. She opened up with that 7.67, and that is the top single wave score of today. Sawyer Lindblad did a good job out there. Aaron Brooks with that dynamic finish to her wave, a 7.33. And Janiri rounding out our top four with a 7.07.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's been very tough for the judges to award an excellent number. So they're expecting a lot more out of the women. And the men, too, for that matter. We didn't see any big numbers in the men's side either.
I want to see the full scale get used every day at competition.
Well, you can go talk to that judge.
We'll talk to them later. But no, I'm just kidding. But, you know, we do have an entire... Theoretically, there's a 10 every day available given the conditions.
And I still think that's the case.
And theoretically, there is an excellent wave score
every single day given the conditions. It just takes you ticking all the boxes criteria-wise to get to that number.
Well, we'll see what Francesca's going to do here.
Well, nice start there with the snap and little mistime there. But you can see when we look at Kika is the power in her surfing. Coming from Portugal, and she's been very vocal about she's comfortable, in bigger wave and more powerful waves. Very sure-footed.
Yeah, well, you probably wouldn't be surfing very much unless you were comfortable doing that, because that's how Portugal is. It pumps a lot, especially this time of year.
Yeah, pump out those pastel de natas on me, boy. A couple of those.
What's a pastel de nata?
It's the beautiful, beautiful custard-filled pastry with a little burnt, crispy top right there.
A little sugar, right?
Specialty.
Like, get the burnt part of it. That's the sweetness.
Well, I
actually do know what a pastel de nata is.
I know.
I love them.
Yeah. I
got to make one last time I was in Portugal.
Well, so much food talk, but you know who ate up the competition? It was Laura Robb, because she had a convincing win, and she's on to round 3. Laura's with Mitchell.
Thank you, Kaipo. Laura, congratulations. A very low-scoring heat, but it was obviously very difficult out there. How were you able to manage to find 2 waves to move through?
Yeah, it was really hard because a lot of sides coming through, but I find one in the beginning and one in the end, and I make it to the round 3.
You're a very successful 16-year-old. Runner-up for the South American juniors, also for the QS, but you had a couple of victories both on the QS and the juniors within South America. What changed last year? Why were you so successful?
I started to compete in WSL events last year in 2019 actually, and I win my first QS of my life. I win, so yeah, I think it started then I got my place to the Challenger Series, and I started to compete a lot of places and met a lot of places. So yeah, I think I'm really grateful for all of this that is happening in my life, and grateful for my fathers and all of my sponsors. So yeah.
If you win this event, you would be the first South American women to win the World Pro Junior. What would that mean to you?
Oh, it means a lot. It's my first World Junior, and yeah, I'm really excited to see how it's going to be, and better to the next heat.
Parabéns. Kaipo?
All right, yeah. Laura did take that win. She won the juniors over there at the Saquarema Surf Festival. Got that wild card into the Challenger Series in Saquarema, the Corona Saquarema Open, and had a 9th place finish there, displacing a lot of bigger names. So I like the future for the Brazilian Laura Robb.
So do I. And it seems like obviously understanding that all of that travel and all that, considering her first event, she takes a win in the World Surf League. Like that's kind of huge. It'll take some confidence, and then she's just snowballed since then. And here she is into the junior, and she looks like to be one of the favorites.
Yeah. And out of Brazil too, where we look at women's pro surf, we got Sofia Medina coming up right now. And she obviously comes from a great pedigree surfing wise, and she's been putting on some outstanding performances, and we continue to see the development of women's pro surfing there in Brazil. They had a dry spell for a while, but it looks like we've got another wave coming through.
Yeah, and that's ebbs and flows. That's life.
Well, we got the ebbing tide right now that is heading out, and it's been heading out for another hour, and that is chopping up the lineup a bit. It's making things a little bit more challenging, a little bit more difficult as we're really nearing that minus tide. Sarah Wakita, however, finds a nice clean one on the inside seam. One rip off the top there for Wakita, and a 5.74 will take her into the lead. What did you think about that turn, Pete?
It was one nice turn. I don't feel like it's quite enough to go quite 5.47. When you do those turns out on the face and you rip across the face, yeah, it's beautiful. You got the light spray out there, but the difficulty's not really there. If she connects with the lip and does that style of surfing, you're going to see that number come up. But this one, just that one maneuver, it was underneath the lip. It needs to be in the lip, like in that steep section. She was just a bit underneath it. And again, it had great flair because of the power she utilized with the spray and stuff, but only, there it is.
3.4, right you are. So Sarah Wakita still needs some work to be done to get that 5.74 to take the lead off of Francesca Veselko, looking to replace at 2.33 as she has to her backup of that highest single wave score of the day for the women.
I will say that the wind is semi-backed off here for this final heat of the day. You know, it was definitely cooking a bit more out of that west-southwest direction, and it's now backed off a good, you know, few knots. It's definitely helping the wave face here.
Well, this may be the final heat of the day, but you want to stick around because after the conclusion of this heat, we're going to have the SAMBAZON World Junior post-show. We'll be unwrapping a lot of today's actions along with some of the highlights, all on that post-show. So right after the end of this heat, stick around for more stuff. And just, you know, pretty much an overview of everything that's happened. That's the WSL post-show presented by SAMBAZON right after this heat. You excited for that, Pete?
I am. Absolutely.
Are you going to be on the post-show?
I don't know. No, okay. I'm not. According to my producer, I'm not.
Our post-show, we're going to have Chris Cote running the post-show, along with Rosie Hodge and Mitchell Salazar as well. So that's the crew over there. That's going to be
huge analysis going to be happening there.
Oh, Mitchell will break it down.
Don't miss it.
Four minutes, 35 seconds.
No, it's 14 minutes.
14 minutes, I'm sorry. Thank you for the correction there.
You're welcome.
I was almost cheated the competitors out of a full 10 minutes. That
I
would have
know.
been horrible.
It would have.
Except for Francesca, because she's winning the thing with that highest single wave score.
Yeah, she wants to post the biggest number in this round. Would be a great confidence booster. Coming in here in Heat 8, last heat of the day, put up 15 points and go, you know what, I'm here to win.
You know, and for Francesca, finishing off that Challenger Series at 33rd, she wants that invite into a full year again on the Challenger Series. And here she goes. Nice snap, some foam to deal with here for Kika. But a two-snap combo, likely to improve upon that 2.33. Right behind her, big carve off the top for Ella McCaffrey. Coming around the corner here, McCaffrey. Another slick backhand turn and combos it up in short order before the finish there. Pencil dives off, not to lose any more ground. And we'll be waiting for those two numbers in the exchange.
Yeah, Francisca and Ella are going to improve their scoring total here. Both of them, I feel like. You know, the 3-5 will be tossed away. Ella's going to add a few more points, maybe a point to her total. Francisca's going to keep the lead, most likely. She's going to improve slightly on the 2.33. I feel like Ella had an opportunity there where she bottom turned on the final move, and rather than really connecting with the lip, got there a little bit early and just kind of redirected off the lip. But we're going to watch Francisca first here. Little hack on that flatter open face, and then the final move with the froth punches the fins out the back. So that was the highest quality maneuver, so two solid moves. It does improve on the 2.33. And then Ella, you know, right here, she wants to fit in this maneuver, gets a nice snap, and then at this moment she almost could have waited and then just hit that final section instead of getting there too early like she did. So it almost was just a redirect. So I feel like she missed a little opportunity there.
Still waiting for the score for Ella McCaffrey. Remember, a 6.68 will give her the lead. It comes in at 4.9, not enough. She does lessen the requirement, needing a 6.61 at the moment. Sarah Wakita with priority, blue jersey, needs a 7.24. As we follow Francisca Veselko on the paddle back out, our heat leader.
Yeah, it seems like she's got a little confidence in that stroke. Really, you can see just hyper aware, like, you know, checking the coaches on there, just checking position. Nice easy pace on the paddle, not pushing too hard on it, you know, just trying to fatigue yourself because there's still 12 minutes left in the heat. Knowing that she needs to improve on the 3.83, and you know, you would think, I mean, the commentary you have on the beach is Ryan Simmons, very accomplished, you know, and he understands how important it is to get scores and numbers to the athletes, and he does it. His timing's really good because he understands how hard it is to hear sometimes. So he's good at getting those scores and getting that information out to the surfers, because you have to have that information in order to kind of adjust during your heat.
Yeah. And you need to wait till the surfer's done duck diving.
Yeah,
give them that information,
and that's
so
why
that
I'm
they
saying
can
that
hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, Ryan's super experienced in that sense, right? Like, he'll wait and understand. And you can ask too. If you can't hear anything, as a surfer, you can kind of wave your arms, and that's a signal to let the commentary know that you need to know information. You know, sometimes you can point at your wrist if you want to know time. Although wearing a watch would be smart in your heat.
Yeah.
especially when you've got an event where you're surfing the outer reef, and generally you're going to be in situations where you're not going to be able to hear the information needed. I mean, when sets are breaking and there's waves breaking all around, it's a roar, so it's hard to hear over the top of it.
The bigger it is, the more noisy the lineup is. And definitely that's the case right now, because we're expecting, Pete, a series of swells to continue to pummel the West Coast right now. So that's good news for us.
Yeah, Pacific's alive and well. It is definitely pumping, and that's all due to the jet stream. You know, the jet stream has been, generally in La Nina seasons, it's pushed very far north, and all of a sudden it just dropped, and I think a lot of it was the cold air. Japan, all of a sudden what happened was Japan was getting snow.
Oh, Hokkaido's, yeah.
Right? As soon as you get Japan getting snow, the jet stream lowers, it comes right over the top of Hawaii, straight into the West Coast, and it's honking 180-mile-an-hour winds up there, just shooting storms across the Pacific.
If they're riding powder in Hokkaido, wax your step-ups and your guns, because that's what's coming. You know what I mean?
Isn't that the legendary stories? Like when on the North Shore in the 80s,
yeah.
It was like, oh, it's snowing in Japan, no worries. Next thing you know, it's 10 feet for a month straight.
It's so true. It's funny that we grew up in that time where
that
was like pre-internet, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, big time. We were looking at like
the legend of the storm.
I mean, it was literally like you get these little wave track is what it was, right? You get the little facts that would come out with the little millibar lows, and they're like, oh, there's snow in Japan. It's gonna be, we don't know if it's gonna be 3 or 5 days out, but.
Now with real forecasting, the smart surfers like myself, who are not big, giant, double extra large wave riders like yourself, Pete, I see when there's a giant swell coming in, and I make sure I get my surf in that window before everything starts closing out. You time your surf, and that incoming swell. And we've had, on the North Shore, just this season, we've had some really fast rising swells. I mean, 2 foot in the morning and
20 foot by night.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. No, that's how it's been on the West Coast, too. Same thing. And up and down, too, quickly.
Yeah, and down just as quickly, too.
Yeah.
This is true. All right, under 9 minutes, and Francisca Veselko out in the lead, 7.67, highest single wave score of the day. Backed it up with a 3.83. Wants to do better than that. Sarah Wakita with some opportunity in the blue jersey with priority. Needs a big number, a 7.24. The local girl, Ella McCaffrey, still in the mix, and here she goes. Unfortunately, that was a closeout.
Yeah, that was tough. Indecisive move, made the call, ends up being a shutdown closeout, loses priority. She'll go down to third.
Frustrating. And it looks like Sarah Wakita also caught a closeout as well. So the priority has shifted, and true heat control now with Kika with the lead and priority.
I don't know if you saw that, but we were looking at Veselko outside, and she's covering her eyes, and at this time of day,
glary.
Oh, dude, the sunshine is just coming down, and it's like right in your eye sockets. It's just searing. You're trying to look at the horizon, and next thing you know, you're seeing a ball of the sun. So it's very challenging trying to cover your eyes to be able to read the lineup.
And guys like us, that's how we get our pterygiums right there.
Pterygium farming.
Pterygium farming, yeah. It's part of being a surfer. Hey, you know what? It's worth it. That just means you've had a great life in the ocean, staring at the glare and catching waves.
It is a beautiful time of day, though, I will say. Here we go, some action.
And this is someone in the glare. I'm going to say it's Kika with a big finish there.
Ooh, I will say that like you think about this time of day, too, for the judges. They're looking just like this. They're looking into the glare as well. So you got to get that board in the lip and above the lip to be able to showcase it, that critical surfing there. This is going to be another improvement, it feels like, for Francisca.
Yeah.
She's going to add more points to her total here.
Very glary McNabb out there right now with Ella McCaffrey. She may need more than that 6.61, but she's going to surf her way and unfortunately catches a rail there. A little bit of mistiming. So important score we're waiting for the Portuguese surfer Francisca Veselko.
Yeah, and like I said, just a nice 2-turn combo there. Was able to connect with the final move. It was in the glare, but you could see the detail there. Just watching it again. First turn up in the lip. A bit more of a carve as the wave flattens out, but good timing here on the finish move. Right there in the lip, carved the board through the lip. And they're still waiting. I believe that they're going to be, probably going to be using replay here too as well, just to be able to check out the action. With this glare, it's something that definitely judges will utilize.
Did you get my glare? Larry McNabb?
Yeah, no, I did.
Gary McNabb.
Yeah, I know.
Nectar Surfboards, Seaside Reef, California. Tried to tie it all in for you, Pete, and I didn't even get a chuckle.
Yeah, I'm moving forward here watching the action. I like Larry McNabb, though. Someone got it out there, I'm sure. Someone got a chuckle.
5.5 minutes, and still waiting for that score for Kika, Francisca Veselko. And what a day we've had. Opening round for the men, opening round for the women. We've had a look at all 48 of our competitors in this year's SAMBAZON World Junior Championships. So it's a great scouting report day as well.
Yeah, I would agree. We got to see all some new names. Some names we've heard before in the Challenging Series. That's kind of what we expected in day one.
Who impressed you today on the men's and the women's?
Eli Hanneman.
Yep.
I think his performance was good. He set himself apart. Especially with his backhand. He'd been able to get the fins above the lip a couple times. That was dynamic. I really liked his surfing.
Okay. I like, and on the women's side?
I'm actually liking Francisca Veselko in this heat right here.
Look at the two-wave total, Pete.
Yeah,
13.67. She got a six-point backup. I would dare say that is the highest heat total of the day for the women.
Yeah, and again, we were mentioning how her transition to a wave like this with reefs and stuff is kind of easy coming from where she's at.
It's afternoon at Guincho, I'm telling you right now.
There she is again.
A smaller wave here, but we're just going to enjoy the surfing from Kika. And just really great rail control. Again, the timing on the closeout. And
hey, she pulls that move off. We see another increase in the heat total there. That was some good surfing. I really liked how she utilized her carving after the cutback off the foam to keep the speed up. It was a smaller wave, but it helped with the flow.
Anytime you see a surfer accelerate while on rail, it's very impressive. And that's what we saw from Francesca there. While she was actually on rail, her board was accelerating through the turn.
I also like this morning's performance from Kali Vas.
Oh, yeah.
That was first heat of the day, and I think if you look back at his surfing this morning, it was some of the best surfing that was done, in some great conditions.
So we had a brief little peek in the glare. It looked like Sarah Wakita took a wave, so we'll wait for that number to come through. She needs a big number if she wants to win this heat, a 9.4. I don't think that's going to be the 9.4, but we'll see what that score lands on.
Cote's call of Levi Slauson. There was another impressive performance of a local boy.
Local boy, yeah.
Right, and that was his call for a win here, Levi Slauson.
I like it.
He did perform very, very well today. As we watch the replay here of that acceleration, even off the foam, when she comes back, watch this one, just carves off the foam and keeps the speed up right back to the open face. Just a missed time here. Going up late, getting vertical, getting upside down, that's exactly what she needed to do. She just needed to pull it off right out of the bottom of that one. We'd see another 7-point ride. This is Wakita live, or is this...
This is Ella McCaffrey. I think it's
Ella.
white. And with a series of backhand snaps there, so went to town. Great timing.
Yeah,
3 big
good.
backhand turns. So we'll see what the judges saw that last ride for Ella McCaffrey.
Not a major set wave, but the surfing was definitely there. Don't see it quite going 8.77, but a best wave for her.
Yep.
Already holding the 4.9, so it feels like that's going to be definitely her best wave. And she's going to have a good 2-wave total, but it's not going to be enough because Francisca puts up the biggest we've seen so far.
Under 2 minutes on the countdown. Last wave for Sarah Wakita, 3.87, waiting for the last score of McCaffrey. No indication as of yet from our judges, and numbers now starting to pile in for this wave here of Ella McCaffrey.
Again, nice hooking snap there, keeping the speed up, and it sits off the bottom, stays in the pocket. Another nice carve, and then the final move here gets the board up there in the lip. That was a nice little punch of the fins, so great variety. 5.53, Kaipo.
5.5 free for the local girl. And her requirement still is an excellent one, needing an 8.14 to take the heat. So it has been all Kika in this heat. Francisca Veselko, the Portuguese surfer, showing up with a strong showing in the opening round.
It really helped, I think, with her confidence, obviously, with wave number 1, posting the biggest number of the day. Just explosive surfing. Judges rewarded it, and then all of a sudden you can just carry that confidence. She's like, oh, I just need a backup. And sure enough, she built to a 6.0. So very well manufactured heat for Francisca.
Clock's still running down. Maybe one wave left to be ridden for our competitors. Priority with the heat leader, so she can definitely close this thing out. Total heat control by Kika, and Sheila's just going to make it official right now by making sure that Ella doesn't get a chance on that wave. Well, Ella's going to get a little corner, but on the takeoff, this wave is not an 8.14.
Well, maybe if she gets an air section.
Maybe. We'll see.
I think it was up in time, too. It was literally like on the last second here.
I mean, nice finish, but I mean, nice couple of turns, but without the finish, that is not going to do it. So Ella McCaffrey and Sarah Wakita, we'll see them in round number 2. We won't see Francisca Veselko until round number 3 because she won this heat and she won it in a big way. Remember, right after this break, it's going to be the WSL post-show where we unwrap all of today's action. Chris Cote, Mitchell Salazar, as well as Rosie Hodge will be on set to talk you through all of that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Yeah. Garments, I'm an all-star in every sport. Bases loaded, we running full court. It's a touchdown, you better press record. I'm a champion with rings, but I need more. Anyone can witness greatness in its prime. I'm not talking telling on a homie when I'm dropping dimes. It's a dub, it's a trade, now I'm going all-American. I can name 3 different players that I'm better than. I'm an all-star.
Welcome, surf fans, to the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships, hosted by Best Western, WSL Post Show, the only official post show of the day. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge, Mitchell Salazar. We've got a lot to unpack of day 1 action here. We saw 8 different looks at Seaside Reef throughout the day. Beautiful, perfect in the morning. Things got a little challenging, but still highly contestable throughout the entire day. What a way to start, Rosie.
Yeah, both men's and women's hitting the deck. But like you said, the conditions changed throughout the day. I love the way that the competitors capitalized and really were ferocious. Just a good day of surfing. Just a solid setup for the event.
Yeah, and maybe the best junior field we've ever seen in the history of this event, too. I really dug it. Some good performances in challenging conditions at the end, too. How about Kika Veselko's 7.67 to finish off the day?
An epic way to finish. Before we get to our top 5s and all the action through the day, let's take a look back at what we saw on the last heat of the day. We saved the best for last. I'm talking about the highest heat total, Francisca Veselko, with a whopping 13.67. That was one of the highest heats we saw of the day. The last highlight heat of the men, we're going to get right into it. We saw some incredible surfing for our 8 heats of men. Adur came through strong in an early heat. This was heat 5, and this was one of those heats where, of course, anyone's game. 3 amazing surfers in the lineup. Mitch, Adur came out swinging on his opening waves.
Yeah, this was the first wave of the heat, too. Opened up with a 7.33. I thought he was in great position, really, to capitalize and get the win, but it was Levi Slauson who came back at a 5 and then eventually got a 7.33 himself, too.
Well, before Chris can say it, I'm going to say it for him, because this was Chris's pick this morning to do really well in this event. And he showed us like local knowledge and as well as like red hot surfing. That combination is going to be really hard to beat.
Yeah, I said thank you, Rose, but I should be saying thank you, Levi, for making me look smart. The kid went out there and did what he does on most days out here at Seaside Reef. And I like that he came in feeling good, feeling confident, but knowing that his job just started. So we have a opening window all the way till Sunday of this coming week. But after today, that means we only need about 3 days full competition. And I tell you, we've got some amazing swell down the line. Here's the results of round of 24 Heat 5. Levi Slauson getting the win. But Adur Amatrain, with that 7.33 and a 3.93, definitely put his name on that list of surfers to watch. I'll tell you, the second round was just absolutely stuffed with incredible talent. So if you did win your first round heat today, men or women, you got to skip the second round. For the rest of the surfers, that second round is looking awfully lethal as we move on. For the women, the heat of the day that got us all fired up was another incredible matchup. I mean, we featured 8 heats of men, 8 heats of women, 3 surfers in each heat. So in looking back, we knew that Sierra Kerr was going to go out there and do some amazing surfing. Of course, she had the good luck charm on the beach, and her dad and mom. So Sierra Kerr went out there, got that big start. But from the jump of this heat, I mean, we knew this was going to be a battle from the very start.
Well, you know, we earmarked this heat this morning. Sawyer Lindblad, I mean, it's really hard to go past her form, just how impeccable her forehand is. Mitch, I'm so impressed with this woman. Every time she stands up on a surfboard, her surfing's improved so much.
And what's scary about her is that this is really only about 60 to 70% of what she's actually capable of. So get her on some better conditions, some cleaner conditions. I think she's easily going to be in contention to be one of the favorites and eventually become a World Junior Champion at the end of this event. Got to come back from Sierra at the end, though, but I still think that Sawyer was able to not only capitalize on her opportunities, but also really surf a very smart heat.
And Sawyer had a huge heat total as well, 13.33, one of the highest single wave scores of the event as well, a 7.5. Surfers that found themselves in the 7 or above more often than not throughout the day moved through. You know, her backup, that 5.83, just showing, of course, that the consistency, the presence of mind, Sawyer Lindblad, with all the heat she's surfed, all the events that she's won throughout 2022, she's bringing that momentum here into 2023. And speaking of momentum, not easy to surf in the last heat of the day, but Francisca Vaselko did it and did it well. She's standing by now with AJ.
Cote, you just said it. It's not always easy being the last heat of the day, but you said it was actually an advantage for you to get to watch the other surfers take the waves out here all day long. What did you learn that you applied to your heat?
Yeah, being here all day is a little bit tiring, so I came for a free surf in the morning, went back home, had breakfast, and then a couple heats before I paddle out here on the left to get a little bit of practice. And yeah, I learned a lot. I feel like with this, like the waves got pretty big. And I could tell that maybe the first wave of the set wasn't the right one, and then I had a little bit of time, well, a lot of time, to check the waves and see which ones were the best for some good scores.
How much pressure does it take off of you knowing that you don't have to surf in the next round?
It feels pretty nice, but I was talking to my coach, and we were focusing on making it through, but if not, that would be all good, because then it would be another chance to be out there, spend more time in the peak, and yeah, get some more practice.
Now you live in Portugal, so você quer dizer alguma coisa para amigos e familiares em volta?
Sim. Obrigada a todos por estarem a apoiar em Portugal. Foi o primeiro hit do ano, passei em primeiro lugar aqui no World Juniors na Califórnia, em San Diego. As condições estavam super difíceis, mas consegui superar e amanhã vai estar off, mas no dia a seguir já vai estar on e vamos com tudo. Bora Portugal.
Parabéns.
Obrigada.
Thank you, AJ. Congrats to Vaselko getting through there. And I think we all learned a lot today. The competitors learned a lot about Seaside Reef. And I think the rest of us learned about some new competitors. Of course, these are surfers that have come from all over the world, the best in their region. So, in Portugal, in Japan, in Costa Rica, some of the regions that these surfers are coming from, of course, they're household names. But when you come to Southern California, where we have thousands and thousands of famous pro surfers, it's really cool to learn about some of these up-and-coming surfers like Francisca right there. She took out an incredibly stacked heat with Ella McCaffrey and Sarah Wakita. So speaking of stacked, we have swells stacking upon swells. The Surfline forecast could be an eye-opener. As we look towards the rest of the week, we have until Sunday in our competition window. So all these purple blobs, the reds coming straight at us, nonstop storm activity. Rosie, we're in for a wild ride this week.
Yeah, a lot of swell on tap. Tomorrow, that side onshore wind is really going to kick up, so the conditions are going to deteriorate. But when we look through that week, Mitch, it looks like it's going to be good. When it's orange, that's a good sign.
I know, and Thursday to me, honestly, even though it's a little bit smaller, I think with those head-to-head matchups, it's actually going to be a bit better, a lot more manageable. 30-minute heats, it's going to be perfect out there.
Yeah, so we will wait and see what happens tomorrow morning when we get the call from Travlogi. But for today, weaving in and out of these heats and figuring out our top five, not an easy task. We just went with the numbers. So here are your top five performances of the day. Day one of the SAMBAZON World Junior Championships hosted by Best Western. Our top five moments are as follows. Of course, if she's in an event, she's most likely going to be in the top five. I'm talking Erin Brooks.
Yeah, Erin Brooks was so impressive. I mean, her go for an attitude, the fact that she needed a score and some of the things that she was laying on the line, I was like, wow, she was getting exploded on huge sections and really had to wait to make a buzzer beater moment to get through this heat.
I like that call though, Rosie. She did go for it when, she's putting her body at risk. It's the first round. You don't necessarily need to do this. You can skip the round with the victory. She did just that, and what a victory, Chris.
Yeah, of course, that winning smile that we see from Erin Brooks. She was waving at us in the commentary booth. A little shout out from Brooks. Well, Callie Voss came through as a pick by most of the commentary team, and he made everybody proud here. This is pretty cool to see what the first heat of the day looked like. Groomed, perfect, glassy, super fun Seaside Reef, and Callie Voss made the most of it.
A very smart heat, I felt. He's coming off an impressive performance in Haleiwa, Rosie, but to me, the thing that impressed me the most is that he went out there and surfed like the veteran that he already is now. He didn't make a single mistake.
Well, as we watch this round progress, I feel like some of the names that we were really looked to make a big impact, they looked a little rattled. But Keuli came out this morning and he looked super composed and just casual and really confident.
Yeah, and I think the confidence runs through the family because Island Voss came up, later on in the afternoon, and she went out there and did her job as well. She was kind of right in the middle of the pack throughout this entire heat, but then in literally buzzer beater fashion, she probably had about 2 to 3 seconds left before the horn blows. She got this wave and finished it so strong.
We were in the booth for this heat, Chris. I mean, she opened up with a 6-point ride and then really struggled to find that backup. We were even questioning whether she got the ride in time, and looking back at the replay, I mean, just such solid surfing. That was insane.
It's gnarly the way these surfers at such a young age are able to attack these big sections with no fear. She's only 18 years old. Imagine what she's going to be doing in a couple of years.
Yeah, not just one of the top 5 waves, but one of the top 5 turns of the day. That brings us to the final heat of the day, Francisca Veselko. She got the highest heat total. And, you know, while most of us were looking out there going, oh, no, it's going to be tough, it's going to be tricky, I don't think she was phased one bit. Went out there and put together a solid heat. Rode 5 waves, got a 7.67 and a 6-point ride for the highest heat total of the event.
Yeah, solid stuff. I mean, Mitchie touched on this as we were opening up the post show. I mean, her surfing is just, you can't really shake this woman. She's on her feet every single ride.
Not at all. And a fun fact about Kika Veselko, she was actually born in Irvine because part of her family's from Huntington Beach, yeah.
Well, our number 1 is going to be Eli Hanneman. Not only did he get the highest wave score, but he got some of the best looking waves of the day. I mean, this kid has springs in his legs. You see him as he's going into his bottom turn. You just know something big is about to happen. Eli Hanneman coming through full force here to Seaside Reef.
Well, Eli, this is our first look at him this year. I think what he learned from last season, you know, I think it was a character building year for him. He's coming through so strong, and he's got a good head on his shoulders.
He caught me off guard a little bit, if I'm honest. I did not expect him to surf him that well out here. But under the guidance of Sean Ward, having a lot of local people around him as well at this event, he's definitely looking like one of the biggest contenders to win the whole thing, you know, at the end of this week. And I think that what he brings to the table, too, is an incredible air game, but he's very patient, too, and that's something that a lot of people out here don't have.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm looking at the field and looking at what happened today, Eli's one of those guys that you're like, all of a sudden, like you said, your attention turns to him, has the highest heat total of the day. How do you keep that momentum, though, as we move through the rounds?
Yeah, I think we learned a lot about the field. We learned a lot about this wave. And tomorrow morning, we're going to see if we continue through in competition. We have plenty of time left in the window. So check back with us tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. But before you go, take a look at some of these highlights. You're watching the best surfers in the world under 20 years old. So get excited, get fired up. We're crowning champions here this week. Here you go. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Welcome to Seaside. Welcome to the World Junior Championships. We have the best surfers on the planet in that under 20 age group. But I tell you, you would be hard-pressed to tell the difference between these junior surfers and even surfers all the way up to the championship tour level.
Saw the best number of the heat so far right there by Taro.
Looking down the line, Earl winds up off the bottom.
He rattled off 6 solid turns on that wave.
Love that turn right there, sending a lot of spray outside.
Levi Slauson utilizing that outside section to full effect.
Wow.
You can just see the confidence that Eli has.
We haven't even gone through half of the heat, and he's already going to have 15 points on the board.
Good flow through that first section. Huge maneuver.
Oh, look at the puppy.
Good luck, pup.
Such a beautiful arc there. I mean, that was great for Sawyer. Look at the wave choice, too.
Alyssa Spencer with the sharp rail work, as always. Here she goes. Aaron Brooks drops into this one. Well overhead. Nice opening carve up in the lip. There it hangs on.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.